Chapter 101, Sensory Control Pills. Nami looked at Chu Feng speechlessly. You can easily make Aisha cry like this. Aisha looked at Chu Feng and ignored him. She squatted on the ground, and the screams of people on this island kept appearing in her mind. She trembled all over. I have been able to use the heart net since I was born. Aisha hugged her legs and cried, that's why I'm afraid. You don't understand how terrible it feels to have your voice disappear. The pain of watching your family die in front of you is incomprehensible without the heart net. Chu Feng glanced at Aisha and felt a little pitiful for her. Do you have to endure this at such a young age? After thinking for a while, he walked aside and started to adjust the potion. Nami looked at Chu Feng in confusion, and then retracted her gaze. This guy is usually like this. He doesn't know when he suddenly thought of something and ran to the side to swing a hammer. Looking down at Aisha, Nami raised a sly smile, squatted down and said, You're crying again, kid. I'm not crying, stupid Qinghai people. Nami laughed even more happily when she heard it. What a funny kid. Well, her and Chu Feng's children should be like this in the future. Thinking of this, Nami's little face suddenly turned red. With a light cough, Nami looked down at Aisha and said, You are so little, what are you doing here alone? It's very dangerous here. You might be killed if you are not careful. Apart from anything else, there are a lot of terrifying creatures in the sea of clouds. I don't know. Aisha hugged her legs and said, But I can't do nothing. The feeling of that voice disappearing in her ears was too painful. Moreover, she had a very strong feeling that if she didn't do something, her tribe might be destroyed. Although she didn't know why she had such a feeling, Aisha chose 497 to believe in her intuition. Nami looked at Aisha with a headache. How should this be solved? Chu Feng ah. Chu Feng put down the things in his hand and walked over with a pill. Little brat, eat this. Aisha immediately bared her teeth and looked at Chu Feng and shouted, Why should I eat something from a stranger like you? Little devil, my patience is limited. Chu Feng frowned, This thing can help you control the heart network. When you want to open it, you can open it, and when you want to close it, you can close it. This is the sensory control pill that Chu Feng has just developed. It is only effective for people who are born with the color of observation. At that time, you can freely control the color of observation. Unlike when using it, you can just turn it off. After all, this ability is also very mentally consuming. If it is not controlled, the lifespan of this child most likely will not grow much. Aisha was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Chu Feng with a vigilant face. What is it? How could there be such a thing in this world? It must be poison. She won't eat it. It's really hard work. Chu Feng grabbed Aisha from the ground with an impatient look on his face, stuffed the pill directly into her mouth, and forced her to eat it. Then he put her on the ground. Ahem. Aisha coughed and said, then stood up and shouted, Are you going to kill me? You can try to control your own heart network now. Chu Feng said lightly, then walked back to the cloud chair and lay down. Well, compared to standing, he really likes lying down. Aisha was stunned for a moment. Just now she thought about closing the heart network in her heart, but it really closed it. How is this possible? Even the clan leader grandfather can't do anything about this. How could this person? Why? Aisha stopped crying and walked to Chu Feng's side and asked, Why do you want to help me? Chu Feng opened his eyes and glanced at the little guy. It's just that a guy is too crybaby, and I'm too annoyed. Go away, don't disturb my rest. Then he ignored her and closed his eyes and fell asleep. Nami looked at Chu Feng with a smile. Really, you are also a dishonest guy. After walking to Aisha and hugging her, he comforted her, It's useless for you to worry now. Just stay with us. That god. Nami paused and said, He will definitely be defeated by my partner. Right, Chu Feng. Ah. Aisha calmed down and said a little embarrassedly, Put me down. Thinking about it carefully, she did something wrong. Thinking of this, Aisha walked to Chu Feng and said, "I'm sorry, my attitude just now was too bad. The clan leader said that you can't be impolite. Well, it shouldn't be wrong to do this." Chu Feng raised the corner of his mouth when he heard it, and waved to Aisha, I know. Well, this kid is pretty good, it's worth getting her a good thing." At this moment, there was a sudden vibration in the distant forest, as if something was about to come out. "Hey, Chu Feng, something seems to be wrong." Usopp stuck his head out and looked at the forest in the distance and said, "It seems that something big is coming." The trees in the forest were broken, and it was obvious that there was some huge monster rushing here. As soon as the voice fell, an extremely huge python popped out its head from the forest, which directly scared everyone on the boat except Chu Feng. "This is the Lord of the Sky who has survived for hundreds of years. What is this?" After hearing the voice, the Lord of the Sky turned his eyes and glanced at the Golden Mary on the sea of clouds. He wondered if there were any invaders here. Just as he was about to take action, his body suddenly shook, as if something was attacking him inside his body, and he screamed violently. He turned madly in the sea of clouds, and finally turned around and rushed back into the forest again. The people on the Golden Mary witnessed all this, and their faces turned pale. Did we survive?" Usopp asked tremblingly. It should be. What the hell is that? What a big snake!" Chu Feng looked at the back of the Lord of the Sky with interest. He remembered whether this part was because Luffy was in his stomach, so he was tossing like this. Thinking of this, Chu Feng turned on the special function of the glasses and scanned the body of the Lord of the Sky. The result: "This idiot is really in there." "What's wrong?" Hearing Chu Feng's exclamation, Nami turned around and looked at Chu Feng in confusion and said, "Did you find anything?" "Luffy is in the belly of that giant python." Chu Feng covered his face and said, "Is this guy sick? Why does he go into a person's stomach for no reason? Is this the adventure you like?" Everyone was dumbfounded when this was said. In the stomach. Aisha looked at the distance in a daze, and then used her heart network to sense it. It looks like there is more than one voice on the giant python. Hey, what should we do?" Usopp said anxiously. "Will Luffy be digested? This is not good news." "Too bad." Chu Feng frowned, thought for a while and said, "There is no danger here for the time being, you guys just wait for us at the agreed place. I will come back with gold later." Usopp was shocked when he heard this. "Don't you care about us? You are a brave sea warrior, Usopp." Chu Feng looked at Usopp and smiled lightly. "How can you be afraid of a mere sea of clouds?" "Hehe, you are right." Usopp waved his hand. "Go, Chu Feng. He will never be afraid of this place." Chu Feng smiled, then looked at Nami and said, "Nami, if there is any irresistible danger, run into the forest and find us inside. Use this vibrator." Chu Feng pointed to their own vibrator, which has a lot of horsepower and can easily rush in. "I know, be careful." Nami nodded. Now Luffy must be rescued by someone. And among them, except Chu Feng, no one else can do it. Chu Feng nodded, walked to the side of the boat and said, "Wolf God Armor Fusion." Armor Fusion. Then it soared into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "I hope they can be safe." "Hey, you stinky bird, let me go." Zoro looked at the compass bird with an unhappy face. He actually snatched his package. If he hadn't jumped up and caught it in time, he would have run away. The compass bird glanced at Zoro. Is this human brain sick? If he let go, he would fall to death. Really, are you willing to die for food? Seeing that the compass bird had no intention of letting go, Zoro said unhappily, "Really, you must chop you off before you are happy." If he didn't want to kill this guy, he would have chopped him off with a flying slash the moment the other party flew up. At this moment, some strange sounds suddenly came from the forest below, which attracted the attention of the compass bird and Zoro. What's wrong? Zoro looked down with a hint of doubt in his eyes. The next moment, boom! The huge body of the Lord of the Sky rushed out of the forest and bit Zoro in the sky. If Zoro hadn't raised his feet in time, he might have been bitten. But even so, Zoro was scared. What the hell is this? Hey, fly higher, you're going to be eaten. Hurry, hurry, hurry. At this moment, Zoro hoped that the compass bird would catch him and fly to a higher sky, so that he could survive. Looking at the Lord of the Sky who was chasing him on the ground, Zoro's eyelids twitched. Did this snake take the wrong medicine? Why are you chasing them? At this moment, the compass bird suddenly stopped moving, because he thought of a question. That is, why did he fly with this burden? What's more important than surviving? Thinking of this, the compass bird immediately let go and threw Zoro down with his luggage. Hey! Zoro glanced at the ground and screamed, "You bastard! I told you to let go before, but what does it mean to let go now? It's over, I'm going to fall." At this moment, a golden light appeared here, grabbed Zoro, and saved him from falling. The person who caught Zoro was Chu Feng. Hey! Zoro breathed a sigh of relief, then glanced at Chu Feng and said, "Why are you here?" Me. Chu Feng snorted unhappily, "It's all because of that idiot Luffy. He is in the belly of the giant python below, otherwise the snake would not be so troubled." Zoro. Zoro's face was full of surprise. He looked down at the giant python that was still chasing him, and his whole body was numb. Why would he go there? How should I know? Chu Feng said unhappily, "Anyway, I'll put you on the ground first, and then I'll go and rescue Luffy." Okay. The two arrived at the ground at a very fast speed. After landing on the ground, Chu Feng found that there were already people here. "Oh, it's quite lively." Chu Feng smiled lightly, "Is this the ruins?" Turning his head and taking a look at the huge vine, he immediately understood. It's really a case of searching for iron shoes without any effort. "Are you from the Straw Hat Pirate?" Soam, who was sitting on the stone, looked at Chu Feng calmly and said, "Are you so anxious to die?" To die? Chu Feng glanced at Ohm with disdain. "Just you? Do you really think you are a big shot? Really, it's so funny. Hey, Zoro, this guy is a swordsman, he's yours." Swordsman Zoro was no longer sleepy when he heard these two words. He looked at Ohm with excitement and said, "Then he belongs to me. He likes to fight with such a swordsman, so that he can grow." Looking at Zoro's appearance, Chu Feng suddenly had a sentence in his mind for some reason. He longs for a worthy opponent. Shaking his head, he threw this terrible idea out of his mind and turned to look at Gan. Furl said, "Uncle, you are not suitable to intervene in the battlefield here. It's easy to get hurt." "It doesn't matter, Gan." Furl said nonchalantly, "Anyway, I have to stop Enelu. That bastard found him and told him about his plan not long ago. He actually planned to completely destroy Sky Island. At first he didn't quite believe it until he went to the shrine to find it and found that it had been completely destroyed. This is enough to show Enelu's determination. So he had to stop Enelu." "Humph, the one who kills Enelu knows me," Wepa said with a ferocious face. "If anyone dares to ruin my good deeds, I will kill him. Enelu must be eliminated by him personally." Chu Feng looked at Wepa speechlessly. "Although your hatred is very strong, your strength is not enough to threaten Enelu." Shaking his head, Chu Feng looked at Zoro and said, "I'll leave it to you here. I'll go find Luffy." Oh, without paying any attention to Ohm on the side, Chu Feng soared into the sky and flew towards the Lord of the Sky. After arriving in front of him, he punched him in the face fiercely. "Open your mouth." Bang! Ouch! The pain on his face made the Lord of the Sky scream, and then his eyes became fierce, and he ate Chu Feng in one bite. It would have been better if it had been like this earlier. Chu Feng, who entered the mouth of the Lord of the Sky, looked around calmly, and then punched the other party's teeth, causing the Lord of the Sky to roll around in pain. almost overwhelmed Zoro. "Hey, Chu Feng, you bastard, pay attention to me." Unfortunately, Chu Feng inside couldn't hear Zoro's voice at all. After turning on the light above his head, Chu Feng slowly flew into the stomach of the Lord of the Sky and found Luffy, who was chewing stones. Chu Feng looked at Luffy in surprise. "What are you doing? Why is he chewing stones?" "I'm a little hungry." Luffy looked at Chu Feng with surprise and said, "Are you here to save me?" "Yeah." Chu Feng looked around and found that there was a lot of gold in it, so he smiled. "It's really a pleasant surprise." After removing the wolf god armor, Chu Feng took out a lunch box from his pocket and threw it to Luffy. "Hey, you eat this first. I'll collect the gold in here first." Oh! Luffy was no longer sleepy when he saw that there was food, and he picked it up and started eating. Chu Feng is really considerate. While Luffy was eating, Chu Feng plundered all the gold in the Lord of the Sky's stomach. "I didn't expect it was quite a lot." Chu Feng wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and said, "Now it's good, there's a way to shut Nami up. As for the golden ship and the golden pillar, that's the material for making Gundam. Let's go, it's time to go out." Chu Feng glanced at Luffy, who had finished eating, and said, "Enelu is ready to destroy this place." Really? Luffy stood up and clenched his fist and said, "Then we can't let him succeed. Go out and beat him up." Chapter 102, As expected of the Nika fruit, dumbfounded Enelu. Chu Feng brought Luffy out and fell to the ground. This bastard! Luffy rolled up his sleeves and was about to punch the Lord of the Sky, but was stopped by Chu Feng and said, "Why are you angry with him? Hurry up and find Enelu and the gold first." "Hey, you finally came out!" Zoro shouted not far away, and took his scarf off his head and tied it on his arm. Oh! Chu Feng glanced at Om lying on the ground and smiled. "You defeated him?" "Of course," Zoro said as if it was a matter of course. "Isn't it normal to defeat him? Although this guy has some strength, it is not enough for him. However, after this battle, his strength has become stronger. It's amazing." Ganfuer, who was flying in the air, looked at Zoro in surprise. This man actually defeated the priest. The strength is really strong. "Hey!" Vapa looked up at Chu Feng and said with a ferocious face, "Do you know where Enel ran to? The bastard just now actually gave his partner." "Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable." "Don't know." Chu Feng shrugged. "We are also looking for that guy now." "Hey, Lord of the Sky, can you be quiet?" Chu Feng raised his head and looked at the Lord of the Sky and said, "We are with the great warrior Karj." The Lord of the Sky was stunned for a moment, then slowly leaned down and looked at Chu Feng. His eyes only meant one thing. "Really? Stop lying!" Wei Pa roared. "When did we put our hopes on you?" The Lord of the Sky's face suddenly changed when he heard Wei Pa's words. "Are you lying to him? Just because you don't know doesn't mean you don't have it." Chu Feng glanced at Wei Pa and said, "There is a descendant of Rolando who has always wanted to ring the golden bell under 10,000 meters. And we came here with his lifelong wish, believe it or not." Wei Pa hesitated when he heard this. Did they really know the descendants of Rolando? If so, these Qinghai people might not really be enemies. But can they really believe it? Lord of the Sky. Chu Feng looked at the Lord of the Sky and said, "You go back to the jungle now, and leave this to us. Enel 08 is not someone you can fight against. If a natural ability user does not have the means to restrain himself or use haki, there is no way to kill the other party." The Lord of the Sky was silent for a moment after hearing this, and then turned and left. He understood the look in this man's eyes and did not lie to him. "You are so powerful." Luffy looked at Chu Feng in surprise. "You can actually let him leave?" "I just happen to know something." Chu Feng waved his hand, then glanced at Vapa, who came over and said, "We are not enemies, our goals are the same. Ring the golden bell and light the lights of Sandora." Vapa looked at Chu Feng with an uncertain expression on his face. After a moment, he said, "I will believe you once. If you dare to lie to me, then the artillery fire in my hand will be aimed at you. Don't underestimate my determination." Haha, you won't have this chance. Chu Feng said with a double meaning, and then looked up at the huge vines not far away. Where is Enel? After observing the historical traces, Nico Robin prepared to go out with Sanji to see the situation. As soon as she went out, she noticed something wrong. Looking at the flashing lightning in front of her, Nico Robin subconsciously raised her hand and made an attacking gesture. Sanji also frowned. Who are you? Ah ha ha ha, don't get excited. Enel laughed and said, otherwise, I can't guarantee that you can still survive. Anyone who dares to attack him must die. Nico Robin stopped her action after hearing this, and a drop of cold sweat flowed down her face. Her intuition told her that if she dared to do it, she would really die. That's right. Enel said lightly, and then sat down. I didn't expect that someone could touch here. You are also quite powerful. Hehe, it just happens that my profession is more special. Nico Robin said with a wry smile, I wonder what you came here to find us for. What for? Enel scratched his ear, of course, to see what kind of people can touch here. The result made him a little disappointed. Oh, wait a minute. Enel seemed to have noticed something, stood up and launched his fruit ability Divine Punishment towards the sky. Boom! A bolt of lightning flew out of Enel's hand and rushed into the sky. What did you do? Nico Robin looked at Enel with horror. Is this the power of thunder? Mercy! Enel grinned. Reach out the hand of salvation to those pathetic ants who are struggling in pain and liberate them. And to deal with those who are disrespectful to God, this is God's duty. The little girl seems to be still working hard, but it's just right as a sideshow for the banquet. Enelu just used the power of the fruit to kill those seriously injured people, and at the same time used the power of the fruit to hit Pachya, who was standing on the land outside the Sea of Clouds. It seems that he has temporarily lost consciousness. But with Usopp's treatment, there is no problem for that person to survive. Little girl Sanji's face suddenly changed. You used the thunder just now to hit a little girl. No. And even if I hit a little girl, so what? Enel looked at Sanji with disdain and said, as a god, what's wrong with giving divine punishment to the guilty? Or do you have any objections? Looking at Enel's extremely dangerous eyes, Nico Robin pulled Sanji. We don't know how to be domineering, and attacking is ineffective. Tisk. Sanji spat, feeling very unhappy. But he also knew that Robin was right. But it's good that he didn't attack the little girl. Although he wanted to kick this guy, he could bear it. At this moment, Sanji was eager to learn domineering. Humph! Enel snorted, then looked down at Nico Robin, grinned and said, feel the despair. Nico Robin looked at Enel with a nervous expression, and was extremely cautious in her heart. What else was he going to do, and where were Chu Feng and the others? If the domineering Chu Feng was here, he could probably get rid of him. Enel didn't know what Nico Robin was thinking. He looked up and said, well, it's almost time. Let's make a break. The final plan must be implemented. The guy who gave him a sense of danger was also here, but it didn't matter. He had already thought of some ways to deal with him. That was to stab him to death with a weapon made of gold. He didn't believe it. If lightning didn't work, physical attacks wouldn't work either. After killing him, wouldn't it be easy to kill the others? Without paying attention to Nico Robin's reaction, Enel calmly stretched out his hand and said, God is calling you. Gather, Gemin. Boom! Powerful lightning spurted out from Enel's hands, directly shattering the top layer of his head. What are you doing? Nico Robin looked at Enel with a look of horror. What is he going to do? Ah ha 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 ha, I'm inviting your companions to come to this Shandora. Cold sweat ran down Nico Robin's face. How terrible is this man's ability? But summoning companions. I just don't know if Chu Feng has come. At the same time, Chu Feng and others on the top floor also fell to the ground because they lost their support points. Did Enel do it? Papa's face was a little ugly. He is the only one who can do this. He easily broke a layer. Should I say he is worthy of being a god? Damn, such power. Really good at showing off. Chu Feng said a little unhappy, and then noticed the small figure falling into the depths not far away, and was stunned for a moment. Chopper. Why is Chopper here, and he looks scarred? What do these two guys, Sanji and Zoro, do for a living? Although he was not wearing armor, Chu Feng was still very mobile. He used his legs to move towards Chopper at a very fast speed and held him in his arms. Chu Feng looked at the ground approaching rapidly below, and his eyes became dangerous. Enelu, right? Wait, I will beat you so hard that your mother won't recognize you. Bang! Bang! The group of people fell directly to the ground, and Chu Feng landed on the ground with an elegant backflip. Chu Feng, who was holding Chopper, noticed Sanji and Nico Robin standing not far away, and was stunned for a moment. Why are you two here? It's just a coincidence. Oh. Chu Feng nodded, then looked around and said, if I guess correctly, this should be the Golden City. Yes. SHH, it's really hard to find it, but it's easy to get it. Chu Feng took out some panacea from his pocket and stuck it on Chopper's body, then handed him to Nico Robin. Okay, Chopper is in your hands. He was going to have a good chat with that Enel. Bang! With a loud noise, Luffy and Zoro rushed out from under the stone, shouting with an unhappy face, I'm so annoyed. Hey, you are still alive. Perverted Chef Zoro was stunned for a moment, then showed a disgusted expression. Why are you here? Humph, of course I'm exploring with the lovely Miss Robin. Sanji twisted his body and said, don't mention how happy I am. Humph, idiot. What did you say? Hey, now is not the time to make a noise. Chu Feng looked around and said, where is that bastard Enelu? Ha 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 ha, are you looking for me? Enelu laughed and appeared on the high platform where there was no performance. Qinghai people, I have found a way to deal with you. Really? Chu Feng shrugged, then I'm looking forward to it. The way to deal with him? What way? Is he Enelu? Luffy pointed to Enelu not far away and asked. Yes. Chu Feng nodded, stood there with his hands folded across his chest. Do you want to fight? Of course. Luffy squatted down and compressed his legs, and the whole person began to emit white smoke. Second gear. This was exactly the inspiration he got when he was in Alabasta before, and the second gear developed with some guidance from Chu Feng. I can fight directly, right? Yeah. Chu Feng nodded, you are made of rubber, just go straight up. In fact, it stands to reason that the high temperature of lightning can melt rubber. But who would have thought that Luffy was not a rubber fruit, but a Nika fruit? Immune to lightning, should it be said that it is worthy of the Nika fruit? Enelu, this guy encountered a wall, and he could only admit that he was unlucky. That's good. Luffy adjusted his hat, and the whole person looked at Enelu angrily and shouted, you actually plan to destroy this country? Konis and others are such good people, I absolutely don't think you are allowed to do this. Humph, I am a god, and gods can do whatever they want. Enelu laughed wildly, do you think you can defeat me with your strength? Don't be ridiculous, how can a mortal kill a god? How do you know if you don't try it? Luffy roared and rushed up. Although he hasn't learned to shave yet, his speed is not slow either. Come on. Enelu knocked on the drum behind him and said, 60 million Ford Thunder Dragon. What, rubber or something? He doesn't believe that it can really be immune to his lightning. Boom. Looking at Luffy, who was drowned by Thunder Dragon, Enelu curled his lips in disdain. Is it just a bluff in the end? He then looked at Chu Feng in the distance and said, come on, it's your turn. He was going to melt his golden stick into a golden gun, and he was going to stab this guy to death. As for the other party's armor, it would be even better if he was willing to take it out. He could use the high temperature of lightning to melt the other party's armor, so he might be able to kill the other party directly. Hearing Enelu's words, Chu Feng just looked at him with disdain. I don't even need to do anything to deal with you. Bang! What? Enelu, who was hit hard in the abdomen, had his eyes bulged out, and looked at Luffy in front of him with disbelief. It's really 497. Swoosh! Boom! The whole person flew backwards, breaking countless rubble, and finally submerged in a ruin. After a moment of silence, a burst of white light appeared in the ruins. Boom! All the stones exploded instantly, and Enelu walked out from inside. At this time, he still had an unbelievable look on his face. What's going on? Why can you touch me? This is more frightening than the other party not being afraid of his lightning. You know what is the most powerful thing about natural ability users? It can be elemental. The powerful force that ignores all physical attacks. But why? Because I am rubber. Rubber. Enelu's expression was a little tense. What the hell is that? What? These Qinghai people are deliberately against me, right? Enelu is my prey. Vapor rushed towards Enelu, roaring, go to hell, Enelu! Boom! Vapor pulled the trigger in his hand without hesitation, and the incendiary cannon roared. Luffy was startled and immediately jumped away. What are you doing? Luffy said with an unhappy face. He is my opponent. Let me beat him up. Vapor ignored Luffy, but searched for Enelu's figure. Damn, where did he go? Are you looking for me? Enelu's voice appeared in Vapor's ears, like the whisper of a devil. Unfortunately, your weapon is ineffective against me. Boom! The terrible thunder instantly hit Vapor, causing him to roll his eyes. Looking at Vapor lying on the ground with disdain, Enelu said disdainfully, are you going to use special weapons against me? Do you think I don't know? At this point, Enelu also glanced at Chu Feng, and he should really thank this Qinghai man. Otherwise, he might really be killed by this so-called secret weapon. Tisk! Chu Feng spat and said, why are you going up to join in the fun? People should have some self-knowledge, okay? Although I admire your fighting heart for your hometown, but people should be more rational. Sighing, Chu Feng looked at Luffy in the distance and said, Luffy, defeat him. Oh! Luffy appeared next to Enelu the next moment after he said this word, and launched his own attack fiercely. Jet Bazooka. Bang! The heavy attack directly hit Enelu and made him spit blood, and the whole person flew away. It seems that he has rolled his eyes. It is enough to see how terrible the power of this move is. Looking at Enelu flying towards the distant forest, Chu Feng said with a headache, Luffy, why did you hit him so far away? He had to go over and find him quickly, otherwise, it would be bad if the devil fruit ability slipped away. Luffy, who had released the second gear state, panted and looked at Chu Feng, is there any problem? Did he do something wrong? No. Chu Feng sighed, forget it, let him go and look for it himself. Getting the thunder fruit is the real thing. Chapter 103, Snail Slowing Fluid. Enel was still conscious before he fell to the ground, and he was silently thinking about whether what he did was right or not. As a god, he was knocked down by a mortal. After a moment, a crazy idea flashed in Enel's mind, that is, he was not wrong. He is a god, how could the decision of a god be wrong? Everything he did was right. Thinking of this, Enel became a little crazy. Wait, I'll be back soon. Then he closed his eyes and died. Half a minute later, Chu Feng appeared on a tree not far away and saw Enel lying on the ground. Is it here? Tisk, I didn't expect to be defeated by Luffy in one move. This guy is really bad. But think about it, when Luffy opens the second gear, the attack power is very terrifying. Even the iron block of the Navy 6 styles can't defend it. Chu Feng doesn't think that this Enel's defense is stronger than the Navy 6 styles. Taking out the devil fruit absorber from his pocket, Chu Feng showed an excited expression, thunder fruit, endless energy. As long as he takes this, his Gundam will have the energy to start. Just before Chu Feng was about to step forward, something strange happened. Enel seemed to be electrocuted by a defibrillator, and the whole person trembled from time to time. This made Chu Feng's face change greatly. There is actually this trick. Damn, I can't let him have a chance to survive. Thinking of this, Chu Feng came to Enel at a very fast speed, raised the devil fruit absorber in his hand, covered the blade with armed color domineering, and stabbed Enel fiercely. Just before Chu Feng's attack was about to hit Enel opened his eyes, laughed and turned into lightning and disappeared. Clang! Boom! Under Chu Feng's attack, the earth directly blew a big hole. Tisk! Chu Feng stood up and looked at the direction where the other party left and said, "The speed of resurrection is really fast enough." He had already started at the fastest speed, but he still didn't catch up. Ya ha 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 ha, Qinghai people, what if you can hit me? Wait until I condense the thundercloud that can destroy the entire Sky Island, then you will fall together. He didn't believe that in that case, this group of people could still survive. Ya ha ha ha. Now he is going to start the arc. Chu Feng sighed, put the devil fruit extractor in his pocket, and returned to the ruins. I just heard the sound of thunder and lightning again, could it be? Zoro looked at Chu Feng with a somewhat ugly face and said, "He is not dead yet." Damn it! Zoro punched the stone beside him fiercely. He was hit in the heart by Luffy and he could still survive. Is this guy also a monster? He used the power of the devil fruit to shock his heart and restore his heartbeat. Chu Feng said helplessly, "From the perspective of the development of the devil fruit, this person is already quite terrifying. If it weren't for his poor physique and lack of armament haki, in that case, just knock him away." Luffy stood up after hearing this and prepared to find Enelu. "Chu Feng, let's go." "Oh. Wait a minute." Wei Pa stood up tremblingly, "Take me with you." Chu Feng hesitated for a moment, "Why don't you rest here, and leave that person to us?" At this time, Wei Pa looked charred all over, and even rolled his eyes. How could he still be able to fight with such a serious injury? No. Should we say why he stood up? Thinking of this, Chu Feng asked the doubts in his heart. Listening to Chu Feng's words, Wei Pa raised his head tremblingly and looked at Chu Feng and said, "For the ancestors." Chu Feng's pupil shrank. "For ancestors? But your body?" When Sanji stretched out his hand and wanted to say something, he was interrupted by Chu Feng. "Sanji, what's wrong?" Chu Feng shook his head at Sanji. "He has lost consciousness." Sanji widened his eyes and looked at Wei Pa in disbelief. This man was unwilling to fall down even at the end. Standing and losing consciousness. Luffy glanced at Wei Pa, was silent for a while and said nothing, walked to Chu Feng and said, "Chu Feng, let's go." "Okay." Chu Feng glanced at the other partners and said, "I'll leave it to you here. That Enelu. We will kill him. No matter what the purpose, Enelu must die." Has it finally come to this? Enelu returned to his golden ark, looking at the throne that symbolized everything with a melancholy face. It took him 6 years to make this thing. 6 years. But as long as he can reach the infinite land of his dreams, it's all worth it. "Why did you do this?" Konis bit her lip and looked at Enelu, and mustered up the courage to say, "What good will it do to you if you destroy Sky Island?" Benefits. Enelu glanced at the little girl he just brought back and said, "I'm a god, and doing whatever I want is what I pursue. Besides, it's not without benefits, at least it can please me, right?" "Ah ha 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 ha. You won't succeed." Konis looked at Enelu viciously and said, "Luffy and the others will definitely come to defeat you." "Defeat me?" Enel scratched his ear and said with some disdain, "They have to catch up." Raising his finger, Enel fired a thunder ball into the sky, then looked down at Konis and said, "Do you know what I did just now?" "What did you do?" "Created an extremely huge thundercloud." Enel's face gradually became excited. "Then I can destroy the main Sky Island with one blow." This is the power of natural ability users, because they can catch the elements that exist in nature itself to attack. This can not only increase the attack power, but also increase the range and Enel's face darkened, and he flashed in front of Konis, pinched her chin and said, "Who do you think you are talking to? If I didn't need a servant, I would have killed you long ago just like your father. Ahahahaha. After all, he is also a man, how can a man not have a woman around him? Besides, as a god, servants are a must. So he doesn't mind bringing such a woman. As for whether she would seek revenge, she must have the ability to do so. Konis bit her lip and looked at Enelu, feeling extremely angry but also extremely desperate. Just as Enelu thought, Konis knew that she had no chance of winning against Enelu, nor did she have the ability to resist. If the other party had not needed her, she would have died long ago. Looking at Konis's eyes, Enelu said lightly, "Don't worry, as long as you serve me wholeheartedly, you will be fine." Konis was silent for a moment, then knelt down silently. "I know. In order to survive, for the last glimmer of hope in her heart, she must survive. Luffy and the others will definitely come, and they will definitely come to defeat Enelu." "Ahahaha, that's right." Enel waved his hand and said, "Go, prepare some fruit for me. In the inner kitchen of this ship, prepare a hearty meal for me." "You." "No problem." Konis shuddered, immediately stood up and said, "No problem, I'll go right away." After watching Konis leave, Enel restrained the smile on his face, and a disdainful smile hung on the corner of his mouth. "Hehe, do you really think I don't know what's in your heart? Put your hope on those Qinghai people. It's really funny." Enel found that he made a fatal mistake, that is, he obviously has a powerful heart network, why choose to use his body to receive the opponent's attack? The extremely special heart network can even observe all the sounds of the entire country. Then isn't it simple to observe the attack movements of these Qinghai people? What a pity! If I had known that Qinghai man could attack me, I would have killed Gan Fuel in advance. He had been unhappy with that old guy for a long time. But it's okay. After the thunderclouds accumulate, they will destroy the Sky Island in an instant. Everyone on it will die by then. Just like when he destroyed Baika. Ahahahaha. Lord Enel, please have some fruit." Konis walked to Enel and respectfully placed the fruit plate in front of him. "I'll go prepare the food first." "Go ahead." Enel waved his hand nonchalantly. "Remember to hurry up, otherwise you won't be able to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the island falling." Ahahahaha. Konis shuddered, and a mist appeared in her eyes. He gritted his teeth, forced the feeling down, lowered his head and said, "I know." Tisk. Looking at Konis's back, Enel pouted in boredom. He thought this woman could resist. "Okay." Enel put his hand on the golden seat and grinned, "It's time to start." Buzz. Click. A mechanical sound rang out, and the huge golden ship gradually moved, slowly flying towards the hole above the head. Enel looked at the sky excitedly and said, "This golden ship that took 6 years to build is finally going to set sail. Yahahaha. As for those workers, sorry, he killed them a long time ago. He was planning to destroy the Sky Island, how could he let these people go? Even those servants who served him for 6 years were killed by him, what's the point of this group of people? Infinite Land, I'm coming soon. Damn it, where did that bastard go?" Luffy yelled, "Enelu, get out here. Let me beat you up." Okay, stop yelling." Chu Feng said unhappily, "He's not a fool, how could he come out just because you told him to? Unless he is mentally ill." Luffy scratched his head when he heard this. What else could he do if he didn't yell at him like that? "By the way, what are you doing?" Luffy looked at the bottles and cans in Chu Feng's hands, his eyes full of confusion. "Are you making drinks?" "Of course not." Chu Feng said unhappily, "Why do you only know how to eat and drink? Really, is there nothing else in your mind except this thing?" Chu Feng first threw something around to interfere with the magnetic field to prevent Enel from eavesdropping on their conversation, and then began to explain to Luffy. "I'm researching an invention." Chu Feng chuckled, "That's it, snail retarding liquid." "Snail retarding liquid?" Luffy looked at Chu Feng with a wrinkled face, "You can't drink it." Chu Feng's mouth twitched. If you want to try it, it's okay. Really? Fake Chu Feng said unhappily, as long as this thing sticks to you, your body's speed will become as fast as a snail. Doesn't that guy Enlil rely on his speed? I'll throw this thing on him and see what he can do. Aren't you as fast as thunder? Then I'll make your speed as fast as a snail. Let's see how you can escape then. He should have thought of this good idea just now, but he forgot. But it's not too late, the thunder fruit will be his sooner or later. So Scary Luffy got furious and immediately stayed away from Chu Feng. His instinct told him not to touch these things, otherwise he would become as slow as a snail. How can he fight then? I'm not using it to deal with you. Chu Feng said unhappily, look at you scared. I just don't know if this thing can work on Admiral Kizaru. However, Chu Feng felt that the man would most likely dodge directly. After all, who can become a Navy Admiral is not a veteran. He would most likely not let him succeed. Now just wait for that guy to come out by himself. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, then poured the snail slow liquid into a mechanical bomb. Only when the other party is unaware can it be possible not to dodge. After all, his domineering power has made the other party aware of the threat, and it is unlikely to approach. He came out by himself. Luffy looked at Chu Feng with an idiot look and said, are you an idiot? How could he come out by himself? He was beaten by him, and he still dared to come out by himself. Looking for a beating. Chu Feng's face suddenly burst with blue veins. You know, I don't want to be said by you the most. Being called an idiot by Luffy. It's embarrassing no matter how you think about it. Oh. Luffy picked his nose. Why? Chu Feng. You chose the captain yourself, hold back, don't beat him to death. Otherwise, One Piece will end early. If you hold back for a while, the sea will be calm, and if you take a step back, the sea will be wide open. It's okay, I can do it. After taking a deep breath, Chu Feng turned his head and glanced at Luffy, and found that this guy was about to rub his booger on his body. Chu Feng exploded immediately, I'll hold back my ass. The more I hold back, the angrier I get, and the more I take a step back, the more I lose. You're so stupid. With the armed color domineering attached to his arm, Chu Feng pressed Luffy to the ground and beat him. I told you to say I'm an idiot, and I told you to smear such a disgusting thing on me. If you don't beat me for 3 days, you'll tear the tiles off the roof, right? After a beating, Chu Feng felt refreshed all over. That's the feeling, it feels good. Tell me, are you wrong or not? Yes. I'm sorry. Luffy, with a bruised face, apologized sincerely, I won't do it next time. There was no way, he was indeed in the wrong, and Luffy really had no temper at this time. Let him be beaten, anyway, the wound on his face will heal in a while. Humph. Chu Feng snorted, and was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. Will this shameless guy learn his lesson? No one believes him. This guy has been beaten by them so many times, isn't it still the same? Chu Feng, where are we going to find him? Luffy looked up at the sky, there are a lot of black clouds in the sky now, I have a bad feeling. Scared? Chu Feng looked at Luffy and was shocked. The wound on this guy's face healed in such a blink of an eye. Could this be the powerful force of life returning? In the sky, Chu Feng looked up at the sky when he heard it, and was immediately shocked in his heart. This guy is planning to gather dark clouds to make a big wave. It was at this time that Chu Feng noticed the ship in the distance. Are you finally willing to come out? Chu Feng sneered and said, Luffy, let's go. I found that guy. This time, we must not let this guy escape. Once again, twice, but not 3 times. Really? Luffy pinched fist looked at the spaceship in the distance and said, let's go. Let's go and knock this bastard out. Yes, kill him. If you knock him out again this time, I'll kill you. Luffy said awkwardly, okay, kill him. Well, the ending is almost the same anyway. Just let him do it. 1. Chapter 104, Captured Lightning, the last golden spin fist. At this time, Enel was leisurely enjoying the food prepared by conies, looking at the forest in the distance with a full face of enjoyment. Ah ha ha ha. Conies, right, take a good look at the scenery in the distance. It won't be long before this Sky Island will become your memory. His attack is enough to destroy the entire Sky Island. Conies bit her lip and didn't speak, but she was thinking in her heart, why you didn't come yet? If you don't come, Sky Island will be destroyed. At this moment, Luffy's roar came from a distance. Enelu. Tisk. Hearing Luffy's roar, Enelu smashed the plate in his hand with an unhappy face. It's so annoying. Why are you chasing me? Why don't you just fall with Sky Island? Let's go back to your Qinghai together. Isn't that your hometown? Do you have to go against me to the end? Hehe, we will go back, but not in this way. Chu Feng, wearing the wolf god armor, grabbed Luffy's arm and slowly appeared in front of the golden ark. Besides, we won't let you destroy this island. That's right. Luffy let go of Chu Feng's hand and jumped onto the golden ark and said, I will knock you away. Then Luffy noticed conies standing next to Enel, and was stunned for a moment. Conies. Why are you here? Are you talking about this little girl? Enel glanced at conies and said lightly, she's just a servant I grabbed when I was bored. It's her honor to go to the infinite land with me. Ah ha 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 ha. That's the land of dreams. He didn't believe anyone could refuse. Seeing Conus's expression as if she was about to cry, Luffy shouted angrily, what a bullshit honor, can't you see Conus is about to cry? Chu Feng. Take Conus away. Got it. As Chu Feng spoke, he appeared beside Conus, hugged her waist and said, it will be a bit fast, just bear with it. Then he disappeared instantly. Enel frowned and did not attack Chu Feng. He was just an insignificant servant, and he just wanted to kill the Straw Hat Boy in front of him. Why do you have to hinder me? Veins popped up on Enel's face, and he stood up with the golden stick. Why don't you just die obediently? Why don't you obey God's will? Do you have to be tortured to death by me in the most cruel way to be satisfied? I'd love to. Luffy roared, if you have the ability. After that, Luffy squatted down and compressed his legs and said, second gear. Rubber jet pistol, aim at Enel and hit him hard. However, this time, Luffy's attack did not hit Enel, but was dodged by him in advance. Bad monkey. Enel, floating in the air, looked at Luffy fiercely, as long as I use the heart net, you can't hit me. The movements of this monkey are too easy to observe. As long as he doesn't think about using his body to receive the opponent's attack, he can't hit himself. After all, he is thunder. The existence of speed second only to light. On the other side, Chu Feng, who was flying in the air with conies in his arms, looked back at the golden arc behind him, which was emitting lightning from time to time, thinking that Luffy should be able to gain the upper hand this time. Is Luffy really okay? Conies, who was lying in Chu Feng's arms, looked up at Chu Feng, why don't you put me down here and go help Luffy? Don't worry, Luffy is fine. Chu Feng shook his head, and I can't put you down here, I have to go back to Zoro and the others. This forest is full of dangers, and this little girl has no fighting power at all. If she is hit by something terrible, she will die. After all, she came here to take them out of danger. Don't be too stupid. Conies bit her lip, and after a moment she said, why does Enel have to destroy this place? She couldn't figure it out. With such a powerful force, shouldn't she do her duty? Why do they have to destroy their people? Because of desire. Chu Feng said with a complicated expression. Human desires are endless. Some people will want to get another thing after getting one thing. And he won't care about the things before. Enel is obviously the best of this kind of people. He doesn't care about the Sky Island he has already obtained. After leaving here, he doesn't even want this place to be obtained by others, so he can only destroy it. That is to say, even if I don't want it, others can't get it. So just destroy it. This is what Enelu thinks. Why is it like this? The kind-hearted Conies can't understand Enela's thoughts at all. She even thinks that the other party's thoughts have been distorted. How can a person be so bad? This is just the beginning. Chu Feng shook his head. Innocent little girl, what you see is just the tip of the iceberg of this world. Forget it, don't scare this little girl. By the way, when you left, was the Golden Mary okay? Conies was silent for a moment, and then she said in a crying voice, Father was struck by lightning from Enel, but after Usopp's emergency treatment, he is no longer in danger. Usopp and Nami are fine. Chu Feng silently clenched his fists and said coldly, Don't worry, we will kill Enel soon to avenge your father. Then he sped up and rushed to the original ruins in a few breaths. Chu Feng looking at Chu Feng who came back with Conies, Nico Robin was a little confused, why did you come back? And what is this? No time to explain. Chu Feng put Conies down and said, Let Conies explain the situation to you. I still have to help Luffy. Also, you should go back to the Golden Mary immediately. I can't guarantee that this Arpa yard will not be sunk by our attack. Then the whole person soared into the sky and flew away. Watching Chu Feng leave, Sanji frowned slightly. Did something bad happen? Connie, can you tell me? Connie sighed, briefly explained the current situation, and then said, Listen to Chu Feng. We must prepare for the worst. Sanji was silent for a while. Although he believed that Chu Feng and his men would win, Chu Feng had just said that he could not guarantee that the Arpa yard would not be sunk by their attack. Sanji did not doubt the truth of this sentence at all. Whether it was Enel or Chu Feng, they all had this terrifying ability. Everyone, let's leave here first. Sanji took a puff of cigarette and said, Really, Chu Feng is really enviable. He actually flew back with Miss Connie. Forget it, let's leave here first. When Chu Feng returned to Golden Week, the battle between Luffy and Enel had entered a white-hot stage. Luffy roared and rushed forward. Rubber jet machine gun. Luffy waved his arms wildly, and even the shadow of the attack could not be seen. But every punch hit the wall of the Golden Arc. Too slow Enelu, who turned into lightning and flashed back and forth in the gaps between Luffy's attacks, said sarcastically, Your attack is really too slow. Sure enough, as long as he calmed down and used the heart net, this kid would never be able to hit him. Tisk. Luffy spat, retracted his arms and stopped attacking, carefully observed the surrounding environment, and had some thoughts after a while. Rubber rebound attack. After the voice fell, Luffy waved his arms again, but this time it was different from the previous time, and he was completely throwing punches randomly without any rules. Now not only Enel was confused, but even Chu Feng was dumbfounded. What is this doing? Soon they knew what Luffy was doing. Luffy's fist bounced wildly on the wall, then flew back and forth, and finally hit Enel. Bang! Enel, who was punched, drooled and looked at Luffy in disbelief. How is it possible? Why didn't his heart net work? Chu Feng understood that there was no special breath during unconscious attacks, so Enelu's heart net would not work, right? You are worthy of it, Luffy. Before Chu Feng could be happy for long, Luffy's fist hit his helmet and directly knocked Chu Feng out. Luffy IU. Luffy stopped attacking after hearing Chu Feng's words, turned his head and looked behind him in confusion. Did you hear Chu Feng's voice just now? Well, it should be an illusion. Shaking his head, Luffy continued to focus on Enelu, preparing for the second round of attack. The method just now was quite effective. At this moment, Chu Feng returned to Luffy's side, pulled out the weapon from his waist and put it on Luffy's neck and said, If you use this trick again, I will kill you. Chu Feng. Ah! Chu Feng said unhappily, the punch you hit me just now was not light in strength. I'm sorry, Humph! Chu Feng snorted and put away his weapon. This move will only work once. He is already alert now. It won't work. What should we do? Luffy said with some dissatisfaction. I think this move is quite useful. And then you knock me away. Chu Feng glanced at Luffy and said, okay, watch me show. Then he took off his armor and walked towards Enelu step by step. Seeing Chu Feng's defenseless appearance, Enelu immediately became alert and flew to a high place and looked at Chu Feng. What are you going to do? This man gave him a much more dangerous feeling than the Straw Hat Boy. Chu Feng did not answer Enelu's question, but asked another question. Did you move all the gold in Chandora to make this ark? Of course, when he mentioned this, Enel raised his chin proudly and said, that's a golden city. I melted it all. How about it, are you envious? You mortals probably have never seen so much gold in your life. To be honest, when he first saw it, Enel was also surprised. But then he thought, isn't this a gift from heaven to him as a god? Well, then I'm relieved. Chu Feng nodded with satisfaction. If he said that, he would save the time to find gold. Enel. What do you mean? Why does he feel that the eyes of this Qinghai man are very wrong? It's like a beast that has been hungry for several days suddenly saw food. Could it be that this guy has set his sights on his golden ark? Thinking of this, Enel's face suddenly darkened. Qinghai people, the golden ark is mine, I won't let you take it away. Chu Feng. You say that as if I am the villain. Chu Feng said unhappily, obviously you are the one who wants to destroy Sky Island. So what? Enel said nonchalantly, it is their honor to be destroyed by me. Then it is also your honor to be killed by me. Chu Feng smiled and snapped his fingers. Young man, feel the despair. Bang! Bomb! Feeling the bomb exploding around him, Enel said disdainfully, you thought. When he said this, Enel found something wrong. Why did he suddenly speak so slowly? Not only the speed of speaking, why was he so slow to move his arms? Enel's pupils shrank, and his heart was filled with fear. The speed that he was proud of with the thunder fruit actually disappeared. Hee. Chu Feng showed Luffy behind him and said, Luffy, it's your turn. Remember to hit him hard. Now his speed is as slow as a snail. Even if he is thunder. Chu Feng has discovered that many of his inventions are at the level of laws, and they will be useless if they are hit. Really? Luffy twisted his fist and looked at Enelu in the air and said, then I won't be polite. Stop, hands. You, monkey, from Qinghai. Before Enelu finished speaking, Luffy had already jumped into the air and waved his arms with all his strength, rubber jet machine gun. Ah! Punch after punch, punch after punch. Each punch was extremely heavy, and each punch was hit solidly. Enelu's eyeballs were bulging out from the beating, but the process was both funny and slow. Chu Feng couldn't help laughing out loud. This is too funny. Enelu is crazy, completely crazy. While Luffy was attacking, Enelu's body began to change. The whole body began to swell gradually, although slowly, but it was developing towards a larger size. This surprised Chu Feng. Did the strong desire to survive temporarily block the pain of his body? Looking at Enelu's swollen body, Luffy also stopped attacking, fell to the ground and looked at the scene in surprise. What's wrong with him? He had already rolled his eyes just now, why is he still? One last fight. Chu Feng touched his chin and said, I guess his physical condition can only launch one last attack. At the same time, he looked up at the sky. Was he planning to use the power between heaven and earth to launch the strongest attack? After thinking for a while, Chu Feng looked at Luffy beside him, and then at Enelu in the sky. For Enelu of this size, Luffy's small fists would not have much effect. Thinking of this, Chu Feng immediately took out the tools and started knocking on the ground. In a very short time, he made a multifunctional golden boxing glove for Luffy. This boxing glove was compressed by Chu Feng using special technology, and it would automatically expand when attacking the enemy. Come on, bring this with you. After Chu Feng helped Luffy put on the multifunctional golden fist gloves, he also explained how to use this weapon. I don't understand. Chu Feng's mouth twitched. Anyway, you just beat him up and it's over. It was his fault, he shouldn't have explained such profound things to Luffy. Oh, Luffy clapped his fist and said, why didn't you say that earlier? Then I'll go. Go. Watching Luffy rushing to the heights, and looking at Enel who had turned into the state of Thunder God, Chu Feng smiled. Uncle. You will soon be able to hear the bells that resound through the world. We won't let your efforts go to waste. Dreams are not worth mentioning. Pirates shouldn't have dreams. Bullshit, all bullshit. People's dreams will never end. Go, Luffy. Chu Feng looked at Luffy's back and shouted, defeat him. Ah! Rubber gold spinning fist. Thunder God. The Sky Island chapter is about to end, and the Judicial Island chapter is also coming soon. Please support, please subscribe. 1. Chapter 105, Super Energy Thunder Fruit is in hand. At this time, the sky was covered by a large piece of dark clouds, as if the world-destroying disaster had come. Everyone on Sky Island fell to the ground helplessly. It's over. They already knew that Enel was going to destroy Sky Island. This was the news that Gan.Fall went back to tell them. Gan.Fall was silent for a while, turned his head and looked at the sky in the distance. Will the Straw Hat Boy win? On the other side, Luffy ignored the slow attack from Enel and swung his fist back fiercely. With the help of this spinning stretching force, Luffy fiercely launched his attack. In an instant, the multifunctional golden gloves quickly grew larger, enough to cover half of Enel's body in the Thunder God state. Come on! Enel roared slowly, trying his best to mobilize the energy in his body. Unfortunately, his attack was ineffective against Luffy. Even 200 million Ford. Doin Luffy's heavy attack hit Enel, who was like a god, and directly hit him with white eyes and lost consciousness. The whole person gradually became smaller and flew away. And Luffy's attack did not stop at all, flying far away, and directly hit the golden bell hanging high. Dang! 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 The sound of the golden bell resounded throughout the world. At this moment, the sky cleared. Without Enel's manipulation, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, revealing the light that should belong to this place. Win! Win! 1. Oh! Straw Hat Boy won! The people of Sky Island shed tears of survival. They don't have to die. Not only Sky Island, but also Wenbran Kulik on Gaia Island below heard it clearly. At this moment, Wenbran Kulik was extremely excited, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. You! Successful! His ancestors did not lie. The Golden City is really in the sky. Looking at the Luffy-shaped cloud in the sky, Wenbran Kulik wiped his tears and said, "Thank you, boys. If it weren't for them, Wenbran Kulik would never know the truth in his life." Dad, this sound. Ah, Wenbran Kulik grinned, the next one who can make this sound. These guys succeeded. Very romantic, isn't it? This is the romance of men. Dad the monkey glanced at Wenbran Kulik and smiled, let's have a party. That's right, the gorilla was also excited, the Straw Hat Boys succeeded. Ha 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 ha. I really hope to meet them again. Okay, Wenbran. Kulik stood up and waved his hand and said, let's have a party. Now that the truth has been learned, there is nothing to say. Now all he has to do is to vent all the frustrations of the past few decades. Looking at Luffy's movements in the air, Chu Feng's face was full of smiles. Did you win? In this case. Chu Feng glanced at the golden arc that had begun to fall and smiled. After reaching out and grabbing the side of the boat, he put it directly into his pocket. That's right, he put it in his pocket. Chu Feng's space equipment is so unreasonable. After doing all this, Chu Feng glanced at Luffy falling from the sky and said, Luffy, I have something else to do. You go downstairs and wait for me for a while. Wolf God Armor Combination. Armor Combination. Chu Feng, who was in armor on the boat, soared into the sky and flew to the place where Enelo fell. He was going to look for Enelo's body, and he couldn't let go of the thunder fruit. Luffy, who was falling, was dumbfounded. Are you ignoring me? This is hundreds of meters in the air. It turns out that Chu Feng really didn't intend to take care of Luffy. After all, this guy is a rubber fruit ability user. Let alone hundreds of meters, even thousands of meters can't kill him. Luffy, who fell to the ground, shouted, Chu Feng, you bastard! Chu Feng, who heard Luffy's shouting from a distance, had a smirk on his face. Hey, who told you to hit me just now? I'm very vengeful. Let me find where you ran to. Chu Feng searched for Enel's traces in the sky, and finally found Enel lying on the ground with a mouth full of blood next to a cloud river. However, when Chu Feng arrived at Enel's side, this guy was still using the power of the thunder fruit to shock his body, trying to revitalize his body. Puff, you still don't admit defeat. Chu Feng looked at Enel with a playful look and said, what a pity, I won't give you this chance. He took out the devil fruit absorber from his pocket, and the armed color domineering covered the blade above. Die. With a fixed look in his eyes, he poked Enel's heart fiercely. Puff! The intense pain woke Enel up instantly and he screamed. Looking at Chu Feng in front of him, Enel was extremely angry. He wanted to kill this man. But the power of his body began to drain away. He couldn't even use the power of the thunder fruit that should have belonged to him. Hey, what? What's going on? Chu Feng looked at Enel with a playful look and said, nothing, I just want to take away your devil fruit. Don't worry, this secret will not be known to anyone except you and me. If the world conquers this thing, they will definitely send the Admiral to catch him. Absolutely. Chu Feng is very sure of this. So the use of special equipment to get the thunder fruit must be kept secret, even his partners will not tell him. At that time, he only needs to say that he found the thunder fruit near the Sky Island. After all, after the death of the devil fruit ability user, there is a chance that the fruit will be reborn near the ability user. Everyone on the sea knows this. A trace of despair flashed in Enel's eyes when he heard this. Now he understands, everything is clear. So, it's me. The opponent's goal has never been gold. Maybe from the beginning, he was aiming at his thunder fruit. It's really ironic. I thought the other party came here to risk his life for gold. You are not far away. Chu Feng sat next to Enel and said lightly, Luffy's devil fruit is very special, and your ability is invalid for him. You can also understand this as God's punishment for you. Is it a punishment from heaven? Enel was silent, thinking back to what he had done in the past, which didn't seem to be a good thing. A true God shouldn't vent his anger on his own people. Maybe he doesn't deserve to be called a god, but just a selfish and powerful person. Thinking of this, Enel laughed sarcastically. Chu Feng was silent for a moment, took out the antidote for the snail slow liquid from his pocket and poured it on the other person, relieving his slow state. Do you have any last words? Last words? Enel looked at the sky, was silent for a moment and said, if possible, send me back to the ruins of Baika. The location is probably in the clouds hundreds of miles east of this Sky Island. There. It's my hometown. After Enel finished speaking, he closed his eyes. Without the power of the devil fruit, there is no possibility of recovery of the body again. Enel, death. Hometown. Chu Feng was silent for a moment, and looked at Enel with a complicated expression and said, do people like you also want to return to their roots? Sighing, Chu Feng took out a small aircraft from his pocket, cremated Enel first, and then crashed him into the aircraft, with the target set at the Baika in his mouth. If you can find a place, bury him there. The order has been received, and it will be executed. After watching the small aircraft leave, Chu Feng glanced at the devil fruit extractor in his hand and said, the thing is finally in hand. Open the lid on it, take out the thunder fruit inside, and look at it carefully, it's worthy of thunder. The pattern on it looks like wandering lightning, but it doesn't feel numb when touched. It's obviously just a decoration. Now with this thing, you can make an infinite energy source. Chu Feng's eyes flickered. Ordinary energy sources simply could not meet the consumption of a huge Gundam that was 100 meters high. Almost one super laser cannon would use up all the energy. But the one made with this devil fruit was different. Chu Feng could feel the energy on it. There is endless power of thunder and lightning. As long as it is made into an energy core. Ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, Chu Feng laughed, and laughed very happily. After putting the two things in his pocket, Chu Feng looked up and looked into the distance. Well, it's time to go back. The Battle of Sky Island has finally come to an end. After returning to his companions, Chu Feng looked at Chopper unexpectedly. Chopper, can you move now? Yeah. Chopper nodded. Thanks to the patch you put on me, I can move now. Zoro, let me bandage you. Zoro waved his hand, pointed to WEPA not far away and said, I'll talk to you later. Compared to me, help that guy first. At this time, they were outside the ruins. Luffy defeated Enel faster, and they didn't have time to evacuate. I thought I was going to die when I saw the strange phenomenon in the sky just now. As a result, Enel was beaten to death by Luffy's punch. After the crisis was resolved, everyone rested on the spot. Chopper listened to Zoro's words, glanced at Wepper and nodded, okay. He had also heard about the situation of this man. Even if he was hit by the so-called god, he would never fall down. What a terrible man! I have to say that at this moment, Chopper really didn't want such a person to die here. Even the bones are broken. After checking, Chopper said in shock, what on earth did he go through? Wasn't he attacked by lightning? Why would the bones? He has a repelling shell in his hand. Chu Feng pointed to Wepper's hand and said, the power of that shell is very terrifying. If you are not physically fit, you will end up like him. 00. Koioe. Sentai 1/4, A 3/4 AE degree EA degree. Actually, this is already good, at least it didn't shatter his internal organs directly. In that case, unless the healing fruit ability user of Dressrosa comes, he will die. Speaking of which, this guy is from the gorillas, right? Sanji glanced at Papa. Although this man's behavior is indeed admirable, he is an enemy. It's not an enemy anymore. Zoro's mouth corners raised. How can a man who has fought for his life together be called an enemy? Besides, before we landed, we had already reached a short alliance. Is that so? Sanji nodded. It turned out that there was such a thing. Hey, Chu Feng. Sanji glanced at Chu Feng and said, are you sure that Enel won't stand up this time? He was killed by Luffy once before, but he stood up again after being electrocuted. Don't do it again. Don't worry. Chu Feng crossed his arms and smiled faintly, I have burned him to ashes. This time, he should still be on the way. Well, I hope there will be no accidents, such as encountering a golden lion or something. Otherwise, don't blame him if his ashes are scattered. That's good. Sanji nodded, then looked at the sky in the distance and said with some emotion, speaking of which, this battle was quite strenuous. He kicked to death a priest who liked to hold his breath, and Zoro chopped to death a priest with a sword. As for the gods, it took 2 or 3 times to kill them. It's good that the ending is good. Chu Feng shrugged, as for the process, it's not too important. By the way, where is Luffy? Speak of the devil will appear. Hey, Chu Feng. Luffy dragged a man over from not far away, you guys really didn't care about me. You won't die from the fall anyway, right? Chu Feng didn't think there was anything wrong with what he did. Besides, if I didn't go to finish him off, that Enel would stand up again. Have you forgotten his fruit ability? Luffy was stunned for a moment, and then he remembered that it seemed to be true. After the man lost consciousness after being beaten by him, he used electric shock to wake himself up again. If so, he still blamed Chu Feng wrongly. Thinking of this, Luffy nodded in understanding. You did the right thing. That's right. Chu Feng's mouth corners rose. I won't admit that I was just taking revenge. Well, I dare to do it next time. By the way, who is this person in your hand? Zoro pointed at the person Luffy was dragging and asked. This Luffy threw the person on the ground. He said he was from Shandia. It seems that he was with that guy, so I brought him here. Luffy pointed at Papa. Chu Feng's meaning before was that everyone was in the same group, so it was no problem to bring him here. Hey, Chopper, let's take a look at him later. Got it? Luffy nodded, and then saw a ship appearing in the distance. Looking closely, isn't this the Golden Mary? Everyone. Nami on the ship waved her arms and said, have you got the gold? Usopp? Hey, Nami beauty. Usopp looked at Nami with disdain and said, shouldn't you ask if the enemy has been defeated? What do you mean by asking about gold? Didn't you see that everyone was injured? Nami snorted and said, the enemy must have been defeated. Don't you see that everyone is here? Although Chu Feng was clean and even his clothes were not dirty, the expressions on everyone's faces would not lie. If the enemy was still there, it would not be so easy. Soon, the Golden Mary docked at the shore, and Nami also came to Chu Feng's side, stretched out a hand and said, gold. Chu Feng was speechless. It's all in my pocket, I didn't forget it. By the way, why did you come here? Of course I came to see your situation. Nami rolled her eyes. If there is no ship, how can you leave? Besides, the battle is over, and there will be no problem for her to come. By the way, where is Konis? She's over there. Chu Feng pointed at Konis standing under the vines and said, I wonder what this girl is praying for. Maybe she is praying for the people who died here to rest in peace. Really? What a kind girl. Anyway, let's have a party. Luffy suggested. It would be best to have a party after the battle. But, we don't have food. Sanji has a headache. The food on the ship has been eaten up a long time ago. It doesn't matter, I have it. Chu Feng put his hand in his pocket, took out all the food in the golden ark and put it on the ground not far away. Leave it to you, Sanji. Really reliable, Chu Feng. No. Chu Feng smiled, then took out a piece of gold and put it in Nami's hand and let her play with it aside. He wants to study the drawings of the Gundam for 7. Chapter 106, Red Gundam. Red Wolf participates. Because the Straw Hat Pirates defeated Enelu, and as the former god Gan, the old patriarch of the Four and Shandia clans reached a consensus. So the two clans shook hands and made peace. Coincidentally, the Straw Hat Pirates planned to hold a banquet, and everyone played happily together. Chu Feng looked at this group of mentally retarded guys and smiled unconsciously. Well, this is the charm of pirates, isn't it? The banquet lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and everyone had a lot of fun. Chu Feng stayed in the ruins at the bottom of the building to make Gundam during this time. In 3 days, the Gundam was completed, and now it was just missing a golden weapon. Chu Feng looked at the red gold Gundam in front of him, and his face was full of pride. This Gundam is made of gold with special metal added, and has the function of memory metal, but at the same time it is extremely hard. Even if the body is damaged by an extremely terrifying attack, the Red Wolf will recover in a very short time, unless it is hit. It is also equipped with the function of enhancing the armament haki. You only need to put your hand on the handle to enhance the armament haki and transmit it to the entire fuselage. Let's call you Red Wolf. Chu Feng grinned, then climbed into the operation room of the Red Wolf, took out a port, and connected the data. This is the super port made by Chu Feng, which is used to connect the super energy in the dimensional space and the core equipment library of Wild Wolf No. 1. That's right, Chu Feng doesn't plan to put these two things outside, they are easy to be destroyed. As long as these two things are still there, Chu Feng can continue to make stronger Gundams, so they must be protected. Buzz. After the port was successfully connected, the eyes of the Red Wolf lit up blue light. Wild Wolf number 1 is back online. Hello, my master. Welcome back. Chu Feng smiled. But don't call yourself Wild Wolf number 1 anymore. I'll give you a new name. Buzz. A dialogue box appeared in front of Chu Feng. Please name me. Just call you Kasha. The name has been received. I'll rename it to Kasha. While speaking, the electronic sound also turned into a pleasant royal sister's voice. Chu Feng smiled when he heard it. I'll make a simulated body for you later. Thank you, master. Chu Feng nodded, and after getting out of the control room of the Red Wolf, he put the Red Wolf into the dimensional space. It can be summoned when needed. The Red Wolf has 2 forms. One is the human form, 66 meters tall, a power-type attack mode. The other is the wolf form, 20 meters tall and 46 meters long, a speed-type attack mode. Both can fly. In addition, it is equipped with various advanced weapons, and laser weapons are just one of them. With these things, Chu Feng felt that he would rush up to argue with the admiral even if he was facing him. As for whether he could beat them or not, he would only know if he tried. If he couldn't beat them, he would just run away. Chu Feng, who was in a good mood, walked out slowly. It was estimated that Nami and the others were also ready to leave. After going out, Chu Feng saw Nico Robin and was stunned for a moment. What are you doing? I'm going to see the golden clock. Nico Robin smiled. I heard that the historical text was found there. Do you want to join us? Chu Feng was stunned for a moment. The historical text. He was not interested in this thing. Wait, it seems that the people of Sky Island are going to give them a huge golden pillar. It can be used to make weapons in human form. Thinking of this, Chu Feng immediately said with a smile, let's go and have a look. The benefits that are delivered to the door should not be missed. Looking at the huge golden pillar in front of them, all the people of Sky Island were shocked. This is golden race. It really looks very impressive. This golden feeling is not comparable to what they have seen before. It is so beautiful. I feel proud just by looking at it. But one of the beams is broken. A person looked at the broken beam and felt a little sorry. If it hadn't been broken, would it be more impressive? There is nothing we can do about it. After all, the opponent is Enelu. Such a terrifying existence, it is a blessing to be able to defeat him. Don't expect too much. Hey, look. This is the text of history. Is this the stone that our ancestors risked their lives to protect? What is written on it, Patriarch? The Patriarch was silent for a while, and after a moment he sighed. Not knowing may not be a bad thing. Because he couldn't understand this thing either. Chu Feng, who was not far away, smiled, pushed Nico Robin and said, Go, it's your turn to perform. Can't you understand it too? Me. Chu Feng smiled and shook his head. I won't show off at this time. The title of a scientist is enough, plus the ability to understand the main text of history. Welcome to Get a World Conquest Attention Experience card. You will get the high attention of CPO, ready to take you to Mary Gosa for further study at any time. Chu Feng hit Jiling, that's it. He didn't want to see the 5 old men. Nico Robin smiled. She probably guessed some of Chu Feng's thoughts. Walking to the front of the crowd with long legs, she said word by word, keep it in your heart, no need to say more. I am the one who compiles history, and I am with the bell of the Big Bell Tower. Listening to Nico Robin's words, the Patriarch turned his head in disbelief and looked at Nico Robin and said, why do you know these words? Isn't this the words of their ancestors? Why did this Qinghai man know this? It is engraved on the ruins of Shandora. Nico Robin glanced at the clan leader and said, You are the guardians who have guarded this for generations. Then he walked to the front of the historical text and read it silently. After a moment, Nico Robin's pupils shrank. Is it really like this? Looking at Nico Robin's actions, the clan leader tentatively said, "Can you understand it?" Those words. Nico Robin did not speak, but looked at the content above with a complicated expression. After a moment, he said, "The ancient weapon Poseidon with the name of God. Its location." Unexpectedly, it is another weapon, with a different name from Alabasta. It is probably also a weapon with the ability to destroy the world. After all, Crocodile said that Pluto can destroy an island with one shot. Such a dangerous thing is still sleeping in this world. Sure enough, it failed again. Nico Robin sighed. He didn't seem to know these. Chu Feng came over and smiled, "Another ancient weapon. I think it's better to destroy this thing." Chu Feng pointed to the historical text and said, "If it is conquered by the world, I'm afraid. Now there are only 2 of us in the world who can read this. As long as you don't say it and I don't say it, who will know?" Nico Robin glanced at Chu Feng and squinted her eyes and said, "Or are you also interested in ancient weapons?" "No, the so-called ancient weapons are dispensable to me." Chu Feng waved his hand calmly, "I can also destroy an island with just a run." Destroy an island? Is it difficult? Nico Robin's pupils shrank when she heard Chu Feng's words. For some reason, at this moment she felt that Chu Feng was not bragging, and she could really do it. But is there really such a weapon? Hey, there are words under the golden bell over there. Is it the same as the historical text? Hearing his words, Nico Robin came back to her senses, and then smiled and shook her head. Really? Now she is staying in the Straw Hat Pirates. After such a long time of getting along, she has also seen some tricks. That is, this group of people are not a group of evil pirates. So even if Chu Feng has such power, he will not use it casually. Thinking of this, Nico Robin felt a lot more relaxed, and then walked to the golden bell to look at the text on it. What is this? Nico Robin's pupils shrank. Gol. D. Roger. Why does the name of the Pirate King appear here? I came here and led this text to the last place. Pirate Gol. D. Roger stayed. Listening to Nico Robin's words, Chu Feng walked over with interest and looked at the text above. I didn't expect that the Pirate King would actually write ancient characters. Or did Odin help him write this? You don't have to be so surprised. As the Pirate King who conquered the whole world, isn't it normal for him to have come to Sky Island? Chu Feng said lightly. Besides, the meaning of this sentence is also easy to understand, that is, there are some secrets on the final island that we don't know about waiting for us to dig. I'm a little excited. What is the secret of the final island? Nico Robin was stunned for a moment, and then she also reflected. It is indeed the case. Is Roger's name written on it? Gan Forer, who was sitting not far away, asked curiously. Yet. Nico Robin glanced at Gan Forer and said, "Do you know him? That was 20 years ago." Gan Forer's face had a look of nostalgia. Yinghai, a man named Roger came to this island. He carved his name on it. He didn't even notice it. That guy must be a very powerful person. One Piece. Speaking of which, there are 2 kinds of stones in the historical text. One is the stone that records information. Nico Robin thought for a while and said, the other is the stone that indicates where the stone is. And this is the information stone. Came here and led the text to the last place. This. Is this also her destiny? Wait, is the meaning of the existence of this historical text? You are right. Chu Feng said with a complicated expression, Roger's goal should be to guide us to all parts of the world, and after reading all the historical texts, we will go to the final island, and the final secret is on it. After we get there, we should know everything. Should we say that he is worthy of being the Pirate King? Also, you said one thing wrong. Chu Feng glanced at Nico Robin and said, in addition to the 2 kinds of stones, there is also a most special red stone. It records the route to Raftel. Nico Robin grabbed Chu Feng's arm excitedly. Where are those historical texts? She is now eager to go to Raftel to take a look. At this moment, she has found the goal of living again. Not yet. Chu Feng sighed. You know the 4 emperors of the New World, right? The red historical text is in the hands of the 4 emperors. We are not their opponents. If the Straw Hat Pirates challenge the 4 emperors now, it would be no different from seeking death. It can even be said that there is no such thing as seeking death. He can get away with it, but what about others? Unless he can use special inventions to ambush the enemy. But that kind of victory is not what Luffy wants. Even if he gets it, he will not be happy. The 4 emperors. Nico Robin seemed to be deflated. They were not the ones to be provoked. The most important thing was that she realized a truth from Chu Feng's words. That is, the 4 emperors also need people like her. She also said just now that there would be no one in the world who could read the historical text except the 2 of them. So if the 4 emperors knew about the 2 of them, would they send someone to capture them? Now she understood why Chu Feng was hiding his abilities. It would be enough for the Straw Hat Pirates to have 1 historian. If there were 2, they would definitely suffer a catastrophe. Old Patriarch. Chu Feng glanced at the Patriarch and said, this historical text has completed its mission. Mission? Yes. Chu Feng nodded, so your mission has also been completed. No need to continue to protect this thing. The message has been conveyed, and the historical text that has been guarded for hundreds of years no longer needs to be guarded. They will definitely make the blank 100 years of history 500 public. The Patriarch burst into tears when he heard this. Have we finally completed our mission? Do we need to fight any more? The wish of our ancestors has been fulfilled. They have been fighting for hundreds of years, and finally completed it. Boy. Gan. 4 glanced at Chu Feng and said, I always feel that the Straw Hat Boy is very similar to the previous Roger. Is it my illusion? No. Chu Feng raised the corner of his mouth, it's not an illusion. The Straw Hat Boy's name is Monkey. D. Luffy, also D. And he is the pirate king of this generation. D. Gan. 4 chewed on this word carefully, and smiled after a moment. What an interesting person. Nico Robin smiled when she heard it. I think so too. She has another mission, which is to connect the historical texts of the world, and then make the blank history of this 100 years public. The old Patriarch wiped his tears, stood up and looked at Chu Feng and said, do you want gold very much? I heard that this is more valuable than base in Qinghai. Yet. How about this broken beam? The old Patriarch pointed to the huge beam not far away and said, we'll give it to you. That's a good idea. Yes, we were planning to give you something to express our gratitude. Yes, you're welcome. Really? Chu Feng smiled and said, thank you very much. He then walked to the huge golden pillar and put it in his pocket. Everyone on Sky Island. Am I dazzled? Where's the golden pillar? How come it disappeared in the blink of an eye? I put it away. Chu Feng patted his pocket and said, I'm also a devil fruit user, just like Enel, a special person. The old Patriarch looked at Chu Feng blankly, then laughed, is that so? Anyway, this is going to be delivered. Since he has a way to get it, there is no need for him to send someone to deliver it. Well, their boat doesn't seem to be very big, so there is really no way to put it. Let's go. I have to thank you very much. The old Patriarch looked at Chu Feng and smiled, they should have woken up now. It is already morning now. Although the revelry lasted until midnight, they should have woken up after such a long time. About the same. Chu Feng looked up at the sun and said. Moreover, he felt that these guys would probably not wait for these people to thank them honestly. Ha 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 ha. Let's go and thank our benefactors. Oh. You can't just leave like this, you know, you have to stay for a few more days. That's right. It depends on the situation. Chu Feng smiled. This was not something he could decide. Well, now that he had gotten the things, it was time to go somewhere else for adventure. Chapter 107, a huge Gundam that cut through the sky. We got so many gains this time. Nami's eyes were full of money symbols. We are also a rich pirate group. Buy whatever you want. The gold was found in the underground ruins of Sandora. Enelo thought he had found all the gold, but it wasn't. Some of the gold was hidden in the house, so he didn't find it. But this didn't bother Nami. This girl has an extremely keen sense of money. Luffy looked at the distance and said, "What are those two guys doing so slow? They were about to run away, why didn't they come back? I guess they have something to do." Sanji took a puff of cigarette and said, "But it's so deserted. What's going on?" Sanji looked around and said, "Where are the gorillas and angels? Weren't they partying together yesterday? Did they leave while they were secretly looking for gold? It's better if they're not here." Usopp weighed the gold behind him and said, "If they are discovered, they will be caught up. After all, they took so much gold. Hey, Nami, you should get ready for the voyage. Otherwise, they won't be able to escape." Nami was stunned for a moment after hearing this, as if it was really the case. Just as she was about to leave, Chu Feng's voice came from a distance, "Hey, everyone! We're here." After seeing the situation clearly, Chu Feng was stunned for a moment. Are they ready to run away? "Hey, Chu Feng, why are you two so slow?" Luffy said with some dissatisfaction, and then laughed. "Hurry up, we're going to run away. We got the gold." "Stupid, shut up!" Sanji opened his shark mouth and roared, "Look behind them, idiot! Didn't everyone come back with them? Are you going to let them take the gold back?" It took a lot of effort to find the gold, he didn't want to give it back. But he couldn't do anything, so he had to run away. "Luffy! Luffy's big." He turned around and ran with a smile, "Brothers, let's get back to the ship." Looking at the backs of several people gradually going away, the people of Sky Island were a little dumbfounded. What do you mean? Hey, look, each of them is carrying luggage, are they planning to leave? Don't run, we haven't thanked you properly yet. Hey, stop right there. See, it's exposed." Sanji looked at Luffy with an angry face, "It's all your fault, you idiot. Now, they know that they have got the gold. Run." "Oh. No. Why are you running?" Looking at the fleeing Straw Hat Pirates, the people of Sky Island were all numb. Usopp, who was running, thought for a moment, turned around and ran to the stone and shouted, "Stop right there." The powerful roar directly stunned everyone. "We risked our lives to come to this remote Sky Island, the legendary golden land in the world. We are pirates with dignity, how could we return empty-handed? We will never be caught by you. People of Sky Island. What does being caught mean? We just want to say thank you." Chu Feng and Nico Robin laughed together, "These guys. Well. It seems that you don't have a chance to thank me." Chu Feng laughed loudly. "Then we'll see each other again." Wolf God Armor Combination. Armor Combination. After putting on the Wolf God Armor, Chu Feng picked up Nico Robin and flew out run away. At the moment when he was about to fly over Luffy and others, Chu Feng's eyes condensed and roared, "Come out, Red Wolf!" Boom! The huge Red Wolf emerged from the void and sucked Chu Feng and Nico Robin in. "This is..." Nico Robin was a little dumbfounded after taking a look at the situation inside the cab. "What is this? I'll explain it later, let's run away now." Chu Feng laughed and said, "Everyone, jump up." "What is that? So cool X3. It's Chu Feng's voice. Everyone jump up. Jump. Ha 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 ha." All the members of the Straw Hat Pirates jumped up from the ground, and the Red Wolf happened to come here, grabbed everyone, and flew away at high speed. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from everyone's sight. This. The Sky Island people were confused again. What is this? That huge humanoid mechanical body. We just want to thank you. The clan leader who followed behind smiled and said, what a group of interesting guys. Pirates who don't want to leave empty-handed. Haha. I hope we can have a chance to meet again. Now we are the only ones left here. Gan appeared here at some point. Furl looked at the old patriarch and said, let's have a drink together. Okay. We have to discuss the future of Sky Island. After all, Sky Island still needs a leader. Gan. Furl looked at the old patriarch and said, I think you can do it. No, 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 you are the former god, I think you are the most suitable. The old patriarch shook his head, I don't have experience in this area. I'm old. What you said? Gan. Furl was a little helpless, forget it, then I will do it for a while, and when the young people grow up, I will give the position to him. I think Papa is good. Yeah, I also think he is a good guy, ha 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 ha. After returning to the sky above the Golden Mary, Chu Feng let everyone go, then grabbed the hull of the Golden Mary and flew up. Hey, conies! Chu Feng glanced at the distance and said, it's going west, and you can leave here through that door, right? Chu Feng, after taking a look at this big guy, although conies didn't know what it was, she could still recognize Chu Feng's voice. Yes, it's there. Then goodbye. Chu Feng laughed and said, good girl, be more confident in the future. Ha 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 ha. The huge red wolf turned the direction and flew towards the exit. Yeah. Goodbye. Conies looked at the back of the red wolf leaving, feeling a little complicated. Maybe they will never meet again in their lives. Goodbye, friends. Soon the red wolf arrived at the border, and Chu Feng saw this and said, slow down, grab the Golden Mary and slowly descend. The order has been received. Cass's voice sounded, and then the red wolf began to descend. The reason for slowing down is because they are afraid that the Golden Mary will fall apart if the speed is too fast. I'll leave this to you, Kaisa. I'll go back to the ship first. No problem. After returning to the ship, Chu Feng removed the wolf god armor on his body. Others immediately surrounded him. What is this? Luffy shouted excitedly, is it a mecha? This is so cool. That's right, when did you make this behind our backs? Usopp was also excited. This is a man's romance. What man can refuse Gundam? Even Sanji and Zoro looked a little excited at this time, but they didn't express it clearly. This Chu Feng said proudly, didn't I get a golden ship on Sky Island? I made it with that. How about it? Cool. Ha 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 ha. This is his most proud masterpiece. Nami. You said. Nami walked to Chu Feng and smiled, you used a whole golden ship to build a robot. Yes. You prodigal son. Nami said a little crazy, how much money is this? You actually plan to use it for fighting? Even if there is gold, it should not be so wasteful. How big is this robot? How much money does it cost? Chu Feng was speechless, I didn't throw the gold away, I just turned it into a Gundam that can be used for fighting. Isn't the thing still in my hand? Is it necessary to be so excited? That's different. Nami felt a pang of heartache when she thought that the next battle might hurt the gold. That's not attacking Chu Feng's Gundam, it's stabbing her heart. Can't you change the metal? No, this one is the coolest. After Chu Feng said that, he found that Nami's expression was a little wrong, and coughed lightly and said, the main reason is that gold has the best conductivity. So this is the best effect. Well, Nami doesn't understand these things anyway. Really? More real than gold? Well then. Nami said as if she was deflated, then you must take good care of this Gundam. This is all money. All money. Of course. Chu Feng gave a thumbs up and said, this is my favorite thing, I must take good care of it. By the way, I still have a lot of diamonds in my pocket, do you want them? He got a lot of gold, silver, and jewelry in the colorful mist. Yes, Nami grabbed Chu Feng's arm and said, if you dare to make any weird things with these things, I will do it. No, no. Chu Feng smiled, he was not interested in those things. At least not now. This made Nami let Chu Feng go. Of course, she would not do anything to Chu Feng. Mainly because she felt sorry for him. This prodigal son. Then, Chu Feng Chopper walked to Chu Feng, hugged his legs and said, can I go up and play? Looking at Chopper's expectant look, Chu Feng was silent for a moment, then pushed his glasses and said, Casa, take Chopper to the co-pilot cabin. At the same time, turn on the driving simulation mode and let him have a good time. Yes, a beam of light descended from the Red Wolf, and then sucked Chopper up. Me too. Usopp and Luffy also rushed to Chu Feng, hugged his thighs and said, we want to play too. This is Gundam. Chu Feng was a little helpless, then glanced at Zoro and Sanji and said, what about you two? The two did not speak, but looked at each other, and saw the eager look in each other's eyes. But let them speak like children. Forget it, I know. Chu Feng said helplessly, Kasha, leave it to you. Kasha smiled and said, the order has been received, leave it to me, master. After several people went up, they lay down in the special simulation cabin under the guidance of Kasha. Then their consciousness entered the virtual world, in which they can freely control the Red Wolf to swim in this sea. At the same time, they can also summon their favorite weapons and enjoy the joy of operating the mecha. That's right, this was designed by Chu Feng in advance for them to play. Otherwise, if they were allowed to play with such a large mecha, they might cause trouble. Chu Feng on the ship was full of pride, as expected of him, he was so foresight. Nami glanced at the Red Wolf, which had been motionless for a long time, and then looked at Chu Feng with a proud face. I guessed his idea in my heart, and I guess he made something fake for them to play with. I want at this point, Nami rolled her eyes and said, is it really okay for you to lie to them like this? How can it be a lie? Chu Feng retorted, they just want to play, and it's not wrong for me to satisfy their thoughts. Besides, do you really plan to let them drive the Red Wolf for fun? Chu Feng pointed to the Red Wolf that was holding the Golden Mary above his head and said, once the Red Wolf loosens its claws, you know what will happen to the three of us. Nami was silent for a while, looked up at the Red Wolf, and then looked at the clouds in the distance. At the current height, she couldn't even see the sea below. If she fell, I'm afraid it would be smashed to pieces like the giant pirate ship that fell from the sky that they encountered before. Thinking of this, Nami shuddered and said, forget it. At the current speed, we can reach the ground at night. Nico Robin looked around and said, I'm right, Chu Feng. Yeah. Chu Feng nodded, this is also good, we can enjoy the surrounding environment. Of course, it is mainly because the time difference on the sea is different from that on the Sky Island, so we arrive at night. Otherwise, it would be almost time for dinner. Let them play first. Chu Feng looked up at the Red Wolf and said, after all, there will be few opportunities to play in the future. Oh, by the way, Casa, when you are about to reach the sea surface, put the Red Wolf back to the dimensional space. Yes. Finally reached the sea surface. Usopp, lying on the deck of the Golden Mary, looked at the sky and said, it seems like a dream. We actually came down from such a high place. In that case, Nico Robin looked up at the sky. Now it is a sky island, and there are not many clouds. It does look very far away. It's hard to imagine that they came down from such a high place. Ha ha ha, it's really interesting. Luffy stood up and said, eat, eat. Sanji, how long will it take for the meal to be ready? Wait a little longer, it's almost ready. Sanji, who was turning the shovel in the kitchen, said, you can come in and have some pre-dinner dessert first. He prepared this in advance. Great Luffy was no longer sleepy when he heard this, and turned around and ran to the cabin. Eating is the best. Can we still go back to Sky Island? Chopper looked up at the moon in the sky and said, back to that dreamy place. After we sail for a week, if we want to go, we can go again. Chu Feng smiled and touched Chopper's little head and said, now, our mission is to eat. Sky Island, can't you go if you want? If it weren't for the pursuit of excitement, they didn't need to ride the rising current to rush up. He just needed to modify the Golden Mary. But now it is not necessary. It is more convenient with the Red Wolf. By the way, Chu Feng. Zoro glanced at Chu Feng and said, don't forget what you said before that you would teach us haki. Since we have come down from Sky Island, let's get ready to start. The feeling of not being able to attack the natural ability user is really uncomfortable. Don't worry, I have already thought about what to do. Chu Feng smiled and said, although your physical fitness is still a little worse, it doesn't matter, as long as you follow my training. You will learn it soon. Looking at the smile on Chu Feng's face, Zoro instinctively felt that something was wrong. Why did Chu Feng smile like a devil at this time? Was it his illusion? Do I want it too? Nami pointed at herself. She shouldn't need haki. You and Robin don't need it. Chu Feng shook his head. He didn't want these two girls to become muscular men. Nami and Robin full of muscles. The picture was too beautiful, I couldn't even look at it directly. Chapter 108, Physical Training Plan, Gravity Bracelet. Okay, we've had enough, Luffy said with full energy. Brothers, it's time to get moving. Go to the next island. Hey, Luffy. Sanji looked at Luffy helplessly and said, why are you in such a hurry? Didn't we agree to learn haki with Chu Feng? This is the most important thing. Why are you in such a hurry to get to the next island? Oh, right. Luffy also remembered this, turned his head and looked at Chu Feng and said, when will you teach us? Chu Feng, holding a toothpick in his mouth, looked at Luffy and smiled, you are really impatient. Okay, in that case, let's take a closer look at what haki is. I have said before that observation haki is to feel the opponent's breath, so that even with your eyes closed, you can feel the opponent's attack trajectory and avoid it. But this ability cannot be learned in a short time, so I won't go into details. You still have to learn armament haki. Chu Feng stretched out a finger and said, armament haki is similar to spirit and blood. Combined. I think you should be familiar with Crocodile. He dared to challenge Whitebeard's existence, but even he couldn't use haki. Do you know why? Is it because he lost his self-confidence after being defeated? Nico Robin guessed on the side. She was smart and figured out the key point of Chu Feng's words. Challenged Whitebeard, but definitely failed. Otherwise, the current 4 emperors would not be Whitebeard, but Crocodile. Almost. Shuta said with a complicated expression, after being defeated by Whitebeard, Crocodile no longer believed in his own strength and chose to believe in external things. This is why he wanted to plot Alabasta. In his opinion, as long as he got Pluto, even Whitebeard would not be his opponent. However, he didn't know that in this world, it is difficult to become a top powerhouse by relying on external forces. Well, of course, except for him who hangs on the wall. Others nodded in confusion. Confidence. Yes, confidence. Chu Feng smiled and said, for the strong, self-confidence is very important. You can fail, but you can't doubt your own strength, otherwise Crocodile will end up like this. Of course, if he can regain his confidence, he can still regain his domineering power. But you guys don't have to worry about this problem. Chu Feng glanced at the 3 major forces of the Straw Hat Pirates, especially you 3. If you want to talk about self-confidence, no one is more confident than you. If nothing else, Luffy never knows how to write the word fear. Hearing Chu Feng praising them so much, the 3 of them suddenly became a little proud. Didn't expect that in Chu Feng's heart, their evaluation was so high. Don't be too proud too early. Chu Feng poured a basin of cold water, although your spirit, is enough. But your physical fitness has not yet reached the standard of condensing domineering power. So Chu Feng showed a devilish smile, are you ready to face hell? Several people shuddered. Why did Chu Feng look so scary at this time? Usopp took a step back and said, I'm just a sniper, so I don't need it. Yes, Chu Feng, I don't need a ship doctor, so I don't need it. Really? Chu Feng pushed his glasses calmly and said, do men have to retreat when they encounter difficulties? As soon as this was said, the two immediately retorted like chicken blood, retreat. There are no such words in our dictionary. As a man, how can you retreat when you encounter difficulties? Very good. Chu Feng nodded with satisfaction, then took out 5 bracelets from his pocket and said, put this on. What is this? Usopp took it and knocked it carefully, and didn't find anything wrong. But his instinct told him that there was something wrong with this thing. You will know when you put it on. Chu Feng had a faint smile on his face, full of kindness. Several people looked at each other, thinking that Chu Feng would never harm them. So they all obediently put the bracelet on their hands. Seeing this, Chu Feng put his finger to his ear and said, Kasha, according to the data I measured before, start the gravity. Yes. Gravity has been started. Bang. The moment Kasha's voice fell, all 5 people fell to the ground, with confusion and shock on their faces. What's going on? Why is my body so heavy all of a sudden? That's it. Chu Feng, is this your fault? This is my exercise plan. Chu Feng chuckled, this is a gravity bracelet. It will automatically adjust the gravity value according to your physical fitness, so as to exercise your physical fitness. Don't worry, I won't let you die. You asked to learn this on your own initiative, but I didn't force you. This is a treasure he prepared in advance, and he doesn't give it to ordinary people. This thing can exercise their physical fitness in all aspects. It won't take long for their physical fitness to reach the level of learning domineering. After that, it only takes an opportunity. Don't worry, after you adapt, it will not affect your normal life. Chu Feng said unscrupulously, the premise is that you can adapt. Under Chu Feng's setting, after they adapt to a gravity value, they will be given time to adapt. After a period of time, the gravity will be increased again. Damn it, at least tell us. Sanji said unhappily, this sudden move almost sprained my waist. I can't help it, I'm afraid some people will be scared. Chu Feng said lightly, then glanced at Usopp, you shouldn't back down, Usopp. Of course not. Usopp gritted his teeth and said, I will definitely adapt. Chu Feng, I will definitely make you look good when the time comes. I am looking forward to that day. Chu Feng shrugged, walked to the cloud chair next to him and lay down, saying, by the way, this thing will not affect your fight. With Casa watching, when the enemy attacks, just go for it boldly. When fighting the enemy, it is not to suddenly change the gravity, but to adjust it to the degree that their bodies are most adapted to. This is something that only the intelligent Casa made by Chu Feng can do. Damn it! Several people gritted their teeth and looked at Chu Feng, who was leisurely, especially when they saw Nami also lying on the cloud chair with Chu Feng, they were even more angry. Come on, Nico. Robin, the black-bellied big sister, smiled and walked to a nearby place to read a book. Looking at the eyes of several people, Chu Feng said unhappily, don't look at me like that, the gravity bracelet is a good thing, and others can't get it even if they beg for it. Hurry up and adapt, otherwise there will be no dinner today. Devil! Devil! Barbarian! Damn scientist! Glass man! Hey, Luffy, glasses man is not an insult. Listening to their words, Chu Feng was not angry at all, but laughed even more happily. Well, it feels so happy to bully them so blatantly. Nami rolled her eyes at Chu Feng, doesn't she know this guy's little tricks? Forget it, it won't do them any harm anyway. Well, this cloud chair that Chu Feng brought back is really comfortable. Sure enough, it was the right choice to let Chu Feng bring this thing with him. After a few days of training, several people have been able to adapt to the gravity on their bodies. At least before the next increase in gravity, there is no problem with normal life. Among them, Usopp was the most surprising to Chu Feng. Is this guy's physical fitness so good? He is worthy of being a man who can be a sniper on the Pirate King ship. Hey, emergency, emergency! Usopp, standing on the observation deck, looked at the distance and said, a ship was found at 12 o'clock. What, is it an enemy? Luffy suddenly became energetic. He really wants to fight now. After being harmed by Chu Feng, he really wants to hit something now. No. Usopp squinted his eyes and looked carefully. The ship has neither flags nor sails. I don't know what kind of ship it is. It can't be an empty ship. Nico Robin touched her chin and said, all the people on the ship were killed and the things were looted. After that, only the ship full of corpses and ghosts was left. Looking at Nico Robin's serious look, Nami looked at Nico Robin in shock. Hey, do you have to be so scary? Also, how can you say such a scary thing seriously? Aren't you afraid? Ghosts and so on. Thinking of this, Nami walked to Chu Feng and grabbed his arm, so that he would feel safe. What? Luffy heard the words with disgust. Empty ship. If that's the case, he can't hit anyone. But after adapting to this gravity, he always feels uncomfortable if he doesn't hit something. Zoro and Sanji probably have the same idea. Not sure. Usopp frowned as he looked at the ship in the distance. I can't see the situation on the deck, but there are indeed no sails and flags. Is it really the same as Robin said? Thinking of this, Usopp picked up the telescope and observed again. As the other ship approached, Usopp saw the situation on the other deck clearly. I saw it, it's not an empty ship. It's just that there are very few crew members on the ship, and they look listless, and there is no sense of life at all. Did they get defeated? If you think about it carefully, this situation will only occur after being defeated by others. Were the others killed? It's really pitiful. Do you want to go over and take a look? Luffy glanced at the distance and said, go over and take a look. At this moment, the sea suddenly shook, and several huge sea monkeys emerged from the back of the Golden Mary, looking at everyone on the ship with greed. They looked as if they were going to eat everyone. What is this? Usopp was so scared that he almost fell off the observation deck. 0, 0. Why are there monkeys in the sea? This is... Chu Feng looked at the sea monkeys behind him with a strange look and said, Sea Kings. Sea Kings with monkey faces are rare. At this moment, several sea monkeys moved and directly set off huge waves. What? Luffy's eyes bulged out directly. Why are there waves? Don't worry about the waves. Chu Feng glanced at Nami and said, Nami, what should we do now? Nami came back to her senses, felt the air and said, there is no wind now, quickly put up the sails and paddle with all your strength. They can only rely on manpower to escape the pursuit of the waves. You all heard it, move quickly. After Chu Feng yelled, he immediately walked to the side to help. Hey, why doesn't that ship move? Zoro, who was paddling hard, glanced at the ship he saw before and found that they didn't even move. Aren't they afraid of being swallowed by the waves? Hey, I'm talking to you. Luffy stretched his neck and shouted, big waves and monkeys are coming. Turn the rudder quickly. Otherwise you'll be dead. Luffy's voice attracted the attention of several people on the boat, and they looked up at the Golden Mary with an excited expression. It's a ship. It's a pirate ship. Brothers, move quickly, there is an enemy ship, grab the treasure quickly. Wait a minute, the big wave is coming, run away first. That will let the ship escape. Prepare the cannon. Who are you ordering, bastard? Listening to the chaotic sounds on the ship, everyone on the Straw Hat Pirates ship was a little dumbfounded. This ship is such a mess. 0-0 compared to it, the Straw Hat Pirates are much more united. It's just two extremes. They said they wanted to rob our treasure. Chu Feng said, a little unhappy. Can I blow them up? No, they will be swallowed by the waves themselves. Nami took a look and retracted her gaze. She was still plotting against them at this time. Such people don't deserve sympathy. With the distraction of this pirate ship, the sea monkeys were successfully diverted. The Straw Hat Pirates also took this opportunity to escape from the pursuit of the sea monkeys in one fell swoop. It's really annoying. Zoro leaned against the wall of the ship and said unhappily, "Next time you meet them, just chop them up." "Are you an idiot?" Nami said unhappily. "Before you chop them to death, the waves have already swallowed us up." Looking up at the sky, Nami stretched out her hand to feel it and nodded. Now the temperature and humidity have returned to normal, and it should be time to enter the climate sea area of the next island. The climate of each island will affect a certain range of sea areas, so Nami thinks they should be not far from the next island. "Hey, Robin!" Usopp, lying on the ground, looked at Nico Robin on the observation deck and asked, "Have you seen the island?" "Island?" Nico Robin said with a smile, "I can always see the island." "You should have said this earlier." Usopp opened his shark mouth and roared, "Really, what a guy who is not sentimental. Listen carefully, shout this as soon as you see an island. Brothers, we found an island. This is the most correct way, understand?" However, Nico Robin ignored Usopp, but frowned as she looked into the distance. "The fog is so heavy nearby. Are you ignoring me again?" Usopp was almost mad to death. "Listen to what people say, bastard." "Fog?" Nami frowned when she heard it. "It's very dangerous. In the case of fog, you can't see the situation ahead clearly. If you hit a reef or something, the ship may sink." Thinking of this, Nami glanced at Chopper and said, "Chopper, go check the situation ahead." "Oh. Fog?" Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, "Is it another strange natural phenomenon?" Chu Feng thought of the colorful fog, which is a good thing. "You think too much." Nami looked at Chu Feng unhappily and said, "That kind of magical fog will probably only happen once. This time it's probably just ordinary fog." "Is that so?" Chu Feng lost interest immediately after hearing this, walked to the cloud chair and lay down. It's not something strange, so he's not interested. "Hey, don't you think the ship just now is strange?" Usopp said with a strange look on his face. "There is no captain and no navigator. Not only is there no flag and no sail, but there is no motivation. They don't want to say they are pirate ships, but the way they talk is like pirates. It's weird no matter how you think about it. They lost a naval battle." Zoro said lightly, "This situation is not impossible." Lost? Chu Feng looked up at Zoro after hearing this. "I think I know what it is. Maybe this is a pirate competition. The kind where the loser takes everything from the opponent. It's a very bad competition. Although it seems nonsense to him. You have the ability but you have to go to the competition. Boring 7. Chapter 109, Special Duel, Unhappy Chu Feng. What do you mean? The others looked at Chu Feng in confusion. What is a pirate competition? They have never heard of this thing. Nico Robin remembered something and looked at Chu Feng in surprise. He knows a lot. This man, pirate competition, a competition where you can get what the other party has without bloodshed. Chu Feng said lightly, as long as you win, whether it is the other party's crew or property, you can take away all the goods. Including the captain of the pirate ship. In other words, the reason why the ship just now had no captain was because of this game. Sanji frowned, the result of this failure. Those people are probably dead. By the way, why does this game look so much like the David contest? After winning, you can take everything away. Luffy sat up and asked Chu Feng. Chu Feng looked at Luffy and his mouth twitched. Is this guy interested? Yes. It would be great if we could meet. Luffy said with anticipation, then we can get the meat on the other ship. Well, the meat snatched should taste good. Chu Feng. Chu Feng was silent for a while. For some reason, he suddenly felt that this sentence was very Luffy. Should I say he is a foodie? You are not talking about the David contest, are you? Usopp said in surprise. If that's the case, then it makes sense. It should be this name. Chu Feng touched his nose. I don't remember the name clearly, but that's what it means. David competition. I heard that there is an island called Pirate Paradise somewhere in the sea, and this competition was born on that island before. Nico Robin said lightly, in order to get better crew members, pirates compete for each other's partners in this way. Although it's a bit childish, they compete for partners in this 500 way without bloodshed. Forget it, it has nothing to do with us. Nami shook her head. Anyway, they don't need to play this game. Then, everyone, we're going to enter the fog. Chopper shouted in front. Do you want to slow down? Not for the time being. Nami walked up to the bow and said, it looks like we should be entering the vicinity of the island soon. Only when we get close to the island will there be such a dramatic change in the environment. The closer we get, the more so. Luffy gave up the previous topic and rushed to the bow and said, will there be a town on the island? It would be great if there is a shipyard. Their Golden Mary has experienced so many things and is now scarred. It was repaired below not long ago, but the leakage is too serious. It would be best to find a shipyard and let them repair it. Chopper heard Luffy's words and looked forward to the front and said, will there be excellent ship repairers joining us? If there are excellent ship repairers, they can repair the Mary better. It won't be necessary for these outsiders to destroy the ship so much. Close to the coast, ready to drop anchor. Oh! Hey! Usopp knelt on the ground and covered his chest and said, everyone listen to me. Chu Feng glanced at Usopp and roughly knew what he was going to say. Hey, Chopper! Usopp has a disease that prevents him from landing on the island. The tone was as teasing as it could be. Usopp was completely stunned. Wasn't it just his line? Chopper walked over and looked at Usopp and said with a smile, that can't be cured. He would not be fooled by Usopp now. Diseases that prevent people from landing on the island are just lies. We're here looking at the hazy coastline not far away, Luffy said excitedly, let's go to the town for a big meal. Soon, the Golden Mary docked. Looking at the situation in the distance, Nami was a little surprised. Hey! Why is there nothing here? Amazing, Luffy said excitedly, endless grassland. They had never encountered such a place before. What Sanji said with disgust, this damn place is really unromantic. It looks bald, and there probably won't be any pretty ladies or anything like that. In this kind of place. Chu Feng hesitated and said, maybe there are animals like cattle and sheep. Generally, there are cattle and sheep on the grassland, otherwise the grass would have grown so long that you can't see the distance. Luffy was immediately excited when he heard this. Wouldn't that mean there is meat to eat? Great! Luffy rushed down from the boat. Brothers, go catch cattle and sheep. In that case, Sanji jumped off the boat. Let's go look for them too. Luffy's appetite is still very scary. If you want to eat enough, you have to catch more. I'll go too. I'll go too. I say. Nami said speechlessly, what if there is danger? Zoro, who was anchoring, smiled when he heard this. This place doesn't look like a dangerous place at all. There is not even a shadow of a person. Do you think those animals can threaten them? What a joke! No matter how big the animal comes, it will only it's just a snack for them. Relax. Chu Feng came over and patted Nami on the shoulder and said, we finally got to such a place, how can we not enjoy it? Then the ship is here. Well, don't worry, our pirate ship is blessed by the elves, there will be no danger. Chu Feng smiled and gave a thumbs up, then looked meaningfully at the stern. Let's go down together. Okay. After everyone went down, a small voice poked its head out and looked at everyone with envy. He also wanted to play together. Then he fixed his eyes on Chu Feng. Did he find me? It shouldn't be, he should be hiding well. It should be an illusion. Thinking of this, the ship elf hit again. Just like Chu Feng said, this ship is blessed by him, he must do his job well. Ah Chopper, who was lying on the ground, said with a comfortable look, it's so comfortable. This is life. Sure enough, going to sea together is the right choice. Hey, everyone, Sanji looked at the distance in a daze. Have you seen a dog walking upright? Walking upright. Zoro's mind unconsciously recalled the dog on Sky Island. He seemed to be able to walk upright. Look ahead. The others looked in the direction Sanji pointed and were stunned. Because they saw a white dog that was at least 5 or 6 meters tall, and it was walking upright. Chu Feng. This is a bear, okay. Chu Feng said unhappily, obviously a bear. Why does he look like a standing dachshund? After carefully looking around, the memory in his mind gradually became clear. I know. This is Long Chain Island. Long Chain Island. Nami looked at Chu Feng in confusion. Do you know this place? I know something about it. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, all the plants here are growing long, so it's called Long Chain Island. Although it looks weird, it is. Really? Usopp looked at the animals coming from a distance and found that their bodies were all very long. Suddenly, a white dog came from a distance, and its body was longer than all the other animals he saw. Chu Feng's mouth twitched. This thing really looks like a dachshund. How amazing! Luffy leaned over to take a look. Is this really a dog? Handshake. Surprisingly, this dog really understood Luffy's words and raised his hand to touch Luffy. It stunned the others. It's really amazing. Chu Feng was a little emotional. This world is really fascinating. Then he noticed that Usopp, who was going to use his legs to get under the puppy without his hands, looked weird. How boring are you? Before Chu Feng could say anything, he heard Luffy say sit down. Bang. The sudden sitting down directly pressed Usopp down, and his eyeballs bulged out. After flipping him off, Usopp yelled, asshole, do you want to kill me? Can't you see that I'm performing for Chopper? Sorry. Luffy laughed, hey, there's a house in the distance. Let's go and have a look. Oh. Go early and come back early, Chu Feng shouted, then looked at Sanji and said, is there enough food on the ship? I always feel that the animals here are not good to eat. As for vegetables, there is no problem. The ones I bought on Sky Island before are still there. But as for meat, Sanji thought for a while and said, not enough. It's okay, I can just catch 1 or 2 sea beasts in the sea later. Chu Feng waved his hand, there is still a lot of food in the sea. As long as there is no lack of vitamins. At this time, Chu Feng heard the roar of cannons, turned around and found that a huge pirate ship appeared in the distance. The other party fired 2 huge claws and directly surrounded the Golden Mary. Obviously, they did not intend to let them leave. What do you mean? Sanji frowned. Want to fight? If you want to fight, come down. Who are you trying to scare with 2 broken claws? We are the Foxy Pirates. Don't be impatient, we want to duel with you. Duel. Zoro was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly realized and said, Chu Feng, this is what you just said. It seems that it is probably. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, boring pirate game. Boring. The people of the Foxy Pirates were immediately unhappy when they heard this. This is the sacred pirate game David Championship. It was actually called boring. Does this guy want to fight? David Tournament. Nami frowned slightly. So that's what it's called. Yes, when the captains of both sides agree to duel, the battle begins. Prologue. Now our captain is challenging your Captain Monkey. D. Luffy. Hearing his words, Chu Feng immediately turned his head and looked into the distance, with a bad feeling in his heart. Will this idiot accept it? This boring game. Others were also shocked when they heard it. Why do they feel that Luffy, this idiot, will really accept it? After your captain accepts our captain's challenge, the David tournament will officially begin. The winner can choose a crew member from the other pirate group. Even if they don't have what they want, they can take away the life or pirate flag of the other pirate ship. Ha 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 ha, Straw Hat Pirates, you will definitely not be our opponent. That's right. When they thought about the 3 wanted criminals from the Straw Hat Pirates joining their group, they felt excited. That's a bounty of more than 200 million. Then the Foxy Pirates will be even more terrifying. Pirate Flag Sanji suddenly remembered the ship he encountered not long ago. It seems we have encountered one before. Did they participate in the David tournament? Haha, you also encountered the ship of the Fangway Pirates. That ship has become a victim of the competition just now. Ha ha ha, that's the result of failure. Tisk. Chu Feng said with some displeasure, especially when he saw the captain of the Farfang Frog Pirates introducing himself with a smug look on his face. Do they think the lives of their companions are dispensable? What a bullshit rule, in Chu Feng's opinion, absolute strength is the king. Thinking of this, Chu Feng planned to take action. If he killed these guys first, he wouldn't have to play that bullshit game. Hat, are you going to take action? The people of the Foxy Pirates looked at Chu Feng with disdain and said, I'm afraid it's too late. The captains of the 2 pirate groups fired 2 shots into the air to accept the signal for the duel. And just now, he had heard the 2 gunshots. Hearing this, Chu Feng stopped his action, and his face was bulging with blue veins. What the hell is that idiot thinking? Turning his head to look at the other side, the whole person rushed to Luffy at a very fast speed, grabbed his neck and yelled, Do you know what you did, kid? Usopp also had the same expression and yelled, That's right, you don't know how terrible this game is. They obviously don't need to participate in this shitty game. It's good to win, what's there to be afraid of? Chu Feng's mouth twitched, and he let go of his hand as if he had agreed, Whatever you want. Then he showed a terrifying expression and said, Luffy, if we lose and you are still wanted by the other party, I will let you know what hell is. Because you are no longer my captain at that time. Looking at Chu Feng's expression, Luffy shuddered. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have made a very serious mistake. After a moment of silence, he said awkwardly, Don't worry, I won't lose. Humph, I hope so. Chu Feng said unhappily, and then glanced at Foxy in the distance and narrowed his eyes. You say, if I kill them all now, will no one know about this? Foxy. 0.7 What are you going to do? Fox looked at Chu Feng with horror and said, Are you going to betray the morality of pirates? If this mechanical maniac goes crazy, they might not be able to stand up to him. After all, this is a fierce man with a bounty of 88 million. He only has 24 million Baileys. Spray. Chu Feng sighed and put away his expression. Having said that, Luffy couldn't let him do it. As expected, Luffy immediately said, Chu Feng, don't do it. Don't worry, we will definitely win. And don't you think this so-called David Championship will be interesting? So, you have accepted the challenge, right? Foxy smiled proudly. Very good, let's have a few duels between pirates. He had been coveting those 3 wanted criminals for a long time. Unfortunately, Foxy didn't notice a problem at all, that is, when in the pirate paradise, there was a prerequisite for the captains to compete for the crew, that is, their own strength was enough to suppress the crew. Otherwise, it would just be digging their own graves. Ah! Luffy looked at Foxy and said, I will definitely beat you up. Fen Kautu. Fen. Fen Kautu. Foxy knelt on the ground as if he had suffered a great blow. Hey, can you speak? Our boss is easily hurt. Why be a pirate if you are so fragile? Chu Feng complained. However, people in the pirate world seem to have some problems, especially those strong ones. For example, Golden Lion, his disease is more serious. Anyway. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, Defeat them, Luffy. Oh. The Judicial Island chapter is coming soon. Please subscribe. Chapter 110, Lazy Flashlight Preemptive Strike. Listening to Luffy's voice in the distance, Chu Feng lay on the cloud chair and didn't want to move at all. This idiot actually chose 3 times. Chu Feng looked at the sky, his eyes a little distracted. The other party obviously took out the options on purpose. There are only 3 bounty criminals in the Straw Hat Pirates. Isn't it just for this? Luffy didn't realize it, which is also expected. It would be strange if he could realize it. Seeing Luffy coming back, Nami and Usopp immediately rushed up and yelled, "I can't stand you. You did a great job, Luffy." "Haha, I think so too. I'm not praising you, bastard." Luffy said with some sweat on his face, "Isn't it good to win? As for being so excited. It's easy to say." Chu Feng glanced at Luffy and said, "How do you know they won't play dirty tricks? The scum whose bounty of the entire pirate group does not exceed 5,000 challenged us. Are you sure you can beat us without some tricks? The most important thing is that the other party is a veteran in playing this kind of game. If you cheat within the rules, you still have no way to deal with it. You are really naive, Luffy." "That's right." Nami punched Luffy in anger, almost knocking the food out of his mouth. "I tell you, if you lose, I will let you know what cruelty is." Nami couldn't accept any one of the Straw Hat Pirates being taken away. And if Chu Feng was taken away, the consequences would be disastrous. Thinking of this, Nami glanced at Chu Feng, her eyes full of worry. Chu Feng smiled at Nami, "Don't worry, that Foxy doesn't dare to take me. Of course, if Foxy is really not afraid of death, you can give it a try. If I didn't care about my partner's thoughts, I wouldn't care about the bullshit pirate competition rules at all. I killed you all, so no one would know. Partners are the most important." At this time, a man came over and handed a piece of paper to Sanji. "Hey, this is for you. Write the order of your appearance on it, and then give it to our person in charge. A person can only appear twice, and once the order of appearance is decided, it cannot be changed." 08 Twice. Nami frowned and turned to look at Chu Feng. In that case, Chu Feng would not be able to participate 3 times. It's a bit dangerous, but at least he can participate twice, and it's safe even if he loses once. Looking at Nami's eyes, Chu Feng sat up helplessly, "Okay, it's just a game. But if I have the chance to beat Luffy, I won't hold back." "Sanji, what are the events?" "There are rowing, ball skills and team battles." Sanji touched his chin and said, "No limit to the number of people in rowing, 3 people in ball skills, and 5 people in team battles. It looks very interesting." "Is that so?" Chu Feng nodded when he heard it. "In that case, I will participate in the last 2. The front is up to you." Chu Feng said and lay back down. At this time, he noticed a sight, turned his head and found that it was Foxy who was observing here. Chu Feng's eyes suddenly glared and released his murderous intent to Foxy. Foxy shuddered and immediately retracted his gaze. This man must not be accepted. Foxy had a hunch that this man might not abide by the rules of this pirate game. He might not even care about the morality of pirates. What if he was brought into his camp? Would he kill him? I heard that he was a mechanical maniac. If he was not well treated, the entire Foxy Pirates would not be his opponent. Looking at Foxy's frightened look, Chu Feng suddenly felt bored. This trash dared to challenge their Straw Hat Pirates. How ignorant! Soon, the personnel of both sides were determined and handed over to the host at the same time. "Okay, the 2 teams have submitted the list now. Let's start the announcement. First is the Straw Hat team. The first round, the Round the Island kayaking race. The participants, all the Straw Hat Pirates except Chu Feng. Actually, I have a disease that can't compete," Usopp said, covering his chest. "Why should I participate in this boring game? Do you think I want to?" Nami said unhappily. "Okay, stop talking nonsense. Be prepared. Once they fail, no matter who is chosen, it is not the result they want." Thinking of this, Nami tensed up. Full of energy. "It's just a competition, and she's no pushover. Second round, ball skills competition, participants, Rorino Azoro, Sanji, and Chu Feng. Humph, don't hold me back. Zoro glanced at Sanji and said. That's what I want to say, too. The two of them put their heads together fiercely, competing with each other. Nami was helpless. How could you be like children? Round 3, roller skating chase, contestants, Monkey D. Luffy, Chu Feng, Nico Robin, Tony, Chopper and Usopp. Okay, now let me explain the rules. All teams can only use 2 wooden oars and 3 empty barrels to make a boat. If any other materials are used, they will be disqualified immediately. The winner will have a banquet, and the loser will fall into the deep sea. The Ruthless David competition officially begins. Oh! After hearing the host's words, Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, Do you need my help? Although there are only simple materials, he can still make high-tech in his hands. No need. Luffy waved his hand and said, Playing games, it must be fair and just to be interesting. Fair and just, Chu Feng said meaningfully, I hope you don't regret it. Then he lay on the cloud chair and stopped talking. Anyway, they will know what it means to suffer in a while. How can you play with you fairly and justly in someone else's home court? Forget it, you will know the pain when you get beaten. By the way, while everyone is getting ready, I'll explain something. The host said, holding a piece of paper, the route is to go around this long chain island. This route looks easy, but it's actually very difficult to navigate. Once it sinks, this group will be eliminated. During the journey, guns, cannons, bombs, daggers, and other weapons are not limited to use. Those who quit midway because of fear are a shame to the pirate world. Okay, let's start the game. As soon as this was said, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates was stunned. No limit on weapons, Nico Robin said in surprise. If you say that, we will easily suffer. After all, they rarely participate in such games. Why do you think I said that just now? Chu Feng said unhappily. Wait, you will suffer. Forget it, if he is backing her up, it won't be a big problem. Looking at Poka's kayak next to her, Nami was dumbfounded. No, why is there a shark on your bow? Isn't this cheating? Can it be like this? Humph. Is there a rule that fish can't participate? Poka laughed very happily. If you don't have confidence, just admit defeat now. Tisk. Nami spat, admitting defeat is not her style. She raised her foot and tapped the wooden board under her feet. Nami glanced at Usopp and said, It won't sink. A small boat made of simple wooden boards or something. I've said it, I'm not a boatman. Usopp said unhappily, besides, Luffy just rejected Chu Feng's kindness. It's good to achieve this level, okay. And it's better than the wooden board made by Luffy, isn't it? Hey, Usopp. Sanji glanced at Usopp and said, Protect the ladies for me, okay. If anything else, I'll kick you to death. Usopp. It seems that I'm the weakest person here. How did you say this? Okay. The game officially begins. Usopp quickly said, Hurry up, paddle, move. Their small boat is much worse than the behemoth behind them. The most important thing is that they have a lot of boats. If they win, the consequences will be disastrous. Thinking of this, Usopp worked harder. Unfortunately, under the fierce attack of the enemy, how could the Straw Hat Pirates, who were not at an advantage, when various weapons were thrown out crazily? Bombs and shells never stopped. First, Luffy and Sanji's boats were destroyed by the opponent, and Sanji had no choice but to rescue Luffy to shore. As for Zoro and Chopper, their speed is hard to describe. When the most promising Nami and the other two were about to reach the key point, they were hit by the ability of the slow fruit and could only watch the opponent reach the key point. In the first round, the Straw Hat Pirates failed. Looking at his companions who were walking over dejectedly, Chu Feng opened his eyes and said, Let me guess, the enemy used a dirty trick, right? Hearing what Chu Feng said, Nami was immediately angry. Yes, that bastard named Foxy actually used the power of his fruit to slow us down, otherwise, we would have won. Then he talked about the situation at that time, and Chu Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of cold light. Isn't he off the field? You're playing dirty, aren't you? Thinking of this, Chu Feng sneered and said, if that's the case, don't blame me. Okay, everyone, please look here. The host laughed and said, it's time for the most anticipated part. Our foxy pirates won the first round. Now, please ask the boss to choose the other crew. As soon as this was said, all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates became nervous. Foxy smiled, paused on Chu Feng's body for a moment, and then set his sights on Luffy. But he didn't want to choose him now, after all, that would be boring. After thinking for a while, Foxy said, it's you, Ship Dr. Tony. Chopper. Bring him back to me. Chopper was shocked, is it him? Chu Feng, Don't worry, Chopper. Chu Feng didn't do anything, but looked at Chopper seriously and said, I will get you back. Then he raised his head and looked at Foxy with a horrified look and said, hey, the leader of the division. If you dare to bully Chopper, I will destroy your pirate group. I mean what I say. Foxy shuddered when he heard it, and then pretended to be indifferent and said, this is my lovely crew member, how could I bully him? Then he picked up Chopper and rubbed his face against him, and his eyes lit up immediately. This is a rare species, and the skin is softer than expected. It's so comfortable. Chopper. Nami looked at Chopper worriedly, then glanced at Chu Feng and said, is it really okay? Ah. After Chu Feng finished speaking, he glanced at Luffy and said, are you satisfied this time? Looking at Chopper crying on the high platform, Chu Feng really wanted to beat this bastard. Why do you have to take on such a boring game? Brothers, Chopper shouted at the top of his lungs, I went out to sea just to be with you guys. No, I don't want this. Luffy invited me to go out to sea. I don't want to be with a guy like that. I'm the ship's doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates, Tony. Chopper. Looking at Chopper's tearful face and these words, Nami felt her heart was about to break. Luffy was silent. For the first time, he felt that he had done something wrong. Boom! The angry Zoro directly inserted the bottle in his hand into the ground, and said with a dark face, don't cry like that, Chopper. It's so embarrassing. If you want to go out to sea, you have to be responsible for yourself. No matter where you are killed, it's your own responsibility. Don't blame others. We accepted this challenge. Usopp, and you have tried your best. No one in the world of pirates will sympathize with such tears. If you are a man, just grit your teeth and watch this game. What are you talking about? Nami was immediately unhappy. Do you understand his feelings? 503. It's already this time, you still say this, don't you see that Chopper has already cried? Zoro understands very well. Chu Feng grabbed Nami and said, that's why he said this. At this time, Chopper didn't need words of comfort, because that was the most powerless. You are worthy of it, Zoro. Hey, Chopper. If you are a man, just sit there quietly and watch how we win the game. Brothers, do you have confidence? Yes. Looking at his companions, Chopper was stunned. He felt warm in his heart and understood what he should do. QQ search skirt 975632410. He wiped his tears and sat down with a calm face. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Chopper was full of confidence in his companions at this time. Let's start the second round quickly. Chu Feng looked at Foxy coldly and said, we will win Chopper back. After the game is over. Humph. Foxy swallowed his saliva at Chu Feng's eyes, and then said, then you have to have this ability. Okay, let's start the second round. Foxy glanced at the host and signaled him to start. The host swallowed his saliva and nodded when he heard the words. The momentum of this group of people is really terrifying. Ahem, let me first explain the rules of the ball game. There are 2 goals on the field. Get the ball in and you win. But the ball is not an ordinary ball, it's a person. The 2 teams must first decide who will be the ball. Chu Feng glanced at Zoro and Sanji and said, who of you will be the ball? Why not you? I'm going to beat them up. Chu Feng said coldly. Zoro was silent for a moment, then pointed at Sanji and said, then you. The staff member put the ball directly on Sanji's head, almost didn't he make Sanji angry to death. It should be you, the bastard green algae head, who made the ball. But he didn't take the ball down. Hey, aren't there people a little too big? Sanji looked at the 3 people coming over from the opposite side, especially the guy who looked like a giant. He had a ball on his head. How to play this? Size is not a problem. Chu Feng pushed his glasses calmly, then glanced at Foxy in the distance and said, the bastard outside the court is the problem. Then he took out a flashlight from his pocket and shouted, hey, slothead. Again, scolding me again. Foxy turned his head and looked at Chu Feng, and the whole person was not good. Hello. Chu Feng raised the corner of his mouth and pressed the flashlight switch in his hand. Lazy flashlight, start. Ah. Foxy suddenly became listless. I'm going to lie down for a while, you guys continue. Call me after you win. Asshole, what did you do? Baki roared. Just let him be quiet for a while. Chu Feng said lightly. After all, his fruit ability is a bit disgusting, so it is better to take the initiative. Chapter 111, Big Pill. Feel the anger of the giant. Well done. Sanji gave a thumbs up and said, this bastard just used that strange light to hinder Robin and the others. Otherwise, we would have won. Although he didn't know what Chu Feng did, he could still see the state of the split head. Similar to a hypnotic prop. Damn, so despicable. Bo Chi looked at Chu Feng and gritted his teeth and said, you actually played a dirty trick. Chu Feng. Are you deaf or what? Chu Feng was a little speechless. Can't you hear what my partner said just now? You used your ability to interfere with us first, why can't I? And I just shut up this uncertain factor. The ability of the slow fruit is indeed a bit disgusting, and it can be said that it is a natural ability that counters speed. It is similar to his snail slow liquid. Bo Chi opened his mouth when he heard that, and was a little embarrassed for a moment. It seemed that it was indeed their boss's problem before. Boss, are you okay? Bo Chi glanced at Foxy and asked. Foxy opened his eyes and said, I'm fine, I want to sleep, don't disturb me. Then he lay down again and fell asleep in seconds. Bo Chi. Do you have to be so fast? This man's hypnotic ability is really terrifying. Chu Feng snorted, looked back at Zoro and Sanji, and was stunned for a moment. What are you doing? We are deciding who will be the ball. Sanji said unhappily, come on, rock paper scissors. Chu Feng's mouth twitched, is he a child? Turning his head and looking at the hybrid of the giant and the fishman in the distance, he narrowed his eyes, you actually sent such a toy to play this game with us. No wonder the host said that they have never lost. How can ordinary people beat this giant? But this time you may be disappointed, turning into a giant or something, it is not a difficult thing for him. Hey, you bastard, you were slow just now. Sanji said with a displeased face, do it again. Bullshit, I won and I won. Zoro snorted and said, I win no matter what I do. Anyway, he will not lose when competing with Sanji, this bastard. At least that's what he thinks. Hey! You are talking nonsense. I'm talking about rock paper scissors again. If it weren't for the game now, Sanji really wanted to kiss Zoro, this bastard, on the face with his 50-yard big feet. Looking at the 2 guys who were still quarreling, Nami was speechless. What are you doing, idiots? Pulling Nico Robin, signaling her to think of a way. Nico Robin smiled, looked at Sanji and said, Sanji-kun, that ball is a good match for you. Sanji immediately gave up the idea of competing with Zoro, raised his hand and shouted, I'm the winner. I was born to be the ball player. Chu Feng looked at Sanji with a look of idiocy. Are you so unsteady in your position? It's really a good match, like a Prince Zoro's mouth corners raised, it's just an idiot country. Chu Feng was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and looked at Zoro in surprise. This guy is really right, Sanji is really the prince of the Vinsmoke family. Sanji heard Zoro's words, and veins on his face suddenly popped up. What did you say? Turned around and kicked him. What a bullshit game, I don't care. Now he just wants to beat up Zoro, the bastard. Zoro, who dodged Sanji's kick, raised his head and yelled, asshole, you want to fight, right? Come on. So the two of them started fighting on the court. This scene stunned the people around them. Aren't they partners? Is this a case of internal evidence? Looking at the two guys who were still fighting, Nami said with a dark face, go to the game. Otherwise, she would let these two bastards feel what the iron fist of punishment is. The two stopped their actions instantly after hearing this, coughed lightly and walked to the designated position. It's better not to provoke Nami, the great demon king. Hey, it's a foul to carry a weapon, put down the knife. Zoro turned his head and glanced at the host after hearing this. He, a swordsman, was not allowed to carry a knife. That's right, this game is a ball game, so weapons cannot be carried, said the host, flying in the sky, with a smile of conspiracy on his face. A swordsman without a weapon is like a tiger without teeth. Humph, it doesn't matter. Zoro glanced at Usopp and said, hey, Usopp, these three weapons are with you first. I don't care whether I have a sword or not. They are just some scumbags, defeating them is simple. Hey, can you do it? A swordsman without a sword is equivalent to. Sanji looked at Zoro with some hesitation. What? Waste. Zoro. I can knock you down even without a sword. Angry Zoro kicked him back and started fighting with Sanji again. Have you had enough fighting? Usopp was almost pissed off. It's already this time, and you're still playing there. Humph. The two snorted and walked to their respective positions. Okay, it's time to keep everyone waiting. The host grinned at Sanji's actions and said, Sanji, the ball player of the Straw Hat team, has entered the enemy's serving circle. Next, please look forward to their performance. Hey, cook. Hearing Zoro's words, Sanji looked back at Zoro and said, what's wrong? Wait to be crushed. Sanji. Glazing at Zoro unhappily, Sanji looked at Chu Feng and said, are you okay? Of course I'm fine. Chu Feng put one hand in his pocket and said, I'm in pretty good shape. Okay then. Sanji nodded. Sure enough, Chu Feng is much more reliable than a certain green algae head. You're so nagging. Zoro said a little unhappy, then glanced at the hole in the distance and said, anyway, just put the big guy's head into the hole, right? Yeah. Chu Feng nodded, then grinned, how about it, are you confident? Of course. It seems that both players are very confident. The host waved his hand and said, begin. With the sound of the whistle, one of the enemies launched the attack first and rushed directly towards Sanji. Haha, I'll knock you down first, and then throw you over. Tisk. Sanji glanced at him with disdain, then looked at the giant Baikupanda in the distance and said, I don't have time to play with you. Just take him down. Right then the whole person flew into the air, intending to use the strongest attack to kick this guy unconscious. This way you can do whatever you want. Unfortunately, the moment he landed on the opponent's arm, he slipped on Baikupanda's skin. What's going on? Sanji was numb. Why can't he stand still? What's wrong with this guy's skin? A hybrid of a giant and a fishman. Chu Feng said lightly, isn't it normal to have smooth skin? Grow your brain, Sanji. Then he looked at the man who rushed over, jumped into the air, covered his arm with armed color domineering, and punched him hard. Have a good sleep. Boom. The heavy fist instantly hit the enemy's face, knocking him to the ground, temporarily losing his combat effectiveness. Oh, Usopp was immediately excited when he saw this. Great, kill them. Tisk. Bo Chi looked at Chu Feng unhappily. Is this man so strong? He was killed with just one blow. Hey, Biko Panda. Bo Chi stood up and shouted, hurry up and kill them. There are blades in your shoes. Isn't it easy to kill them? Biko Panda was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and immediately understood. Since the four-eyed guy can defeat one of them with one blow, it proves that he is stronger than the other two. In this case, the situation is very unfavorable for them. It seems that we have to kill one of them first. Thinking of this, Biko Panda set his sights on Sanji, who was still running on his arm, grabbed his body and threw him out. Boom! Sanji fell to the ground like a cannonball, and his bones were almost broken. However, this was not the end. Biko Panda took advantage of the gap when Sanji could not get up and ran over directly. At the same time, he released the blade under his shoes. Chu Feng was stunned for a moment when he saw the blade, and then he was furious. Hey, didn't we agree not to use weapons? How dare you bastards play dirty? He looked at Sanji, who could not get up temporarily, and then looked at Biko Panda, who was about to rush over. Chu Feng rushed over quickly, kicked Sanji aside, and was stuck in place by the opponent's blade. At this moment, everyone noticed the weapon under Biko Panda's feet. Hey, you are cheating! Usopp shouted, don't let us use weapons, and then you use them. Is there such a thing? Chu Feng. Nami looked at Chu Feng under the blade and covered her mouth. Could it be that Chu Feng? Don't worry, I'm fine. Chu Feng's place in contact with the blade was covered with armed color domineering. He looked around and said, since you like to play, then I will play with you. He used both hands to directly break the giant blade on his head, and threw it to the referee's side with his backhand, almost killing him. Looking at his falling hair, the referee sat on the ground. This was the closest he had ever been to death. Don't worry, I'll settle accounts with you later. Chu Feng sneered and said, you like to play dirty, right? I hate referees like you the most. Using both hands to throw Biko Panda aside, Chu Feng walked to Sanji and said, can you still stand up? Yeah. Sanji sat up, looked at Zoro, who was fighting with another person, and said, do you need help, green algae head? No. After seeing that Sanji and Chu Feng were fine, Zoro breathed a sigh of relief and refocused his attention on the people in front of him. I'll leave that big guy to you for now. After I kill this guy in front of me, I'll come to help you. Cheating, right? Let you feel what despair is. Poke glanced at Chu Feng, then at the giant blade that he broke into pieces, and suddenly had a bad idea in his mind. Could it be that Biko Panda and his 3 men can't beat the 3 men of the Straw Hat Pirates? Isn't this a joke? Turning his head to look at Foxy, who was still sleeping, Poke gritted his teeth and walked up to him and said, the boss just ordered a monster burger. Wait for what I mean. The burger was stunned for a moment, then showed a hint of a grim smile. Understand. He jumped back to distance himself from Zoro, took out 2 huge baseball bats from his pants, and slammed them hard on the ground. Looking at the cracks on the ground, it was obvious that the 2 weapons were not light. Biko Panda also took out 2 shields from his arms, which were used to flatten people. And the man who fell down first stood up again, with a bloody tooth protruding, and took out 2 machetes. So, you guys are cheating now without telling anyone, right? Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, you think we can't do anything in your territory, right? Ha ha ha, what can you do? That's right, facing these 3 monsters, you're dead. Just surrender, Straw Hat Pirates, so you still have a chance to survive. Chu Feng did not finish, but glanced at the stands in the distance. At this time, Chopper was looking at this place nervously, with worry on his face. The moment Chu Feng looked over, Chopper immediately put away the expression on his face, as if he was a brave man. Chu Feng smiled when he saw this little guy. To be honest, I'm really angry. Chu Feng took out a pill from his pocket and said, since you like to play, then I'll play with you. Use this big pill. Watching Chu Feng eat the thing, Biko Panda's face showed a trace of doubt. Why is he still thinking about eating at this time? Is this person hungry? However, he soon found out what was going on. Chu Feng's body underwent amazing changes. In just a few breaths, he became as huge as a giant. And the other giant was only up to Chu Feng's waist at this time. Like a child. What is this? All the members of the Foxy Pirates were dumbfounded, their eyes bulged out. Is he also a devil fruit user? It's actually a fruit that can grow bigger. If that's the case, aren't they going to lose? Poca quickly came to her senses, gritted her teeth and shouted, he has no weapons, kill him. Having no weapons is different from having weapons. She doesn't believe this guy can kill Bai Kupanda and the others. Bai Kupanda and the other two immediately realized that this guy really has no weapons. Go, kill him. Oh. Go to hell. Looking at the three people rushing over, Sanji and Zoro glanced at Chu Feng standing in front of them and said, Hey, Chu Feng, is everything okay? Problem. Chu Feng snorted and said, You have no confidence in me. Just relying on these three pieces of trash. Who do you think I am? He shouted angrily, and the armed color domineering instantly covered his hands. He punched hard and hit Bai Kupanda's face hard, knocking him flying. This is not over yet. Chu Feng seized the moment when the other party was in the air, kicked the other two people aside, grabbed Bai Kupanda's feet and threw him down hard. Feel the anger of the giants. Look at me sticking onions upside down. Boom! Bai Kupanda's head was heavily stabbed into the ground by Chu Feng, directly smashing the thing representing the goal. The earth also cracked under this terrifying attack, as if it was about to be pierced. Looking at Chu Feng, who was like a demon god, all the members of the Foxy Pirates were stunned. Especially when Chu Feng's eyes swept over, they didn't even dare to move, for fear that Chu Feng would destroy them because of what happened just now. However, Chu Feng did not do anything, but said coldly, The man has entered the basket, we won. That referee, is there any problem? No. No. That's good. Chu Feng nodded, then pulled out the Biko Panda and threw it out fiercely. A moment later, there was a sound of a heavy object falling into the water from the direction of the sea, which was obviously thrown into the sea by Chu Feng. As if doing something insignificant, Chu Feng took a pill to shrink and return to his original size. He walked to the front of the crowd and looked at Chopper in the stands and shouted, Hey, Chopper! We won, come back! Oh, Chopper couldn't hold it anymore, and tears flowed from his eyes in an instant. He rushed down from the stands with his short legs and rushed into Chu Feng's arms. Chu Feng, I'm scared to death. It seems that this little guy is obviously scared of Sunday. Seeing this scene, Zoro and Sanji also laughed. Aren't they working so hard just to get their partners back? Then he looked at the crowd in the distance fiercely. How dare they play dirty? Do you really think they won't do it? Chapter 112, The Reappearance of the Ship Elf. Sensible and distressing. After twisting his neck, Chu Feng looked at Luffy and said, Hey, Luffy. They have already cheated so much, there is no need to abide by this boring game rule. After all, they didn't abide by it yet. Luffy nodded, adjusted his hat and said, Since they broke the rules of the game first, it doesn't matter. Luffy clenched his fist and looked at Foxy and yelled, Hey, divide the trough. Give us back the uncle's horse. Ah! Foxy opened his eyes in a daze, looked at Luffy with disgust and said, Really, call it this name again. Do whatever you want, don't disturb my sleep. Then he lay down and fell asleep again in the blink of an eye. Foxy Pirates. Hey, boss, get up quickly. The other side seems to be ready to fight. Quick, without your fruit ability, we can't beat them. Let's run, we are not their opponents. Looking at this group of noisy trash, Chu Feng was speechless, and didn't know why he lost his temper. He didn't know how to kill them consciously. Forget it, anyway, he killed a giant hybrid of the other side, which can be regarded as a relief. However, the death penalty can be avoided, but the living crime cannot be escaped. Now take your captain and get out. Chu Feng pointed to the seaside and said, I'll give you 5 minutes. If you can't disappear from my sight, you don't have to leave. As he spoke, he released his murderous intent. This group of guys trembled immediately, as if they were in hell. We'll get out now. Polka didn't hesitate at all. After commanding others to pick up Foxy, he turned around and ran. Polka knew very well that the man named Chu Feng was serious. His killing intention was also genuine. Perhaps the strong desire to survive gave them great motivation. In less than 3 minutes, everyone disappeared from Chu Feng's sight. Looking at the sea's defense line, Chu Feng calmly snapped his fingers. Boom! The bottom of the pirate ship of Foxy's pirate group on the coast exploded instantly, blowing a hole. This made them panic immediately, and they rushed down to repair the hole in the boat in a hurry. Yes, this is a lesson Chu Feng gave them. As for whether they can survive, it depends on their luck. The Straw Hat Pirates probably guessed Chu Feng's thoughts, and after taking a look at the seashore, they retracted their sight. What does that group of people have to do with them? Uncle Stilts, I'll give you Shirley. Luffy walked towards Uncle Stilts with Shirley in his hand with a smile on his face. We got him back. You really are. Uncle Stilts looked at Luffy with a touched face. They were just 503 and met by chance, but he was willing to help him like this. Luffy grinned and said, let's stay together in the future. You have such a good relationship, you must not separate. Uncle Stilts nodded, then noticed Sanji and said, is his injury okay? He looked miserable, probably seriously injured. Humph, this guy is a drag, but such a small injury still can't stop him. Hearing Zoro's words, Sanji was immediately unhappy. Who are you talking about dragging your feet, bastard? Want to fight? Come on. Very good, the two of them started fighting again without saying a word. Uncle Stilts was stunned. After a moment, he murmured, looks like he's in good spirits. His worries were unnecessary. Haha, it's just a minor injury. Chu Feng smiled and waved his hand, for us, it's nothing at all. Even if it's a fatal injury, it will heal after a while. This is the strength of the Straw Hat Pirates. Well, maybe it's the blessing of the world's will. Thinking of this, Chu Feng fell into deep thought. Is it the same for himself? The stilt uncle looked at the Straw Hat Pirates, took a deep breath and said, I'm sorry, thank you. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what to do. Relying on his strength, he can't get Shirley back at all. It's nothing, don't worry about it. Luffy said nonchalantly, okay, uncle, we have to leave here too. Take care of you and Shirley. The meal has been eaten and the game has been played. There is no need to stay here. Let's go to the next island for adventure as soon as possible. Brothers, let's go. Oh, after watching the Straw Hat Pirates leave, Uncle Stilts said with emotion, what an interesting group of people. You're right, Shirley. Shirley nodded, raised her head and watched everyone leave. Then she put Uncle Stilts on her back and turned away. They also have to continue their lives. On the other side, the Straw Hat Pirates have returned to the Golden Mary. Looking at the remaining wreckage on the sea, Nico Robin glanced at Chu Feng. I thought this was done by Chu Feng. Sure enough, this guy didn't just let those people go as he said. But she didn't hate this approach. Luffy stretched and said, although the process was a bit tortuous, it was pretty good overall. How dare you say that? Chu Feng put Luffy's head on the table. If you hadn't agreed to someone else's promise, how could Chopper have suffered that? Didn't you see how miserable the child cried before? Really, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Raised his hand, covered with armed color domineering, and beat him up. Others were not satisfied with watching, so they joined in. Yes. I'm sorry. Luffy, with a bruised face, sat on the ground and said sincerely, "I won't do it next time." To be honest, Luffy also realized his mistake this time. If he encountered such a thing again, he would refuse without hesitation. Partners are not chips for betting. In the final analysis, Luffy was also cheated. When he agreed, he didn't know that he needed to use his partners to fight. Otherwise, he wouldn't agree. "Really, don't you think about it? We are all pirates, how can we talk about the rules of the game?" Chu Feng said unhappily. "Not all pirate groups are called the Straw Hat Pirates. Most pirates are people who will do anything to achieve their goals. This is too normal." "That's right." Usopp looked at Luffy with a look of disappointment and said, "Next time you agree to something, please consider us. It's really tiring." For a moment, everyone thought of Luffy's brother, Ace the Fire Fist. They are obviously brothers, why is the younger brother so worrying? Okay, the matter has passed, and I guess Luffy has already known the seriousness of the matter. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, "Nami, the magnetic storage of the recording pointer is full." "Yet." Nami nodded. Chu Feng had only made something to speed up the storage of magnetism before. Even if it takes a year, 1 day is enough. What's more, it doesn't take that long here. So half a day is enough. That's good. Chu Feng glanced at Luffy. "Luffy, what do you say?" "Of course we're going." Luffy stood up and shouted with a smile on his face, "Brothers, let's go." Oh. Soon, night fell, and the Golden Mary also fell into silence. Today is Chu Feng's night watch, but this guy is not old. Instead of staying on the observation deck, he sat on the bow and said with a playful look, "Meili, you've been watching me for so long, it's time for you to come out." He had noticed this little guy a long time ago, and thought he would come out by himself, but he didn't show up after watching for so long. Meili was shocked. Did Chu Feng find him? No, Chu Feng didn't turn his head at all, how could he see him? Thinking of this, he lowered his head and thought. Is Chu Feng scaring him? When he looked up again, he found that Chu Feng had come to him without knowing when. This scared Meili so much that she fell on the deck. You. Meili pointed at Chu Feng for a long time without saying the next word. Chu Feng rolled his eyes. Little guy, are you afraid of me? We have been together for so long, are you afraid of me? Everyone has been together on a ship for at least a few months. Meili looks a little cute, probably the size of a 4 or 5-year-old child. Although he is a spirit, his facial features can be clearly seen. He looks cute. No, when did you appear here? No, how did you find me? No, you know I exist. Looking at the incoherent Meili, Chu Feng said with a funny face, I don't eat people, just talk slowly. Meili paused for a moment, then tentatively asked, when did you find me? Sky Island. Chu Feng shrugged, some little guy sneaked out in the middle of the night to repair the ship, and Usopp saw it that night. It's just that he didn't know the existence of the ship spirit. Well, that guy thought Meili was a monster. There is no way. I was sleeping in a daze in the middle of the night, and suddenly I saw something moving on the ship. Without knowing it, everyone would be scared. Oh, except Luffy and Robin. One of them didn't know what fear was at all, and the other saw through the darkness and felt that there was nothing to be afraid of in this world. Is that so? Meili nodded, and her courage gradually grew. She walked to Chu Feng's side and sat down and said, did you know I was out when you were sitting on the bow just now? Who do you think I am? You have been watching me for an hour. If I don't find it, I will be unworthy of my name as a scientist. Chu Feng said helplessly. Little guy, you are still too naive. Who do you think the person in front of you is? I am the most terrifying scientist in the world. Can you tell me when you were born? I don't know the details. Meili shook her head, but when I was conscious, I saw a golden land in the distance. Oh, by the way, there is a group of underwater creatures protecting me. Chu Feng suddenly remembered when he heard it. It should be when they were in Alabasta, when they docked for the second time. Those underwater creatures should be Kung Fu manatees. It has been so long since it was born. I'm sorry, Meili. Chu Feng reached out and rubbed Meili's little head and said, I broke your body so much. It's okay. Meili shook her head, I can feel your love and care for me. He was already very satisfied and would not ask for anything else. Didn't Luffy say that he wanted to find a shipyard? When we find the shipyard, I can naturally repair my body. Meili said with an unnatural look, yes, that's it. Chu Feng was silent after hearing this. Meili, you. Oh, by the way. Meili changed the subject and said, why are you so powerful and can make so many inventions? In Meili's view, Chu Feng is simply a person who doesn't care about what he can't do. Because he is the most handsome man in the world, Chu Feng said with a grin. Meili. Is that so? Meili's heart was full of doubts. Can the most handsome man be so powerful? Of course. Chu Feng gave a thumbs up and said, only the most handsome man can be so powerful. Well, it's fun to tease this little goo ha 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 ha. After laughing for a while in Meili's puzzled eyes, Chu Feng said seriously, Meili, if I help you build a real body and change to a bigger boat. Are you willing? Meili was silent for a while after hearing this, and then smiled bitterly, you know everything. Meili glanced at the plywood, as if she could see the keel underneath through the wood. Is there something wrong with the keel? Well. Meili sighed, the keel has already had a big crack. Maybe I will be silent after reaching 2 or 3 islands. At this point, Meili put away her pants and curled up. He stood up, and said tremblingly, Chu Feng, I don't want to leave everyone. I can't bear it. He really couldn't bear to leave these friends. They loved him so much, and he really wanted to accompany them to the end, but his body was already looking at Meili, and Chu Feng's heart was clenched. He took a deep breath and suppressed the thoughts in his heart and said, don't worry, I won't let you leave everyone. So, answer my question. Are you willing? What? Meili raised her head and looked at Chu Feng with tears in her eyes. Chu Feng had no choice but to repeat his thoughts just now. Meili was silent for a while, and then said expectantly, is it really possible? Of course. Chu Feng raised his thumb and said, who do you think I am in front of the most handsome man in the world? This little difficulty can't be difficult for me. Isn't it just giving Meili an entity? Isn't it just transferring his spiritual roots to another ship? He can do it. The reason why he didn't start to transform and repair the ship was that he was afraid that he would hurt Meili's spirit. What if the hull is seriously damaged and Meili's spirit dissipates? He has to dismantle the ship for the transformation. That's very dangerous. So Chu Feng chose a more secure way to move the ship spirit directly. Then transfer his spirit root to another ship, and put the golden Meili in his pocket. That way everything will be fine. Then Meili wiped her tears and said, I do. Of course he is willing to stay with everyone. He doesn't want to leave everyone either. Then it's settled. Chu Feng smiled and said, I'll introduce you to everyone in a while. Don't be shy and dare not come out when the time comes. It's better to tell everyone about the ship spirit in advance, so as not to be too hasty at that time, and it will be bad if they don't agree with their own approach. Especially Usopp, this guy might be very excited. After all, the one who loves Meili the most on this ship is Usopp. After all, this is a gift from his childhood sweetheart. No way. Meili stood up and said, pinching her waist, I'm very brave. It's just meeting with friends, there's nothing to be afraid of. If he hadn't met Chu Feng this time, he would be a little shy and didn't dare to come out. But now it's different. After having experience, he's not afraid anymore. He's even looking forward to meeting other friends now. Looking at Meili's appearance, Chu Feng has a sense of copyright JAVU of seeing his own child grow up. Well, this feeling is pretty good, isn't it? Meili, let me tell you a story. Okay, Meili sat down immediately, looking at Chu Feng with anticipation and said, "What will it be?" "Well," Chu Feng touched his chin and thought for a while and said, "Let's tell the story of the 7 dwarves fighting the white bone demon in order to save Grandpa Hulu." Okay, although Meili didn't understand, she felt that it looked very powerful. Chu Feng smiled and then told the story slowly a long time ago. Chapter 113, Lost Memories. Zoro draws his sword. Chu Feng has been chatting with the little guy, the ship elf, for a whole night. Although he heard some strange noises during the process, he didn't care. This is the Grand Line, and anything can appear. Maybe it's a special fish or something. Soon, the sun was high in the sky, and the little guy rubbed his eyes and said, "Chu Feng, I'm going to rest." He was born just a few months ago, and his mental strength is not particularly strong. He still needs to sleep to make up for his sleep. Okay. Chu Feng smiled and nodded. After watching the other party leave, he lay on his back on the deck. To be honest, he was a little tired after talking all night. But he could still bear it. After all, when he made the large seawater purifier in Alabasta, he didn't sleep for several days in a row. At this time, there was a bang on the deck. Chu Feng stood up and saw that it was Chopper who rushed out. He was immediately confused. "Hey, Chopper, why are you so panicked?" Could it be that Lu Fei was sleepwalking when he was sleeping, and he went up to bite him? Chopper was frightened when he heard Chu Feng's words, and the whole person quickly stepped back, leaned on the strange pole, and looked at Chu Feng with horror. The look in his eyes seemed to be looking at a monster. "Chu Feng! What's wrong with this child? Did he have a nightmare?" "But nightmares shouldn't be like this." "Who are you?" Chopper said with courage. "Where am I? Didn't he sleep in the castle yesterday?" Dr. Dolly also told him about the latest treatment methods. How come he woke up and ran to this ghost place? Was he kidnapped in the middle of the night? Thinking of this, Chopper's eyes gradually became fierce. "I'm Chu Feng." Chu Feng laughed. Looking at Chopper, "What's wrong with you? This is the Golden Mary, your home." "Impossible!" Chopper shouted, "My home is in the castle of the Drum Kingdom, how could it be here? You must have kidnapped me. I tell you, send me back quickly if you know what's good for you, otherwise I won't be polite." Looking at Chopper's unrider-like appearance, the smile on Chu Feng's face gradually disappeared. Something is wrong, too wrong. Why doesn't Chopper recognize him? Lost the memory of this voyage. Memory. Wait. Could that strange voice yesterday be that damn seahorse? Thinking of this, Chu Feng's pupil shrank, and he remembered. After the game with Silver Fox Foxy, there was indeed such a plot. Damn, why didn't he remember it yesterday? The sooner he remembered it, the sooner he could kill that guy. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng stood up. "Chopper, don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. Your memory was taken away by a strange thing, but don't worry. I will help you get it back soon." He glanced at the surrounding sea and found nothing suspicious. Chu Feng estimated that he should be hiding in that corner to check the memory of the Straw Hat Pirates for the time being. What a bad guy! Chopper frowned as he looked at Chu Feng. Although he didn't know this person, he didn't know why, but there was a voice in his heart telling him. This man is trustworthy, and he can entrust his life to him. This made him very strange, because he obviously didn't know him. It was for this reason that Chopper gradually calmed down. Chu Feng smiled at Chopper and then walked towards Nami's room. Knocked on the door and said, "Nami, I'm coming in." Nico Robin was delighted when she heard this. "Chu Feng, come quickly." Chu Feng pushed the door open and walked in, looked at Nico Robin, then looked at Nami, and immediately covered his face and said, "Let me guess, Nami's memory is gone, right?" "Nami." What else did Chu Feng say? Nico Robin was relieved when she heard Chu Feng say this, at least this sentence proved that his memory existed. He still remembered himself. That's good. I read a book here all night yesterday. When Nami woke up just now, she found that she didn't recognize me. Nico Robin glanced at Nami, her eyes full of doubts. Is she sick? No, she's not sick. Chu Feng shook his head. I didn't sleep all night yesterday either. I just met Chopper, and his memory disappeared. That is to say, something took away the memories of all the sleeping people yesterday. As soon as these words came out, Nico Robin's pupils shrank suddenly. Take away memories. This ability is a bit scary. If this person can create memories and put them into other people's brains, then can he modify other people's past at will? This is too scary. What are you talking about, Chu Feng? Nami's face was full of confusion also. Where is this? Shouldn't we be at home? She remembered that she had just rescued Chu Feng from the sea yesterday, and she introduced him to Nakago. Could it be that Chu Feng thought of her here last night? Nami immediately lifted the quilt and took a look. She was relieved when she found that her clothes were intact. Who is this woman? Nami pointed at Nico Robin and asked. Chu Feng pulled a stool over and sat on it and said, she is our partner, Nico Robin. Partner? Nami frowned slightly. Why didn't she remember having this partner? It shouldn't be. If there was such a person, he couldn't forget it. Was she knocked unconscious? Or, did this woman come to find Chu Feng? Come to rob people? Thinking of this, Nami suddenly became alert. She just rescued people, it shouldn't be that serious. Or was she really right yesterday? Chu Feng was the son of a wealthy family, and this person came to silence him. Looking at Nami's constantly changing expression, Chu Feng's mouth twitched. This can be performed in a drama. Okay, don't make up your mind there. Chu Feng covered his face and said, let's solve this problem after everyone gets up. I don't know how Luffy and the others are now. On the other side, Sanji and others have already gotten up and come to the restaurant. They sit on the sofa and observe each other. They all have a question in their hearts at this time, who are these guys? Where am I? And Sanji and Zoro have an extra voice in their hearts, why does this guy look so bad? But reason makes they steadied themselves and did not move. Usopp looked around with a cold sweat on his face, and he was not feeling well. Sanji was silent for a moment, then looked up at Usopp and said, hey, let me ask you. Do you know something? I am Sanji, the chef of Barishia, the restaurant on the sea. I should have slept in my room as usual yesterday, but when I woke up today, I found myself in this place with a bunch of you guys who came from nowhere. Do you know what happened? Could it be that someone quietly abducted him in the middle of the night? It shouldn't be. With his skills, who can do this? This possibility is too low. Usopp shook his head. To be honest, he didn't know what was going on. Zoro next to him lowered his head and thought for a moment and then said, you should be lost. Impossible x3. Even if you are lost, it should be you x3. After the three of them finished speaking, they were stunned for a moment. Why did they say this? Zoro's forehead was bulging with veins, and he resisted the urge to draw his sword and said, then tell me, what's the situation now? I was still chasing pirates on the sea yesterday, and today I'm here. Chasing pirates? Luffy was stunned for a moment, then looked at Zoro in shock and said, are you actually a pirate hunter? Yeah. Zoro nodded, then showed a terrifying expression, it seems that you are a pirate, is there a bounty? No. Forget it. Zoro immediately lost interest, just a small fish. Luffy didn't care too much, but smiled and said, although I don't know what happened, it should be you who saved me. Save you? Yeah. Luffy nodded, I just set out from Windmill Town yesterday, and encountered a huge whirlpool halfway. I had no choice but to get into the barrel, and I woke up here. Didn't you pull me out? No, we don't have any impression of this. Usopp waved his hand, he had no impression at all. How could he have saved someone? Besides, he shouldn't be in this strange place. He should have boasted at Kaya's house yesterday. Then he went home to sleep after playing with Xiao Qingjiao and the others. He didn't remember what happened afterwards. That's weird. Luffy scratched his head. How did he get out? Sanji glanced at Usopp and found that the guy's expression was a little strange, so he narrowed his eyes and said, "Do you know something?" Zoro also looked at Usopp after hearing this. He felt that the matter revealed a sense of weirdness. So let's figure out the situation first. Usopp swallowed his saliva. Why are you all looking at me? I feel very stressed when you do this. Well, in that case, let's just make up a story to blame them. Okay, I'll tell you. It's natural that you don't remember what happened yesterday. After all, we were attacked by the legendary whale. The legendary whale? Yes. Usopp nodded. I repelled the whale and saved you from being swallowed by it. Boasting is a very simple thing for him. What it turned out that you saved us, Luffy said happily, thank you. Who are you? Sanji looked at Usopp with suspicion. Why did he feel that this person was talking nonsense? Good question. Usopp was immediately spirited when he mentioned this. I am Usopp, the leader of the East China Sea pirate group. People praise me and worship me. They all call me Captain Usopp. And I have 8,000 men under my command. Zoro was no longer sleepy when he heard this. Then your bounty is very high. 00. That is, Usopp realized something was wrong before he finished speaking. This guy seemed to be a bounty hunter. Ahem, not very high. So it is. Zoro excitedly pulled out the third-generation ghost. Sorry, I can only ask you to accompany me. It happened that he had no money in his pocket, so he took this guy's head to exchange for money. Usopp shuddered suddenly. Then that's it. He just lied, so he wouldn't be hacked to death. Okay, that's it. Chu Feng kicked the door of the restaurant open, and at the same time grabbed Zoro's weapon and said, I will explain the situation to you, now be honest. Who are you? Zoro looked at the glasses man who grabbed his weapon, and he was immediately unhappy. Why should I listen to you? Why, don't you want to know why you are lost here? Zoro. What should I do? I really want to kill this guy. But he also wants to know why he is here. This is really too weird. On the deck, Chu Feng explained to everyone why they were here. At the same time, he talked about the strange voice that appeared yesterday. I suspect that it was that voice that took away your memory. Why should I believe you? Sanji looked at Chu Feng with some displeasure, especially when he saw Nami holding Chu Feng's arm. Why would this bastard be favored by ladies? Chu Feng looked at Sanji and thought to himself that he really wanted to kick him now. Forget it, this guy seemed to be like this before, the kind who treated strange men mercilessly. After taking a deep breath and calming himself down, he took out a photo from his pocket. Hey, look at this. 0. This was the photo they took on the ship before, and Chu Feng asked Casa to take it when they came down from Sky Island. It can be regarded as a souvenir. Is this us? Chopper mustered up the courage to walk up, took a look at the photo in Chu Feng's hand and said, where is this? Why does it look like it's in the sky? The reindeer is talking. Luffy looked at Chopper in shock. Why can he talk? It's so interesting. He rushed up and planned to catch him. Chopper was so scared that his hair stood on end and he turned and ran away. Sanji blew a smoke ring and said, well, for venison, the fur should be removed first, and then marinated. Chu Feng's mouth twitched. Hey, that's enough. Luffy. That's our ship doctor, you should pay attention to him. Luffy, who was biting Chopper's head, was stunned for a moment. Is this reindeer or a ship doctor? I'm not food. Chopper instantly grew bigger, and with his backhand, he made Whitebeard's signature move and hit Luffy's head hard, knocking his head dozens of meters away. Chopper. What's wrong with this guy? Why can his neck still stretch? What is that? The others were also surprised. Why would the man called Luffy? Luffy is a person who has eaten the rubber fruit, so naturally his neck can be stretched. Chu Feng waved his hand, okay, don't worry about it for now. Chu Feng took out a tablet again, put it on the ground and said, look, this is the proof that we are partners. The video played on it was their previous adventures and the happy time of having a banquet together. This was taken by Chu Feng unintentionally before. He originally planned to keep it as a souvenir, but he didn't expect it to be put to use. Seeing this, everyone immediately fell into deep thought. Are they really partners? But why don't they have memories? In short, everyone is a partner, so don't attack each other. Chu Feng glanced at Zoro and said, especially you, don't think you are still a bounty hunter. You are now a pirate with a bounty of 60 million Baileys. Chu Feng slapped the bounties of the 4 people on the deck. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, the bounty is 100 million Baileys. Luffy rushed over immediately, not caring about Chopper's fight at all. 100 million Baileys. He is so awesome. 100 million others are not so relaxed. This guy who looks a bit idiotic actually has 100 million. Chu Feng. Nami gradually tightened her arms around Chu Feng, obviously a little scared, which made Chu Feng happy. Ahem. Chu Feng coughed lightly and said, don't worry, it's okay. The second one is me, the mechanic of the Straw Hat Pirates, with a bounty of 88 million Baileys. The third one is Nico Robin, the historian of the Straw Hat Pirates, with a bounty of 79 million Baileys. The fourth one is naturally Zoro. The bounty is 60 million Baileys. And we have been sailing together for several months. Looking at the bounty, Zoro believed it this time. These people can't deliberately mobilize the navy to issue a bounty order to deceive him. In that case, he really lost his memory. Everyone looked at each other and understood the seriousness of the matter. They lost their memories for several months. 7. Chapter 114, Death Battle. Chu Feng vs Luffy. I have been waiting for a day for a long time. Will I sail with pirates too? Although she believed Chu Feng's words, Nami still had a trace of doubt on her face. Didn't she hate pirates the most? Nami, Luffy, and the others are different. Chu Feng patted Nami and said, I know that Arlong is the nightmare in your memory, and this is why you hate pirates. But it was this guy who defeated Arlong personally. Chu Feng pointed at Luffy and said, they went to Kakosia village together and destroyed the Arlong pirates with me. After that, we went out to sea together and sailed freely on this sea. Nami didn't say anything after hearing this, but after thinking about it carefully. Is this really the case? She is Chu Feng's savior, so he wouldn't lie to her for such a thing. No, that's the orange you brought from Coco Westward Journey Village. Chu Feng pointed to the oranges planted high up and said, Robin, pick one for me. Okay. Chu Feng took the orange thrown down and handed it to Nami and said, no, take a look. This is indeed the orange from my home. Nami recognized it at a glance, that's the one they helped themselves. In that case, my hometown is fine now. Yes, it's fine. Chu Feng said with a smile, you left 100 million Baileys. 100 million. Nami didn't know what she thought of and laughed, it's indeed my style. If Eren was defeated, if she still left, she would indeed leave the money behind. In that case, the money for this ship must be kept by me. Yes, yes, yes. Chu Feng immediately lost his temper. Why are you like this? Before you recover your memory? Zoro looked at Nami with disdain. What's wrong with this woman? Forget it, I don't bother to pay attention to her. As long as she doesn't provoke me, it's fine. Having lost his memory, he has no idea how terrifying Nami was back then. 503. Okay, now what we have to do is to get back the memories that were taken away. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, I just don't know where the thief is hiding now. Several people frowned, looked at each other, and looked at Chu Feng and said, then can you tell me what happened yesterday? Since they all lost their memories last night, it proves that the memory thief came here yesterday. Yeah. Chu Feng nodded. Yesterday evening, we arrived near the island in front. Nami suggested that there were too many coral reefs in front, so we dropped anchor in the sea. We decided to land tomorrow. And the reason why Robin and I didn't lose our memories is that we didn't sleep yesterday. In other words, that guy took away our memories while we were asleep. Zoro's eyes flashed with horror. If he didn't just take away their memories, but wanted their lives, wouldn't they be dead? It seems that it's probably. Chu Feng nodded. At this time, Sanji's boiled water suddenly boiled, and the sound made by the kettle was almost the same as the sound heard yesterday. All those who lost their memories looked up at the kettle. That's it. Chopper said with an ugly face, that's the sound. I heard this sound yesterday. Yes, there was another child. Sanji also remembered something, but he was not sure. But I always felt that it was something in a dream. Did he steal our memories? It's probably. Chu Feng nodded, twisted his neck and stood up. Okay, now that the clues are obvious, there is only one thing we need to do now. That is to find that brat and get his memory back. If you don't give it to me. Clang Zoro unsheathed the third generation of Kaitsuo and said, kill him. Chu Feng's mouth twitched when he heard this. It's not certain that he is a devil fruit user. What if he is killed and it's useless? You are still the same as before, simple-minded Zoro. Zoro. I really want to kill this four-eyed guy. Anyway, let's go to the island first. Chu Feng glanced at the island in the distance. There were many strange houses on it. It was probably built by those who had their memories taken away. Ha, it's really bad. Don't let me catch you, otherwise, I won't let you know why the flowers are so red. The others nodded when they heard this. In that case, let's go and look for it first. What a strange island. Looking at these strange houses around, Nami's face was full of confusion. Is there no one here? They have been here for so long, but they haven't seen a living person. No. Zoro looked around and said, they are all in the house and haven't come out. He could feel the gazes of the group of people. Do you think they know something? Usopp said curiously, let's go ask them. As soon as he finished speaking, a stack of newspapers fell from the sky. Newspaper. Chu Feng looked up at the flying news bird. Doesn't he want money? Bang! All the doors were opened and the people inside rushed out. Hey, what's wrong? Chopper panicked. Are these people going to attack them? Are they going to do it? Then the target of this group of people is not them, but the newspapers on the ground. Don't fight with me. Give me a newspaper. Damn it, how can I give you the clue? Go to hell. Usopp's eyes widened as he watched the group of people fighting over newspapers. Smoke. Could this group of people be what they will look like in the future? They fought for the newspaper to find a glimmer of possibility. Soon, after the crowd grabbed the newspaper, they ran back to their homes as if they didn't notice the Straw Hat Pirates. It's really annoying. Sanji smoked and said, let's find that guy quickly. He didn't want to be like this. Chu Feng was silent for a while, then said, this island is not small, let's search separately. If you find any suspicious people, remember to fire a flare. Chu Feng took out some flares from his pocket and gave them to everyone. He taught them how to use them, and then left with Nami from another direction. Ms. Robin. Sanji twisted his body and said, let's go together. Okay. Nico. Robin smiled, and sighed in his heart that although this chef had lost his memory, his nature was still the same. On the other side, after Chu Feng and Nami walked a long distance, Nami stopped and looked at Chu Feng and said, Chu Feng, are you trying to get them out of here so that we can leave? Chu Feng was a little helpless when he heard this. Nami, I have already explained it. Then why did you? Of course it is more efficient to find the murderer this way. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and looked into the distance and said, everyone is very strong. If you find something suspicious, you can kill the enemy as soon as possible. The reason why they were tricked was because they were not clear about the situation before. He didn't believe that everyone would be tricked when they were on guard. Okay. Nami nodded as if she was determined. She had no other way except to rely on Chu Feng. The only person she knew in this group was Chu Feng. And it was really surprising that the Straw Hat Boy was a bounty of 100 million Baileys. But why did he look stupid then? Chu Feng, was A Long really defeated? Yes. Chu Feng smiled and took out a photo, which was taken in Kokozia village. It was a photo of the two of them. The background was the ruined A Long paradise. I think you should be familiar with the things in here. Then he looked carefully and found that it was indeed the location of A Long paradise, and he was smiling so happily in the picture. Nestled in Chu Feng's arms, he looked extremely happy. Yes. Nami nodded, but tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. It's great that Kokozia village can be liberated. Okay, don't cry, if you cry, you will be like a little cat. Chu Feng raised his hand and wiped Nami's tears with a smile. But he could understand Nami, after all, she had been fighting for Kokozia village for so many years. Finally escaped from the sea of suffering, that feeling can't be understood by people who haven't experienced it. Humph! Nami snorted, enjoying Chu Feng's tenderness with peace of mind. Let's go, let's find the thief who stole our memories as soon as possible. I'm very unhappy now. He actually took away so many of her beautiful memories, this bastard. Okay. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and looked up at the large number of drones he had released. Maybe it won't take long to find the enemy. As for why they have to act separately. Are you uncomfortable in the world of two people? Chu Feng said, I'm smart. Half a day passed quickly, and Chu Feng felt numb. Is this guy so cautious? Kasha, haven't you found any suspicious people yet? No. Ah. Chu Feng sighed, this guy is really good at hiding. At the same time, Chu Feng was a little suspicious. Could it be that the real murderer is not the little boy? But they did see the little boy in their dreams. At this moment, Luffy's roar came from a distance, Chu Feng. It seemed as if there was some deep hatred between the two. Looking at Luffy running over with momentum, Chu Feng's face showed a trace of doubt. Chu Feng. What does this mean? Why does it look like he is going to fight with me? Facts proved that it was true. The moment Luffy was about to approach Chu Feng, he punched out fiercely with his fist rubber pistol. Bang! Swoosh! The sudden attack hit Chu Feng, and directly knocked Chu Feng out, and hit him heavily on the stone in the distance. Bang! The stone shattered instantly, and Chu Feng's head was buried in it. After a moment of silence, Chu Feng pulled himself out of the stone, looked at Luffy with a fake smile and said, What do you mean, kid? Stop talking nonsense, you bad guy, I'm going to knock you away. Chu Feng, it's confirmed. This idiot's memory was probably modified by that thief. Are you an idiot? Chu Feng yelled, I just told you to fire a flare as soon as you encounter the enemy, but you still got it. Nami, stay away. This guy's memory has been modified. Well. Nami looked at Chu Feng worriedly and said, Be careful. Then she ran away without looking back. She was not good at fighting at all. After seeing Nami hiding, Chu Feng focused his attention on Luffy. Don't you want to fight? I'll accompany you to the end today. Twisting his neck, Chu Feng looked at Luffy with a grim smile. Luffy, do you know? I've wanted to beat you for a long time. He never had this opportunity, but now it's great. God is so worthy of him. Then don't blame him. If he doesn't beat Luffy, the bastard, so hard that he can't get out of bed for 3 days today, he won't be named Chu. Wolf God Armor, Fusion. Armor Fusion. A set of golden armor covered Chu Feng's body, looking extremely handsome. So handsome Luffy's eyes suddenly had 2 little stars, and he instinctively wanted to touch it. But an unknown force instantly adjusted his state, and the expression on his face suddenly became fierce. If I defeat you, this will be mine. Hehe, even if you defeat me, this is not yours. Chu Feng said disdainfully, with your single-cell brain, do you really think you can control this set of armor? Not to mention that this is his exclusive armor. It's definitely the majority, let's fight. In the distance, other members who heard the voice also ran over here. Nico Robin walked to Nami's side, looked at Chu Feng and Luffy in the distance with a puzzled look and asked, what's the situation with them? Nami first glanced at Nico Robin cautiously, and then said, Chu Feng said that guy's memory was modified, and now he is regarded as an enemy. Nico Robin looked at Luffy speechlessly, this single-celled captain. Why was Nico Robin not surprised at all that he was tricked? By the way, who was in the same group with Luffy just now? It was me. Zoro said with an unnatural look on his face. Nico Robin was stunned for a moment, and then she understood. Chu Feng seemed to have said that Zoro was a road idiot, right? In other words, when they were walking together, Zoro might have unconsciously walked to other places, so Luffy would encounter the enemy alone. Thinking of this, Nico Robin felt helpless. Should we say that Luffy was unlucky, or that Chu Feng was too unlucky? Why did that person have to target Chu Feng? It seems that he modified Luffy's memory to make Chu Feng a bad guy who did all kinds of evil things. Hey, are we just going to watch them fight? Sanji came over with a cigarette in his mouth. Should we stop them? If they kill each other, it's obviously a trap set by the enemy. That damn guy is probably hiding somewhere and secretly observing here, probably laughing happily. Don't worry, Chu Feng should know his limits. Nico Robin didn't feel nervous at all. 7. He is very strong, even Luffy can't take him down easily. As for whether Chu Feng will beat Luffy hard, well, it's okay if he doesn't beat him to death, isn't it? After all, Luffy is often beaten up. Besides, there is a ship doctor here. Chu Feng dodged Luffy's fist, looked at his friends in the distance, then retracted his gaze, flew forward to Luffy, covered his fist with armed color domineering, and hit Luffy's face hard. Blast him out directly. Swoosh. Boom. Looking at Luffy who was smashed into the rock, Chu Feng laughed very happily. Luffy, you know, I have been looking forward to this day for a long time. You took the initiative to deliver it to me, don't blame me if you are beaten to death. Bang! Luffy knocked away the boulder pressing on him, and shouted angrily, stop talking nonsense. Men fight with the determination to die, how can they be afraid of a mere death? Moreover, this bastard is so bad, today he must knock him away for his friends. Really stubborn. Chu Feng snorted, and wanted to take out the laser gun, but if that thing hit Luffy, it would kill him in one go. This guy is not domineering now. Thinking of this, he gave up the idea of using the laser gun. He took a martial arts posture and said, come on, let's continue. He was domineering, and he would use his fist to hit Luffy the same way. Luffy did not rush to do it, but stood there thinking for a while. He always felt that he could become stronger. After thinking for a moment, he squatted down and compressed his body, making his skin red, and steam came out at the same time. Sure enough, Luffy felt the power in his body and laughed. He can become stronger. Seeing this, Chu Feng stopped Luffy, put away the smile on his face. This guy Luffy is really ruthless. Chapter 115, the third gear appears in advance, the angry Chu Feng. You actually used the second gear to hit me, Luffy. Chu Feng didn't know what to say for a while. Second gear. Luffy nodded thoughtfully, nice name, I accept it. But I will still knock you away. I'm going to do it. Luffy's eyes condensed, raised one hand to aim at Chu Feng, and then fiercely launched his attack rubber jaw pistol. Bang! This punch hit Chu Feng's raised arms at a speed invisible to the naked eye, making a crisp sound like hitting metal. Huo, the power is not small. Chu Feng glanced at Luffy's arm. The power of this punch was greater than the previous rubber rocket launcher. Should we say that it is worthy of the second gear? Luffy saw that the effect of this move was not very obvious, so he jumped into the air and said, "Rubber jet stamp." "It's over, right?" Chu Feng quickly disappeared from the spot and avoided Luffy's attack. Boom! The ground was instantly smashed by Luffy's attack, and a big hole was made. Seeing that Chu Feng had disappeared, Luffy was shocked. He looked around and said, "Where did he go? This guy is so fast. Where are you looking at?" Luffy. Chu Feng's voice appeared in Luffy's ears, and then he felt a powerful force hitting his back. "Get down!" Bang! The fist with armed color domineering almost cracked Luffy's bones. Swoosh! Boom! Looking at the big hole on the ground that Luffy had smashed, Chu Feng said lightly, "Although you are now in a state of hypnosis, since you have given me this opportunity, then I can't let it go. Especially since this guy actually used the second gear." Chu Feng was even more angry. Doesn't this idiot Luffy have no brains? If they encounter a person with a spiritual ability in the future, won't the whole group have to face a pirate king? Sure enough, we can't be careless. Luffy climbed up from the ground, looked up at Chu Feng in the sky, thought for a while and ran away. "Chu Feng! What is this for?" Chu Feng soon knew what Luffy was going to do. This guy actually ran to a distance and picked up a stone to hit him. That's right, he hit him with a stone. This made Chu Feng very helpless. "What are you doing? Are the children fighting?" 08 tentatively reached out to receive an attack, and Chu Feng's face changed slightly. Good power. The stone was shattered into powder the moment it touched his armored arm, which was enough to show how powerful it was. After thinking for a while, Chu Feng gave up flying. Slowly landing not far from Luffy, he waved to Luffy, "I'm down, let's continue." Luffy smiled and felt that his method worked. Then he quickly rushed to Chu Feng, rubber jet rocket launcher. Chu Feng was not to be outdone, and his armed color domineering quickly covered his arm and hammered it hard, the Quan. In the distance, the pirate group who had witnessed all this was a little helpless. "These two guys, are we just watching them fight here?" Usopp pointed to the two people in the distance and said, "There won't be any problem." Sanji thought for a while, glanced at the distance and said, "No, let's go find that thief. There is no point in staying here. Only by finding the person who stole their memories can this boring battle end. By the way, has Chu Feng's memory been tampered with as well? Why does he seem to be very angry with Luffy?" Sanji's heart was full of doubts. Did something happen that he didn't know about? Or is the memory among those that were stolen? "Who's over there?" Zoro suddenly turned his head to look at the forest in the distance, drew his sword and rushed up. "Stop! Hey, green algae head, wait for me!" Sanji threw down the cigarette in his hand and rushed over. "If it's an enemy, it would be even better. Let's go too." Nico Robin smiled, then took a look and said, "Chopper, you wait here. If either of them gets injured, you can also treat them in time. After all, these two people now look like they are really angry. If they can't stop, they will probably have to lie down." "Well, I know." Chopper nodded. "As a doctor, this is his duty. Let's go, Usopp." "Oh." Usopp nodded and glanced at Nami, who didn't move. "Isn't she going?" "I won't go." Nami waved her hand. "I'll leave the thief to you." Compared to being with others, Nami is more willing to stay within Chu Feng's sight. If I encounter any danger, as his savior, he will definitely come to save me. Is it really okay? Chopper looked at the distance worriedly. These two people are fighting a bit fiercely. Maybe. Nami is also a little undecided, but now there is no other way except to stay here quietly. Well, now we can only wait for them to catch the thief, or wait for Chu Feng and Luffy to decide the winner. The two fought for more than half an hour. At first, Luffy was able to fight Chu Feng evenly. But as time went by, it eventually became Luffy who was beaten unilaterally. However, although Luffy was beaten severely by Chu Feng and was beaten black and blue, but he still didn't give up, and still charged towards Chu Feng fearlessly. You can't even maintain the state of the second gear, do you still want to fight? Chu Feng said impatiently, if you continue to fight, you may die. He was relieved. Luffy had at least 2 ribs broken by him. If he continued like this, he would beat people to death. It was not difficult for him to beat Luffy with haki. Stop talking nonsense. Luffy struggled to stand up, panting. I beat others, and I must defeat you. He was a man of his word. He said he would beat this bastard, so he beat this bastard. It was just right to test the ability he just thought of. Thinking of this, Luffy stretched out his hand and bit his finger. Chu Feng's pupils shrank. You bastard, you don't want to. Third gear. Luffy took a deep breath and blew up his arm, like a giant's arm. Then he fiercely turned to Chu Feng. Rubber giant pistol. Looking at the huge fist coming towards him, Chu Feng immediately raised his hands to block in front of him, and at the same time protected the mecha shell with armed color haki. The next moment, bang! The powerful force hit Chu Feng's body and directly knocked him out. Swoosh! Boom! The whole person smashed directly into the sea. At the moment of smashing into the sea, Chu Feng's mood was complicated. To be honest, the power of this punch was very terrifying, and even knocked him out. But it did not hurt him. Under the shock absorption effect of this mecha, Chu Feng could only feel a slight vibration. The reason for this feeling is mainly because Luffy, the bastard, used the third gear for the first time, and it was him who hit him. How can this be justified? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. It seemed that he was not cruel enough. Thinking of this, Chu Feng immediately activated the power system of the wolf god armor, and the whole person rushed out of the sea like a cannonball. Soon he returned to the original place. But he did not see Luffy, which made him a little confused. Where did Luffy go? Casa, turn on the thermal imaging system. The thermal imaging system is turned on. Soon, Chu Feng found Luffy on a stone not far away. But why did you become smaller? Chu Feng, who flew over, looked at Luffy below with a surprised look. Is he so small? He looks like he is 3 or 4 years old. Oh, I remember, this is the sequelae of Luffy's development of the third gear. Damn, have you been discovered? After hearing the sound, Luffy ran away. Unfortunately, how could he be faster than Chu Feng? He grabbed it in his hand and looked at it in front of him. You! Before he finished speaking, Luffy raised his little fist and hit him directly on Chu Feng's face. Although the power of this punch was very small, it was a bit insulting. Interesting. Chu Feng said with a fake smile, provoking me, right? Okay, you succeeded in pissing me off. Holding Luffy's collar, Chu Feng came to the sea and threw him into the sea casually. Don't! Gurgle gurgle! I can't swim! Gurgle gurgle! Seeing that it was almost done, Chu Feng reached out and grabbed it, put it in front of him and said, Are you convinced? Then he answered with a small fist. Chu Feng! So, this pleasant process, Chu Feng continued until Luffy's body recovered. He threw it aside casually, asked Chopper to help him spit out the water, and after treating the wound, Chu Feng took off his armor. Haven't those guys caught the thief yet? Speak of the devil will appear. 4 figures appeared in the distance, among which Sanji was holding a child in his hand. Is it him? Chu Feng frowned as he looked at the child in Sanji's hand. Boy, why are you doing this to us? The child did not speak, but looked at Chu Feng with fear, then threw down the seahorse in his hand and ran away. Chu Feng was stunned for a moment, glanced at the seahorse on the ground, and some memories in his mind gradually emerged in front of him. Hey, don't run! Sanji turned around and tried to catch the man back, but Chu Feng grabbed his arm as soon as he took a step. Don't catch him! That kid is just a puppet. Chu Feng pointed at Kaiba on the ground and said, this guy is the culprit. Several people looked at Kaiba lying on the ground with a hint of disbelief on their faces. Is this possible? If it was a devil fruit ability user, they would still believe it. But this Kaiba, he can't be an ability user. Looking at Kaiba covered in cold sweat, Chu Feng said lightly, "Tell me, why do you treat us like this?" Seeing that he couldn't hide anymore, Kaiba stood up and said a bunch of incomprehensible words. "Chopper, what did he say?" "He said why he wanted to hinder me. I'm about to become a Millennium Dragon." Millennium Dragon? Chu Feng looked at Kaiba in surprise. "Just you? Who do you think you are, a little carp? And it turned into a 1,000-year dragon. A seahorse can never turn into a dragon. Unless it eats a dragon-like devil fruit in the animal system. Otherwise, it is impossible." "What do you mean?" Chopper stood beside the seahorse and translated, "Who are you looking down on? If it weren't for you bastards, I would have succeeded. But you want to get your memory back, that's impossible." After that, the seahorse turned and ran. As long as he entered the sea water, he could survive. "Want to leave?" Chu Feng sneered, blocked the seahorse in front of him at a very fast speed, and grabbed him in his hand. "Now I give you two ways. One way is to return our memories to me. The other way is that I kill you and then take back our memories. You choose." Hearing this, the seahorse's eyes moved, then nodded and muttered. "What did he say?" "He said that I must return to the sea to be able to use my abilities." Chopper explained. "Ha, do you think I'm stupid?" Chu Feng sneered, "since you don't intend to compromise, then I have to do it myself." With the armed color domineering attached to his right hand, he hit Kaiba fiercely. At this moment, Kaiba felt the threat of death. He had a hunch that if he was hit by this punch, he would definitely die. The strong desire to survive gave it powerful strength, and a large amount of red gas quickly sprayed out of its mouth, rushing straight to Chu Feng. Chu Feng's face changed, and he quickly let go of his hand and pulled away. What is this guy going to do again? Kaiba also took this opportunity to jump into the sea, turned his head and looked at Chu Feng sarcastically. Usopp said in shock, "Why can't I move?" Not only him, but others can't move either. Chu Feng tried to move when he heard this, and then found that he couldn't move either. Is this another weird law-based ability? It's true. Wolf God Armor, Fusion. Armor Fusion. In the blink of an eye, Chu Feng was wearing a suit of armor. "Casa, assist in the battle, blow this place up for me." "Yes." Chu Feng sneered at Kaiba. Although he couldn't move, his A could control the wolf god armor to move. Countless streams of light flew out of Chu Feng's wolf god armor and hit the sea heavily. It lasted for a full minute, and Casa stopped attacking until there was no sign of life in this sea area. All the members of the Straw Hat Pirates also regained their ability to move, and they all looked at Chu Feng in horror. This guy is a bit scary. The next moment, countless blue crystal lights flew out from the sea and fell on the members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Anami was stunned for a moment, turned her head to look at Chu Feng, who had removed his armor, and said, "My memory is back. 8610644746. Me too. Humph, it seems that the guy has been blown to death by me." Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, "Tisk, but this time it's not a waste. At least." Chu Feng looked at Luffy, who was still lying on the ground, and laughed. He gave this guy a beating and felt refreshed. "Chu Feng, you're really cruel." After checking Luffy's physical condition, Chopper said unhappily, "Luffy will have to stay in bed for a few days at least." "Humph, didn't you see how cruel he was to me just now?" Chu Feng snorted, "If I wasn't more skilled, I would have been beaten to death. This guy is the one who kills." Chopper hesitated when he heard this, and it seemed to be true just now. "Okay, since everyone has recovered their memories, let's leave here." Chu Feng glanced at the people who were already rushing here in the distance and said, "I'll introduce you to a Little Guis, you will definitely like it." Let's explain the matter of the ship elves in a while, so that they can be mentally prepared. Little guy Usopp was a little confused. What is that? Then he noticed the crowd rushing over from a distance. What are they going to do? They are so aggressive, why do they seem to want to kill people? Damn pirates, if it weren't for you, our memories would not have been stolen at all. That's right, all of you pirates, go to hell. Don't be afraid, let me cut it. Straw Hat Pirates. Psycho Zoro dodged a flying knife and said unhappily, what does this have to do with us? Who said we are pirates? Sanji shrugged helplessly, and then said, anyway, run. Let's go. Hey, Chu Feng, next time there is such a good opportunity, you must give it to me. Zoro grinned. He also wanted to beat Luffy. Got it, I will definitely give you the chance to beat Luffy next time. Are you a devil? Ha ha ha. Chapter 116, New Partner, Cute Ship Elf Special Spirit Cup. 3 days later, Luffy successfully woke up from his sleep. Looking at the ceiling, Luffy fell into deep thought. How did he faint? Luffy, you're awake, Chopper said with surprise. Hey, everyone, Luffy is awake. The other people on the deck opened the door and walked in. Chu Feng looked at Luffy with a playful look and said, Luffy, how do you feel? Well. Luffy tilted his head and said, why do I feel like I've been sleeping for a long time? Of course, you were beaten half to death by Chu Feng. Usopp said unhappily, if Chu Feng hadn't shown mercy, you would be lying in the sea now. Luffy. Chu Feng, why did you hit me? Chu Feng. Don't you have that memory? Chu Feng frowned, it shouldn't be, even if the memory was modified, that memory should still exist. Could it be that he beat me and made me lose my memory? Thinking of this, Chu Feng fell into deep thought. Chopper on the side was a little helpless and explained the situation to Luffy. Luffy laughed when he heard it, ha 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 ha, so that's it. I'm sorry, Chu Feng. After all, this matter was his fault, and it's okay to be beaten. Seeing him like this, Chu Feng felt a little embarrassed. He coughed and said, since you've woken up, let's go eat something first. I'll introduce the little guy to you later. Well, at worst, I won't hit him so hard next time. Luffy. If you say that, I haven't eaten for several meals. Luffy jumped up and looked at Sanji and said, Sanji, I want to eat meat. I know, I know. Sanji took a puff of cigarette, turned around and walked out. Wait, it will be ready in a while. Chu Feng, give Luffy some of the snacks in your pocket first. Chu Feng. How do you know I have snacks in my pocket? Chu Feng took out the snacks in his pocket with a puzzled look on his face and threw them to Luffy. He should not have taken this thing out in front of other people. Who do you think it is? Sanji said without looking back, I'm a chef. In front of a chef, you still want to hide the smell of food on your body. What a joke. We are all partners on the same boat. If you smell something wrong, can't I smell it? Chu Feng scratched his head. This was a snack he made before as a snack. He only ate it once. For a moment, he felt a little emotional. Sanji's nose is really better than a dog's nose. Looking at Luffy, who was eating crazily, Chu Feng said with some emotion, Luffy is worthy of it. He broke several ribs and recovered in just 3 days. Is this something a human can do? After eating and drinking, Luffy lay back on the cloud chair in the restaurant with satisfaction. I'm full, I'm full. This feeling of being able to eat as much as you want is really great. Sanji wiped the sweat from his forehead, sat on the chair and took a breath and said, Luffy is really a good eater. Turning his head to look at the refrigerator, there was almost no food in it. This was because Chu Feng had just gone out and caught a huge marine creature, otherwise Luffy would not have been able to eat enough. So, Chu Feng. Leaning against the door frame, Usopp looked at Chu Feng and said, who are you going to introduce to us? Chu Feng has been keeping his mouth shut for the past 3 days, which made him very uncomfortable. Because of the incident on Sky Island, coupled with what Chu Feng said before, he had some guesses in his mind. But he didn't dare to confirm. You are so impatient. Chu Feng smiled and shook his head, then clapped his hands and said, Mary, come out. Say hello to everyone. I hope these guys don't drop their jaws, haha. As soon as the voice fell, a little boy with a faint glow all over his body emerged from the floor, walked to Chu Feng and said, Hello everyone, I am Meili. I am also the ship spirit of this ship. Other members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Looking at the scene in front of them, everyone was stunned. He looked up at Chu Feng, and then at Meili. For a while, he was speechless. Finally, Luffy broke the silence, rushed to Meili and squatted and said, You are so interesting, why are you still glowing? Because I am a ship spirit. Ship spirit. Luffy scratched his head. Although he didn't know what it was, he felt it was very interesting. Mary. Usopp looked at Meili in disbelief, and was shocked and speechless for a while. Is there a ship spirit on the Mary? Is it because this ship is filled with Kaya's love for me? Thinking of this, Usopp actually cried. Usopp, what's wrong with you? Chopper looked at Usopp with a worried look on his face. It's okay, Chopper. Usopp wiped his tears and said, I'm just too happy. This made him feel like Kaya was with him. Is this the little guy you want to introduce to us? Nico Robin bit her lip and said, I'm really surprised. I didn't expect the legend of the ship elves to be true. You know. Yes. Nico Robin nodded, I've read the legend of the ship elves in a book. When the crew members love a ship very much, there is a chance that the ship will give birth to a ship elf. Of course, I don't know if there are other reasons. At this point, Nico Robin glanced at Usopp. The real reason can't be found out at all. Usopp thought for a moment, squatted down and looked at Meili and asked, Do you know why you were born? I don't know. Meili shook her head, I don't know the reason, but I can feel everyone's love for me. Maybe this is the reason. Usopp nodded, and he automatically included Kaya in this group. Well, she is worthy of being my childhood sweetheart, ha 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 ha. Okay, from today, our Straw Hat Pirates have added another member. Chu Feng clapped his hands and said, everyone should get along well with Meili. Well, strictly speaking, Meili has been with them for a long time. It's just that everyone doesn't know it. Sanji, let's have a party, Luffy said excitedly, to celebrate the new partner. No problem. Sanji's mouth corners rose, and then he glanced at Chu Feng. Chu Feng, please catch another sea beast back. This time let's eat on the nearby island. They did see an island just now, but because of Luffy, they did not land. Instead, they chose to stop at the seaside and wait for the record pointer to be full. But now that Luffy has woken up, there is no problem. It is just right to go to the island to find some other ingredients. Of course, the staple food must be meat. By the way, Meili. Chu Feng seemed to remember something and said, Can you eat? Meili shook her head and said, I am a spirit, and I can't eat food like you. But it doesn't matter, I am very happy watching you eat. He doesn't even need to eat, as long as the Meili exists, it can survive. Luffy said with a face full of regret, why is it like this? Not being able to eat or something, how painful it must be. Luffy simply couldn't imagine that kind of pain. Meili shook her head, it's okay, I don't care. Chu Feng touched his chin and thought for a while and said, let's do this, I'll think of a way. Everyone, get moving first. I should be able to solve this problem. After that, Chu Feng walked out and said, I'll go catch sea monsters first. Luffy's appetite is a bottomless pit. Although he said he was full just now, he can definitely eat a lot of food at the banquet. This guy's life return is self-taught. However, what they don't know is that at this time, on the other side of the island in front of them, there is an uninvited guest riding a bicycle towards the island on the other side of the sea. This person is the Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Aokiji. Alala Aokiji glanced at the island in front of him, thought for a while and said, "It's just right, let's go to the island and take a nap. It's just right that I'm sleepy, and I'm not in a hurry to travel. Well, if I'm too anxious to go back, I will be sent out by Mr. Sengoku to do a mission. So sleep as much as you can." Thinking of this, Aokiji hummed a little tune and moved towards the island. Dang 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 dang, Chu Feng raised his hand. He said, "Special Spirit Gathering Cup. What's the use of this?" Usopp, who was squatting beside Meili, looked up at the cup with a strange shape in Chu Feng's hand. "Can this let Meili drink?" "Apart from the strange appearance, there is nothing special about it. You don't understand this." Chu Feng rolled his eyes. "This thing can condense what the ship elves in nature need and turn it into a drink. And the speed is very fast. Almost after Meili finished drinking one cup, the second cup will be full. At the same time, the spiritual liquid will not flow out due to the direction of turning, and it will be well confined inside the cup. In this way, little Meili will always have something to drink. With this, Meili can drink with us. At least this will make Meili feel a sense of participation. It won't seem out of place." Really, Meili took the special spirit gathering cup handed over by Chu Feng with a look of surprise, and then found that the moment this thing touched him, it turned into a special state. Mary can take him through the wall and disappear together. "What's going on?" Mary looked up at Chu Feng, her eyes full of confusion. "So, how could my invention be a simple thing?" Chu Feng smiled and said, "This special spirit cup has been bound to you, the elf. It will be your exclusive item in the future. Remember to protect it well." "I know." Mary nodded, and her two little hands clenched the special spirit cup in her hands. At this moment, he felt that he was not holding a cup, but Chu Feng's trust in him, and also his partner's love for him. In that case, Luffy came over and smiled and said, "Let's have a party." "Oh! Quick, quick, Chu Feng, take out all the wine in your pocket." Hearing this, Zoro was no longer sleepy. "Chu Feng, I remember that you made a good wine last time, right? Quick, take it out and let me taste it." Chu Feng told him before that he wanted to brew a fine wine that had never appeared in this world. "That smell is definitely fragrant." This directly aroused Zoro's greed. How delicious would a fragrant wine be? It was a pity that it was just a concept at that time, but it is different now. Chu Feng said that it is the day to open the wine recently. Chu Feng looked at Zoro unhappily and said, "You remember this kind of thing very clearly. Really, there is really nothing I can do with you, a drunkard." He took out a few large bottles of white wine from his pocket and said, "This wine has a high alcohol content. Drink it slowly." Chu Feng had drunk the wine in the pirate world, but the alcohol content was actually not high. A person with a good alcohol tolerance will hardly get drunk. After all, the physical fitness of people in this world is terrible. "Hey, how can it be fun if you don't drink with big gulps?" Zoro didn't believe Chu Feng's words at all. He picked up a bottle and opened it. But after drinking 2 sips, he found something wrong. "Why is it so spicy?" It was like a bomb exploded in his mouth, rushing straight to his throat and stomach. After swallowing it forcefully, Zoro coughed. "This thing is a bit spicy for the throat." Fortunately, he didn't drink it directly in big gulps, otherwise he would choke to death. "Humph, I told you, this thing is very spicy." Chu Feng said unhappily, "This is 60 degrees. A higher degree can be used as alcohol. This is definitely a strong liquor." Zoro was silent for a while after hearing this, and then took another sip. He had already adapted to it and felt the beauty of this bottle of wine. "Good wine." Zoro smacked his lips. "Chu Feng, how much do you have? Except for these bottles, there are not many. Then I have to drink slowly." Zoro walked slowly towards the barbecue stall where Sanji was grilling meat. "Good wine goes well with good food, life is very comfortable." "What about mine?" Nami came up and said, "You should have drinks suitable for girls." Of course. Chu Feng took out a large barrel of fruit wine and put it on the ground. This is for you guys to drink. We men drink white wine. Oh, right. Chu Feng squatted down and rubbed the little head of the ship elf and said, for Meili, drink the spiritual liquid in your hand. This thing belongs to the essence of nature. It is useless to humans, but it is a great tonic for elves. Meili nodded and ran to the stall with a happy face. He didn't dare to think about this kind of life before. It feels so good to have a partner. Chu Feng Usopp thought for a while and said, why can you touch Meili's body, but we can't? He had discovered before that Chu Feng could touch Meili. He had tried just now, but his hand went right through. It was as if Meili didn't exist at all. Otherwise, why do you think I made that cup? Chu Feng rolled his eyes. As for why I can touch him. Because I'm Hans Ome won't say it's because I made a special simulated skin glove. Usopp. I suspect you're playing a trick on me, but I don't have any evidence. If there's no evidence, don't say you're playing a trick on me. Damn it! Usopp gritted his teeth and looked at Chu Feng's back, then said in a frustrated tone, I want to hug Meili too. This little guy is very cute. Okay, why can only Chu Feng touch her? Don't worry, it won't be long before I make a body for Meili, and then you can play together. Chu Feng waved his hand without looking back and said, come and eat now. Just now on the boat, almost everything went into Luffy's mouth. He didn't eat much at all. Let's go, Meili. Oh. Everyone was having a barbecue party on the coast, free and easy. Usopp stood in front of Meili, proudly introducing her to the past adventures, which were the stories before Meili was born. Of course, most of them were just Usopp exaggerating his bragging. Others were listening to Usopp with a smile, and they did not choose to expose Usopp at this time. Anyway, everyone was very happy, right? At this time, a voice suddenly came to Chu Feng's ears. High-level life energy reaction was discovered. Chu Feng was stunned for a moment, then walked aside and asked quietly, what's the situation? I detected a strong life energy at the other end of this island, obviously a strong man. Master, please be careful, we don't know his purpose yet. Chu Feng frowned, thought for a while, and suddenly remembered. It can't be the Admiral of the Navy, Aokiji. Thinking of this, Chu Feng's mouth corners rose wildly. Since we have met, let this Navy's highest combat power feel the charm of science. Chapter 117, The Terrifying Deterrence of the Navy Headquarters' Highest Combat Strength. After eating and drinking, the Straw Hat Pirates sat leisurely on the ground and enjoyed the feeling of the breeze blowing across their faces. Very comfortable. This is life, Usopp said with a comfortable face. Is that right, Mary? Yeah, Mary nodded her head, looking very happy. Being able to have a happy party with his friends was something he had never dared to think of before. Sure enough, very happy. Chu Feng smiled and said, there will be many days like this in the future. After all, the Straw Hat Pirates will hold a party every time they win a battle or when a new partner joins. Well, Sanji has worked hard. Chu Feng glanced at Sanji, full of admiration. This man's hand speed is really too fast, and there is no problem in providing food and drink for so many people. He can even take time to come over to eat and drink. Okay, this island looks rich in resources, let's collect some food. Sanji stood up with a cigarette in his mouth and said, just treat it as a way to digest the food. Okay. The others nodded. Anyway, they were free, so they went to take a look. However, Chu Feng looked at Zoro, who had fallen to the ground, and twitched his mouth. Forget about this guy, just throw him on the ship. It's said that you should drink in moderation, but you almost drank all the wine in your stomach. You are really not afraid? Mary looked at Zoro worriedly and said, is Zoro okay? No. Chopper shook his head, I checked him just now, he just drank too much. Then I'll go back first. Mary nodded her little head and said, there must be someone watching on the ship. Then he sank into the Mary and disappeared. Chu Feng was a little helpless. After grabbing Zoro and throwing him on the Mary, he slowly chased after him. Next, we have to face the Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes. Although his current strength is not as exaggerated as that of the Admiral of the Navy, he can still fight with him. It's a good time to test how big the gap is between himself and the peak combat power of this world. Soon, everyone arrived at the forest. After collecting a lot of food, they prepared to go back. Hey, what is that? Chopper looked at the thing behind the rock in the distance. Why does it look like a mushroom? It's so big, it must taste good. Thinking of this, Chopper ran over immediately. Chopper, that guy, actually wants to monopolize that huge mushroom. Luffy threw down what he was holding and chased after him. Stop! Chopper smiled when he heard Luffy's voice. First come, first served. However, the moment he arrived at the destination, he was stunned. Why is it a person? Isn't it a mushroom? 507 was happy for nothing. What's wrong? Luffy walked to Chopper's side, glanced at Aokiji, and was stunned for a moment, then said with some disgust, "What? It's not a mushroom." He thought it was a mushroom. It turned out to be a person. Aokiji, who was sleeping standing up, woke up after hearing the sound, took off his eye mask and looked at Chopper, and a question mark popped up in his mind. Raccoon, why is there a raccoon cat here? Chopper was immediately angry when he heard it, and opened his shark mouth and roared, I am a reindeer, look, I have horns. Really, why do you like to think of me as a raccoon cat? I am obviously a reindeer, bastard. Who are you? Aokiji looked at Luffy with sleepy eyes, and then looked at the others who followed from behind and said, why are you here? I want to ask you also, shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking others? Aokiji heard it and it seemed to make sense. Ah! Then I'll introduce myself. Aokiji scratched his face and said, I am. Aokiji. Nico Robin looked at Aokiji in shock, her face was pale. Why is he here? Looking at Nico Robin sitting on the ground with cold sweat on her head, Luffy was a little confused. Robin, what's wrong with you? Do you know him? Why are you so scared? Usopp looked at Nico Robin with surprise on his face. Usually, Robin is the calmest one. Why today? The highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, Admiral Aokiji. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said lightly, I'm right, right. Fate is really interesting. Well. Don't be so murderous. Aokiji waved his hand, I didn't come here on any orders. The weather is nice so I came out for a walk. I have no intention of taking action. Really, he was so murderous right from the start. He didn't want to take action at all. Wouldn't it be more comfortable to sleep on the ground? Then he glanced at Nico Robin and laughed, Allah! You have grown into a beautiful woman. Nico Robin. How many years have passed in a flash? The scenes in O'Hara back then seemed to be right in front of me. If he was an admiral at that time, maybe. Hearing his words, a strange thought emerged in Chu Feng's mind. This Aokiji. Could it be that he is playing a cultivation game? At the same time, Chu Feng seemed to understand something in his heart. The reason why Nico Robin can live until now is that this admiral of the Navy is behind the scenes. Because of the guilt in his heart. This time he came here, maybe because he got the information from somewhere, and knew that Nico Robin had joined the Straw Hat Pirates. He estimated that it was probably in this position, so he came here to try his luck. Chu Feng didn't believe that the Admiral of the Navy didn't have his own intelligence network. This gave Chu Feng a feeling that this Aokiji was worried about Nico Robin. It was really weird. Admiral Usopp's face suddenly showed a nervous look. How powerful is it? Let's put it this way. In the entire Navy, apart from Marshal Sengoku, the three admirals hold the highest positions. Chu Feng said lightly, the face of the Navy, do you think they are strong? One person is powerful enough to destroy a country. Well. Don't make it sound so scary. Aokiji touched his head, I'm not that scary. He can indeed destroy a country, but he won't do it at all. Why would such a person appear here? Nami's face suddenly showed a look of fear. If so, wouldn't they all be opponents together? Really, wait a minute. Aokiji looked at the group of guys who were so nervous that they were about to draw their swords and said helplessly, "Can you listen to me carefully? Didn't I say that we are just here for a walk? Don't be so excited. Besides, you are just that." That chopper hugged Chu Feng's thigh nervously after hearing this. Is he going to do it? What was it? Forget it, I forgot. Don't be so hesitant when you speak. Sanji opened his shark mouth and roared, "Speak clearly, bastard." He had no idea how strong the Admiral of the Navy was, but if this person dared to do something to his partner, he would never let this person go. What the hell is this guy? Usopp felt that he didn't know how to complain. Chu Feng, did you recognize the wrong person? How could this guy be a Navy Admiral? This guy looks like a fool. Are you sure he is the Admiral of the Navy? Hey, how can you judge a person by appearance alone? Aokiji said helplessly, "My purpose as a Navy is lazy justice." It's exactly the same as your appearance. Usopp opened his shark mouth and roared, "I'm a Navy Admiral, but I'm not sure if he's going to do it." He yelled. "You look like you have no motivation at all, so how can someone like you be an Admiral of the Navy? Anyway." Aokiji touched his head and then lay on the ground. "Sorry, I'm a little tired of standing. Lie down and talk to you." This scene made everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates speechless. Chu Feng looked at Aokiji with disgust. How did this guy become an Admiral of the Navy? Or is the reason why he loves to sleep is because of the side effect of the devil fruit ability? Just like Luffy must eat a lot of food every meal. Because his body is very special, even if he does nothing every day, just living, he needs to consume a lot of energy. And Aokiji loves to sleep. What's wrong with that guy? Kizaru is the side effect that he makes people become wretched. Aokiji glanced at everyone and then said, "Let me be frank. I'm not here to arrest you. So you can rest assured." After the Alabasta incident, Nico Robin disappeared. "I just came to confirm her news. I didn't expect that she really joined your pirate group." Hearing his words, Chu Feng understood. This guy really came for Nico Robin. Thinking of this, Chu Feng's eyes changed when he looked at Aokiji. I hope this guy doesn't have other emotions mixed in. He is really a lazy guy. Usopp touched his chin and said, "But this kind of arrogant feeling is indeed like a general." "Well, the kind of generally powerful ones." Aokiji ignored this live treasure, but looked at Chu Feng and said, "I'm curious, is the large amount of fresh water in Alabasta from your hands? Can't it be caused by natural geological movement?" Chu Feng shrugged and did not admit it. "This is also to avoid unnecessary trouble." Aokiji nodded, "It's possible, forget it, anyway, this matter is not my responsibility. But I will still send a report to the headquarters. It's not just about Alabasta, but also about Nico Robin joining your Straw Hat Pirates. The total bounty has changed a lot. 100 million Baileys, 88 million Baileys, 60 million Baileys and 79 million Baileys. How much is it? Forget it, anyway, you are now a very powerful pirate group. It's too complicated, he is too lazy to think about it. Just think of it as you praising us." Nami wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "Although I'm a little unhappy. Will this admiral really not attack them?" Rubber. Luffy shouted the name of the move and was about to punch Aokiji, almost scaring Usopp and Sanji to death. Hey, what are you doing? We can't take the initiative to provoke. The other party is the strongest navy." Usopp felt numb. "Luffy, can you consider the consequences before you do something?" "So what?" Luffy shouted with an unhappy face, "Are you going to hand over Robin without saying a word?" "He can't do it." Aokiji was speechless for a moment. "No, I said it. I won't do anything. Is this kid an idiot? This stupid energy is exactly the same as Vice Admiral Garp. He is worthy of being his grandson. That's right, Aokiji knew that Straw Hat Boy Luffy was the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp, and the Straw Hat Pirates didn't do anything bad along the way, so he didn't want to do it. Otherwise, he would have killed these people long ago. Do you really think he is a vegetarian? Seeing Luffy like this, Nico Robin felt warm in her heart. Even if facing the Admiral of the Navy, he would not give up on her. Sure enough, she did not come to the wrong place. At this moment, a few ragged people came over from a distance. You are from the Navy. The leading man looked at Aokiji and said, if you had said it earlier, we would have come out a long time ago. What's going on? Sanji looked at the group of people in surprise. Why do they look so embarrassed? Isn't this an uninhabited island? Usopp was full of doubts. Nami had just said that this was an uninhabited island. It turns out that Nami can also make mistakes. No. Aokiji glanced at the man and said, they are probably passengers who drifted to this island from a shipwreck. There are reports that a cruise ship was missing in the nearby waters a month ago. It seems that they are them. They were lucky to be able to arrive at the uninhabited island alive. I'll treat you. Chopper immediately picked up the small backpack, but he still glanced at Luffy. Go right. Luffy grinned, after all, you are a doctor. Yeah. That's right, because he is a doctor. He couldn't just watch others die of illness. After a checkup, Chopper breathed a sigh of relief. Although some people are injured, they are not serious. They can recover as long as they take the medicine I brought. But they haven't eaten for several days and are very weak. They must be supplemented with nutrition. Otherwise, their injuries will not be able to recover. They may even starve to death. Chu Feng, take out the ingredients. Sanji glanced at Chu Feng and said. Let the hungry person eat, this has always been Sanji's style. Even if it is an enemy, he will let the other party eat, and then beat the other party to death. Chu Feng was silent for a while after hearing this, and glanced at Aokiji. The ability of space will definitely be exposed when fighting with this guy. So it is better to show it in advance. Thinking of this, Chu Feng took out a lot of food from his pocket and put it on the ground. Leave it to you, Sanji. Yeah. Aokiji squinted his eyes at Chu Feng's actions, thinking in his heart, is he actually a space-based devil fruit ability user? If so, there is no way to know how many deadly things this scientist has hidden on his body. Forget it, don't think so much. Let's let this group of people eat first. Thinking of this, Aokiji closed his eyes and began to rest. Soon, the food was cooked by Sanji, and everyone was full and extremely happy. How did you get into trouble? Usopp looked at the man with some curiosity and asked, did we encounter pirates? No. The man shook his head. That day we met a giant frog that could swim freely, and he directly smashed the ship. That's why they ended up like this. Usopp. A frog that can swim freely? You are talking nonsense. How can a frog swim freely? He should be talking about the Yokozuna. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, the famous giant frog in the 7 water capitals, many people know about it. Brother knows a lot. Aokiji opened his eyes and looked at Chu Feng meaningfully, are you from the New World? Yeah. That makes sense. Aokiji nodded and sat up, if you are from the New World, it is normal to know so many things. At the same time, it is also normal that they can't find the origin of this person. After all, the New World is the territory of pirates. Hey, you guys. Aokiji looked at the victims and said, get ready. I'll help you leave here later. There is an inhabited island not far from here. Hearing his words, Chu Feng narrowed his eyes. In other words, is this admiral ready to take action? Interesting. I don't know if my laser can hurt him. Chapter 118, Chu Feng, who was cut off, faced the admiral directly. Feel the charm of science. Listening to Aokiji's words, Luffy said excitedly, "Hey, don't listen to his nonsense, this person is a navy. He is a bad guy." As soon as these words came out, the air was quiet in an instant. The victims looked at Luffy with a dull face and said, "Is there any problem? Shouldn't they trust the navy?" Luffy was stunned for a moment, and then reacted, "Ah, right, that's right. This is good. For ordinary people, the navy is their own people, and we are the bad guys. Ah ha 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 ha. Embarrassed, I didn't think of this." Chu Feng looked at Luffy with disgust, "Are you an idiot? You can't even think about such a simple thing." He didn't know what to say. "How are you going to help them?" Usopp said curiously, "There are no other ships here except ours. Or are you going to snatch our ship?" As soon as this was said, Luffy was angry again, "You bastard, you are here to catch us. Let me go, Sanji, I'm going to beat him up." Sanji, who reached out to grab Luffy, was in a bad mood. "Don't take the initiative to provoke." Aokiji's face was covered with a big bean of sweat. "I told you not to get excited. I naturally have my own way. Forget it, I'll show you." Aokiji shook his head and stood up and said, "Remember to get your things ready quickly." The others nodded. Although they didn't know what Aokiji was going to do, they quickly prepared everything. Aokiji nodded with satisfaction, "Not bad, you're not slow. Food and water have all been prepared for you." Sanji took a puff of cigarette and said lightly, "There are so many things that should be enough. At least it will be enough for this group of people to eat for more than a week." "So, what are you going to do?" "Well, it's good to work occasionally." Aokiji walked slowly to the water's edge. "What is he going to do?" Nami asked with some confusion. "Is he planning to just carry everyone and swim over there? It doesn't seem very reliable." "Frozen sea." "Frozen sea," Nami said in disbelief. "Is this possible? That's the sea, a rough sea. If it's him, no problem." Nico Robin walked to Nami's side, looked at Aokiji with a cautious look and said, "He's capable of doing all this. After all, he's the admiral of the navy." "Haha, just a trifle." Aokiji smiled embarrassedly, then walked to the beach and put his hand into the water. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes when he saw this, and thought wickedly in his heart that if he rushed over and kicked him into the sea at this time, would he drown directly him? It is probably unlikely. He should be able to react the moment he took action. After all, this is the general. At this time, a huge sea beast rushed out of the sea, roaring towards Aokiji, opening its bloody mouth, trying to eat him. Aokiji didn't even blink when he saw this, but just said lightly, "Ice Age." Buzz! In just a moment, the entire sea, including the sea beasts, was frozen. The endless ice and the huge sea beasts all showed how terrifying the power of this admiral was. "What?" Luffy opened his mouth wide, his face full of disbelief. "Is this something that human power can do? Devil fruit ability user." Sanji's face was extremely horrified. Except for Chu Feng and Nico Robin, the expressions of others were similar. "This is too terrifying. This is the strength of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters." Nico Robin's face was a little ugly, and the perception between them was like a natural chasm. It can't be crossed at all. As if he had done something insignificant, Aokiji stood up calmly, walked to the side of the victims and said, "This can last for a week, you just go in this direction. 0 We can reach the island with people in 4 days. There is plenty of time. As long as this group of people don't get lazy halfway, it will be enough. But it will be a bit cold, you must keep warm." After all, the temperature of his ice is not low. This is simply a miracle. The castaway said excitedly, "In this way, we can cross the ocean and go to other islands." "Thank you, Navy brother." Aokiji waved calmly. For him, it was just a piece of cake. Freezing an area of the sea is easy for him. You are worthy of being a Navy Admiral. Chu Feng said with some emotion, this physical strength is really terrifying. The medium for activating the fruit ability is physical strength, and Aokiji, this guy, froze dozens or even hundreds of nautical miles without changing his face. Obviously, this is nothing to him at all. It's really terrifying. Soon, the castaway left here with the farewell of the Straw Hat Pirates. Everyone turned around happily and returned to the land. At this time, Aokiji looked up at Luffy, scratched his head and said, "How can I say it? You and your grandfather are exactly the same. Monkey. D. Luffy." Luffy's face changed immediately after hearing this. Does this person still know his grandfather? At this moment, Luffy recalled the fear of being dominated by Iron Fist. Should I say you are unrestrained? Or are you unpredictable? Aokiji lowered his head and thought for a while and said, I used to be deeply cared for by your grandfather. I came here just to take a look at Nico Robin, Chu Feng, and you. When he said this, Aokiji raised his head and said with a gloomy face, Now, I still think you should die here now. Although conquest does not pay enough attention to you now, if you carefully trace your experience, you will find that you are all very courageous. Although there are not many people, you dangerous guys gather together, and it will become more and more troublesome in the future. Aokiji thought of the 4 emperors of the New World red hair Shanks. Isn't that man not a crew member, but each of them is an elite? Aokiji feels that the Straw Hat Pirates also have such potential. From the time you were wanted, what you have done until now, you have grown so fast. I have been dealing with some lawless guys, so I think your future will be very scary. Chu Feng laughed and said, Then your feeling is really accurate. Their future is not just about the word tricky. Aokiji glanced at Chu Feng, squinted his eyes and said, You don't look scared. But this is why I feel you are in danger. It's not just because of Nico Robin, but also because of this scientist. So, you are here to catch us, right? Luffy's face suddenly became angry. After all, aren't you here to catch people? Aokiji ignored Luffy, but looked at Nico Robin and said, The amount of bounty not only represents the strength of the prisoner, but also represents the degree of threat that person poses to conquest. So when you were only 8 years old, you became a prisoner with a bounty of 79 million. Although you were a child, you survived smartly and tenaciously. Betrayal and escape, curry favor with people, and use people. You have relied on your clever mind to survive in the dark society until now, and this time you chose this group of people as your hiding place. The purpose of asking this question is to know the attitude of this group of people towards Nico Robin, and also to know Nico Robin's attitude. It can be regarded as the last guilt towards a close friend. It is also a kind of repayment to Mr. Garp. After all, if Nico Robin has bad intentions, the Straw Hat Boy may be killed. That is not what he wants to see. But it is okay to beat him up. Anyway, his grandfather beat him up a lot in the past. That's right, Aokiji just wanted to test it. If he really wanted to do it, it would only take a few seconds for this group of people to lie on the ground and become ice sculptures. Hey, don't say such unpleasant words. Sanji looked at Aokiji angrily and said, What hatred do you have with Miss Robin? How dare you say such things? What an unpleasant man. I don't have any hatred, but if we talk about friendship, she escaped from me once before. Aokiji said lightly, but that was in the past. You will understand soon, and you will regret bringing this unlucky woman with you soon. The best proof is, so far, all the obstacles related to Nico Robin have been destroyed. She is the only one who survived. What do you think is the reason? Nico Robin. Aokiji's expression was a little playful, and he was looking forward to the next reaction of this group of people. Asshole, shut up! Luffy yelled with an unhappy face. That was in the past, and it has nothing to do with now. That's right. Usopp was also angry. If we talk about the past, we also have a pirate hunter and a female thief on our ship. Hey! Nami glared at Usopp unhappily. why did this idiot say everything out loud? Compared to the past, now is the most important. That's right, Robin is our important partner now, don't say bad things about our partners. Nico Robin looked at the backs of her partners with a touching face. Even in front of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, you. At this moment, Nico Robin really felt that she had not followed the wrong person. Is that so? It seems that you have a deep friendship with them. Aokiji's eyes gradually became indifferent. This is your answer. In that case, what are you going to say? Nico Robin looked at Aokiji angrily and shouted, if you want to catch me, just do it. 30 rounds of flowers blooming. Hook claws. Crack. Smash Aokiji into a pile of broken ice. Dead Usopp was a little dumbfounded. Is this the strength of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters? How is it possible? Chu Feng looked at the broken ice cautiously. He is a natural ability user. Robin's attack is invalid without haki. 0, 0. Now he is the only one who has the means to fight against Aokiji. Really ruthless Aokiji, who has regained his human form, smiled and disappeared instantly. Chu Feng's pupils shrank and he turned his head to look at Nico Robin. Ice Age. In the blink of an eye, Nico Robin was frozen. Asshole Sanji rushed up immediately. What are you going to do? He jumped up and kicked Aokiji hard. Luffy also rushed up with his arms swinging. Hat. Aokiji snorted disdainfully, stretched out his hand to grab Sanji's body, and at the same time, his other hand also grabbed Luffy's fist. The next moment, the fruit ability was activated, and ice began to appear on the two people's bodies, spreading between them. Obviously Aokiji intended to freeze them completely. What are you going to do to my partner? Chu Feng, wearing the wolf god armor on the ship, quickly came to Aokiji's side, and hit Aokiji's back of the head with his domineering fist, knocking him out directly. Swoosh! Boom! Slammed heavily into the sea in the distance. Hey, you guys! Chu Feng opened his mask and said seriously, hurry up, take Robin to the Mary and leave immediately, the faster the better. What about you? Nami looked at Aokiji who had climbed up in the distance with a worried look and said, what are you going to do? Don't worry, I will catch up with you soon. I don't want it. Luffy looked at Aokiji fiercely and said, I want to beat this guy. Luffy! Chu Feng shouted at Luffy, you are the captain, don't you know what you should do now? I will be domineering, only I can fight him, do you understand? Others staying here will only die. For the Admiral of the Navy, the number is meaningless. 0. Luffy was silent after hearing this, and then he covered his arm and gritted his teeth and shouted, then you must come back even if you die. You must survive, don't worry. Chu Feng smiled and gave a thumbs up, my adventure will not end here. Quick, take Robin and retreat. Usopp did not hesitate at all, and he and Chopper carried the frozen Robin and fled far away. After everyone left, Aokiji also slowly returned to the coast. You don't look like you want to catch us. After Chu Feng put on the mask, he said, it seems like he is testing something. Oh, Aokiji looked at Chu Feng unexpectedly, and then he had a murderous intention in his heart, brother, sometimes being too smart is not a good thing. In my opinion, your threat level is the greatest in the Straw Hat Pirates. As long as we take you down, it will not be a waste of gains. He has asked people to check the route that the Straw Hat Pirates have taken along the way. Several islands have obvious signs of change, the kind of change that should not exist. Obviously, that change has a lot to do with this Chu Feng. It's a pity that he doesn't admit it. Forget it, it doesn't matter. There is no order to capture him alive, just kill him. Admiral of the Navy. Chu Feng looked at Aokiji, and the whole person was shaking with excitement, as if every cell was cheering. There are not many opportunities like this. Allah! What a terrifying aura! Aokiji lowered his head and picked up a piece of grass, then made an ice knife. Hey, little brother, are you ready to die? Death. Sorry, the King of Hell doesn't have my name on the list. After Chu Feng finished these two sentences, he immediately said to Kassadin, turn on the overload state, and the power system is fully turned on. The super energy electromagnetic cannon is ready, waiting for my instructions. The order has been received, and it will be executed. In the dimensional space, the eyes of the Red Wolf lit up instantly, and the energy core began to gather rapidly towards the barrel in the hands of the Red Wolf. A fatal blow can be delivered at any time. After all this last night, Chu Feng pulled out a long sword that he had never used before, covered with armed color domineering, and pointed directly at Aokiji. Come on. Armed color domineering. Is this your confidence? As for this mecha, it was reflected in the intelligence, so Aokiji was not too surprised. He just thought it was very cool, but he was very cunning and restrained his thoughts. At worst, he could just kill this person and then use it to brush. You will know if you try it. Chu Feng smiled, then quickly flew towards Aokiji, turned 360 degrees, and chopped it down fiercely. Clang! Boom! The powerful force acted on Aokiji's ice blade, and even caused spider web-like cracks on the ground. What a great power! Aokiji said in surprise, what other abilities do you have? Use them together. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to use them next time. Although this kid's strength is still good, that's all. If he wants, he can freeze him in an instant. Chu Feng frowned, he could feel the other party's contempt. In this case, then try my laser gun. Admiral. Let's feel the charm of Science 7. Chapter 119, Full Fire, Super Electromagnetic Gun. Chu Feng knew very well what he should do now. First of all, he had to ensure that Aokiji couldn't chase Luffy and the others. At the same time, test his own strength. So in the first 30 minutes, Chu Feng had been relying on speed to deal with Aokiji. Although Aokiji had been trying to freeze Chu Feng with ice, it was a pity that Chu Feng could fly la. It's really tricky. Looking up at Chu Feng, Aokiji said with a headache, can't you come down and fight with me? Spray, do you think I don't know you can do the moon step? I can do the moon step, but I know very well that I can't catch up with you with the moon step. Aokiji waved his hand lightly. He had thought about this problem a long time ago. But this kid's flying speed is too fast. Is it because of the armor on his body? If it can be mass-produced in the Navy, even if it is simpler, it can greatly reduce the casualties of the Navy. Thinking of this, Aokiji looked up at Chu Feng and said, let's talk, how about joining the Navy? Chu Feng. Are you crazy? We are fighting here, and you suddenly ask me if I want to join the Navy. Looking at the silent Chu Feng, Qing Ji knew his reaction even if he couldn't see his expression. Nothing strange, the Navy sometimes also summons some not-so-bad pirates to join us. Of course, it's mainly about interests. Really, Chu Feng said disdainfully, then you've made a wrong calculation. Sorry, I don't have the idea of joining you. Navy. Even though the Navy is the group of people who protect the world in this world, but what he wants is to sail freely on this sea, not to be imprisoned in Mary Chopper's invention equipment. If someone like him really joins the world conquest, will he be let out? Impossible. We'll definitely try every means to keep him and squeeze out his value. Haha, that's not up to you. Aokiji's face darkened. Either follow me or die. You can do it first. How shameless. Aokiji raised his hand and said, Ice Bird. A huge ice bird rushed out of Aokiji's hand, rushed into the sky at a very fast speed, and bit Chu Feng's arm. Damn, I was careless. Chu Feng tried to pull his arm out, but this thing was too strong. Looking at Aokiji on the ground, Chu Feng said a little unhappy, use words to attract my attention, and then wait for an opportunity to sneak attack. Is this also something a Navy admiral can do? Well, being able to achieve the goal is the most important thing, and the process does not need to be concerned. Aokiji said lightly, and then pulled it down fiercely. As long as this guy falls to the ground, he will go up and freeze him completely. Chu Feng also understood Aokiji's idea, so he pulled out the laser gun with his other hand without hesitation. You want to catch me, dream on. He swung the laser gun fiercely and directly cut the huge ice bird apart. He opened up the power under his feet and instantly pulled away. Without Aokiji's continuous fruit ability output, the ice on Chu Feng's arm was quickly melted. It won't be that simple. Aokiji said helplessly, it would be tricky if it was. Chu Feng ignored this guy, raised his head and glanced at the Golden Mary that had already escaped far away. After dealing with it, he could leave with a super electromagnetic cannon. Where are you looking at? Aokiji's voice appeared in Chu Feng's ears, and then he kicked him hard. Do you think I didn't notice it? Chu Feng sneered, retreated instead of advancing, raised the laser gun in his hand and chopped it up. Pucci directly cut off one of Aokiji's legs. No, it should be said that it was an ice leg that turned into ice. Aokiji frowned, this kid. But he was a Navy admiral after all. Even if he had doubts in his heart, he continued to attack. Aokiji immediately changed his posture and kicked down with his other leg. This time, Chu Feng chose to attack with another weapon, covering the long sword with armament haki, and slashed at Aokiji's thigh fiercely. Clang! This time it didn't split open, but made a sound like metal collision. Ha! Why don't you use your legs to receive my attack? Well, I can't fight like this if you use haki. Aokiji's face was still calm, but brother, I also know haki. So what? Chu Feng attached armament haki to his right foot, kicked Aokiji's abdomen fiercely, and kicked him out directly. Swoosh! Boom! Directly smashed a big hole in the ground. Soon, Aokiji regained his human form again, but this time his body showed a different change. The leg that Chu Feng cut off with the laser gun seemed to have a burn. Although it doesn't look serious, it does exist. Chu Feng noticed this detail keenly, and his mouth corners rose immediately. So ice can also be used. It's really scary. Aokiji touched his head and said, can it attack the elemental me? Just now in the sky, if he hadn't felt something was wrong and actively transformed into an element in time to move the ice that belonged to his body, the injury might have been more serious. This made Aokiji's heart extremely shocked. Did this man actually invent a way to attack against natural ability users? You know, the reason why the natural system is tricky is that there are few ways to target it. In addition to the armed color domineering, either find a way to restrain this special element, such as water restraining crocodile's sand fruit. Or find a way to use the sea stone weapon to touch the opponent's body, making it powerless, so that the opponent can't even use his ability. In this way, he can be killed. There are countless people with natural abilities who have died in this world due to carelessness. This man might have a talent as talented as Vegapunk. Thinking of this, Aokiji wanted to catch him and take him back. This is a strategic scientific researcher. Even if he can't take him away, he can't leave him to the pirates. Is it a surprise? Chu Feng laughed very happily. Since there is a way to restrain the opponent, it's easy to say. In this case, deploy the weapon system, aim all weapons at Aokiji on the ground, shoot. As the voice fell, a large amount of streamer flew out from behind the wolf god armor, and various high-powered weapons smashed towards Aokiji crazily without any money. Boom! Boom boom! The entire coastline was plowed by Chu Feng. Occasionally, there were laser weapons mixed in, which were extremely powerful. This made Aokiji very afraid, and he could only be forced to use the observation haki to avoid the attack. Even if some lasers were about to attack him, he would use the Ryu Sakura haki to bounce them off. Obviously, it was not an easy task to kill him. No effect. Chu Feng frowned. It seems that after being prepared, this guy will not use his body to receive it. Sure enough, how can a person who can become a Navy admiral not know Ryuo haki? After thinking for a while, the whole person quickly rose to a height of 100 meters. Aokiji stood up and squinted his eyes at Chu Feng in the sky. What is this guy going to do? He soon knew what Chu Feng was going to do. I saw a passage suddenly opened in the air behind Chu Feng, and a huge gun barrel stretched out from it. The direction the gun barrel was aimed at was exactly below. Super electromagnetic gun, shoot for me. As the voice fell, the huge gun barrel roared. Bang! A dazzling white light appeared in the air, and in the blink of an eye it landed on the island. This is a high-powered cannon made using the characteristics of laser weapons and the thunder fruit. Since laser weapons can hurt the opponent, this cannon can do the same. Aokiji's pupil shrank, and he immediately created a large amount of ice to protect himself. At the same time, he used the armament haki to protect his entire body. He knew that in such a large range, elementalization was useless. The only way to survive was to resist. Boom! The earth was shaking, and the clouds in the sky were shattered. It was like the end of the world, so terrible. Soon, the smoke on the ground dissipated, and an extremely terrifying situation appeared in front of Chu Feng. 1/3 of the island was completely destroyed by Chu Feng's cannon, sank into the sea, and disappeared. From the sky, you can see that a large piece of the entire island is missing. You know, this is an island. This is not the most powerful weapon in Chu Feng's concept. What if it is an antimatter cannon? Will it directly wipe out the entire island? Humph, although I don't know if I can kill you, even if I don't die, you have to peel off a layer of skin. Chu Feng snorted, closed the dimensional channel, and turned to fly in the direction of the Golden Mary. 1 minute after Chu Feng left, a large amount of ice suddenly rose from the sea, spreading at a very fast speed, and soon filled the 1/3 of the area destroyed by Chu Feng. An Aokiji walked out from inside, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked up at the sky and said, "Have you left? This brat. It's a really tricky ability." Looking down at the burn on his leg, Aokiji said helplessly, "Forget it, let Borsellino come next time. Air combat is really not his home court." But Aokiji looked at the large area that was destroyed and his eyelids twitched. Although many people in this world can do this, Chu Feng is the first one who can be so terrifying with the power of technology. Forget it. Aokiji shook his head, let Mr. Sengoku worry about this kind of thing. And this Straw Hat Pirates is indeed not the kind of pirate group that does all kinds of evil. However, the report that should be filed still needs to be filed, and what the higher UPS do is not a problem he needs to consider. This brat is really cruel. Humph, I hope we don't meet again, annoying brat. Is Chu Feng okay? Mary stood at the stern and looked into the distance, which was the direction of the island just now. Don't worry, Chu Feng said he would definitely come back, so he would definitely come back. Luffy was full of confidence in Chu Feng, and he would never break his promise. But from Luffy's clenched fists, his heart was not as calm as it seemed on the surface. Nami sighed and prayed silently to Chu Feng in her heart, "You must not be in trouble." Nico Robin did not speak, but looked at the distance silently. After all, he was the Admiral of the Navy, Chu Feng. Boom! The sudden roar sounded, scaring everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates. "What's wrong? What happened?" Chopper got mad and rushed to Zoro and shouted, "What's that terrible sound? It's from the direction of the island just now." Sanji, holding a cigarette, said with a complicated expression, "It's hard to imagine what Chu Feng is going through now." At this time, the cigarette in Sanji's mouth was about to burn his mouth, but he didn't notice it, but looked at the distance worriedly. "Chu Feng, you can't be in trouble." The Admiral of the Navy. For the first time, the three major fighters of the Straw Hat Pirates felt a sense of powerlessness in their hearts, and at the same time they were more eager for haki. If they knew haki, could they have fought side by side with Chu Feng just now? Damn it! Swoosh! A sonic boom sounded in the distance, as if something was approaching rapidly. Nami immediately raised her head and said, "Is Chu Feng back? Let me see." Usopp stood up, put on his goggles and took a look, then laughed, it's Chu Feng. Chu Feng is back. Ha ha ha, Chu Feng is back. Great. Chu Feng is fine, Chu Feng is back alive. Sorry, everyone, I'm late. After Chu Feng landed on the Golden Mary, he took off his armor and said, the danger is over now. How is the Admiral? Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, still alive. But he was also injured. When he left just now, Chu Feng deliberately looked back. Although the distance was very far, the suddenly rising iceberg could still be seen. Sure enough, the Admiral of the Navy is not so easy to kill. But at least he can be injured, which is enough. At least prove that he has the ability to threaten the great Admiral of the Navy. It can be considered a gain. Nico Robin looked at Chu Feng in shock. He actually hurt Aokiji. For a moment, the impression of the invincible man in her heart suddenly had a crack. Maybe the Admiral of the Navy is not invincible. After all, he is the Admiral of the Navy. It's good that we can escape. Usopp was very optimistic. He didn't even dare to think about killing the Admiral of the Navy. Freezing a sea with a wave of his hand, such a terrifying power. But Chu Feng is also very strong, worthy of being the scientist of their Straw Hat Pirates. Zoro, who was sleeping on the deck, opened his eyes dazedly, stood up and stretched his waist and said, "What's wrong, so noisy?" Looking at the people who had relaxed, Zoro picked his ears and said, "Although the weather is good today, you shouldn't be so lax." Others. Nami's eyelids twitched, and she walked to Zoro's side and punched him twice. "How can you sleep so long without a clear conscience? They almost went to hell just now, you know." 0.7 Zoro, who was holding his head, was immediately unhappy. He just took a nap, how could he be beaten? Looking at Zoro, who was still planning to resist, Chu Feng's eyes showed a trace of pity. "Naive Zoro, you are still planning to resist." As expected, looking at Zoro's appearance, Nami became even more angry and beat him up. After the fight, Nami walked aside as if nothing had happened and directed others, saying, "Hurry up, we have to leave this sea area as soon as possible. It would be bad if the Admiral used his ability to freeze the sea." "Oh." Looking at Zoro squatting on the ground with his head covered, Meili said with some concern, "Is he okay?" "It's okay, he's taking a beating." Chu Feng smiled unscrupulously, "After all, it's not the first time he's been beaten, right?" "That's true. At least in his impression, Zoro seems to have been beaten a lot." "No. Not just Zoro, but others have also been beaten a lot." "Thank you." Nico Robin said with a complicated expression, "No one gave up on me in that situation just now, At this time, there were still hot water beads on her face, and it was obvious that she had just come out of the water not long ago. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Luffy said dissatisfiedly, "You are my partner. Hand over your partner. It's better to kill him directly." "That's right, we are partners." "Ha ha ha ha, that's right." Miss Robin Sanji twisted his body and said, "If you want to take you away, you have to defeat us first. The Straw Hat Pirates will never give up their partners." Everyone. Nico Robin's eyes were filled with tears, and she was deeply moved. "Seiren, you are right, there are really partners waiting for me on this sea. I finally found a partner on the sea. A partner who treats me sincerely." Chapter 120, The World Government's Attention. Chu Feng's capture plan begins. In the Navy headquarters, in Sengoku's office, there were only two people at this time, one was Sengoku and the other was Vice Admiral Tsuru. At this time, the two people were in a strange silence. After a moment, Vice Admiral Tsuru looked up and said, "We can't let him grow any more. It's only been a short time since he went out to sea, and he can already make such a powerful weapon. In a few years, won't Pluto have him research it?" In the past, Vice Admiral Tsuru felt that weapons that could destroy an island with one shot were a bit ridiculous, but now after seeing Aokiji's report, she feels that it is possible. Who knows how far the technology has developed in that blank history of 100 years? No one dares to say. Sengoku rubbed his brows with a headache. How come the Straw Hat Pirates are caught up with this headache again? He couldn't suppress the terrifying power even if he wanted to. In the end, he would definitely be discovered by world conquest, and then he would be charged with the crime of not avenging his love. By the way, I must also talk about Nico Robin's involvement in the Straw Hat Pirates. Thinking of this, Sengoku took out a den mushi and reported the matter to the 5 elders. As for the decision made by the higher UPS, it was not his business. On the other side, the 5 elders who hung up the phone all fell into silence. You say? The bald old man raised his head and said, could this kid have inherited some relics? What if before the war that year, the other party used some means to preserve the special technology? It's hard to say. This kind of thing doesn't matter at all. The tall and thin old man snorted and said, just catch him. It's not like we haven't come into contact with such people before. Vegapunk is one of them. That person was a free man before, wasn't he also invited back by their world conquest? This Chu Feng can do the same. The others nodded when they heard this. That's right. Let's do this. The blond old man thought for a while and said, let Carl go, he's stronger than Rob Lucci. It's just right for him to assist CP9 in completing the mission and bring back Nico Robin, Pluto's design, and Chu Feng. CP9 has been lurking in 08 of 7 waters for some years, and it's time to close the net. This is good. The black hat old man nodded, it's just right that after getting the design, Chu Feng can make it. He can make powerful weapons, and with the design, it shouldn't be a problem for him to make Pluto. All things that threaten the world must be controlled by the world conqueror, the bald old man said coldly, come here. Yes, a guard pushed the door open and walked in, saying respectfully, what do you want? Go and call Carl to me. Yes. I heard that Carl wants to enter CPO recently, right? The tall and thin old man said calmly, then give him this opportunity. As long as he completes this mission, give him a chance to be assessed. Although his strength is still a little short, if he can complete the mission, he can be rewarded. As for whether he can enter alive, that is not something they should consider. It's already so far, it shouldn't be caught up. Nami looked at the direction behind the ship and breathed a sigh of relief. There was no way, the deterrent power of the Admiral of the Navy was too great. Don't worry. Chu Feng waved his hand. If he wanted to catch up, he would have done it just now. Even though they had already escaped far away at that time, if Aokiji used his fruit ability with all his strength, the Ice Layer could still catch up. Of course, Chu Feng also had a way to deal with him. Usopp breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, and leaned against the wall of the ship weakly, slowly sliding down, and finally lying on the ground. What's wrong, Usopp? Chu Feng looked at Usopp with a puzzled look. What happened to this guy? Such a strong person, will he chase us closely in the future? Usopp said with a dull look in his eyes, will I be easily solved by that guy? Such a terrifying person, it doesn't take much effort to solve him. Maybe just one punch. Admirals of the Navy. Why are they targeting them? Go to sleep. Chu Feng waved his hand and said, you are too tired. Besides, even if we meet such a person in the future, it will be us who will fight him. As a sniper, you just need to provide good cover. This is the task of a sniper. Provide good cover. Usopp chewed these words carefully in his mouth, and nodded after a moment, I know. In a head-on confrontation, he is indeed no match for those monsters. But he can help his partners. Seeing that Usopp has adjusted his mentality, Chu Feng smiled, turned around and walked to Meili's side and sat down. How about you's body can still hold on? Meili closed her eyes and felt it for a while, then said, it's no problem to move forward 2 islands, but by then, the keel will be completely broken. This is irreversible. What do you mean? Usopp, who heard the two people's voices, immediately climbed up, walked to Meili with a nervous face and said, "What do you mean by what you said just now? Why does it sound like Meili is going to die?" Meili hesitated for a moment, not knowing whether to say it. So he looked up at Chu Feng. Chu Feng was silent for a moment, then said, "In that case, call everyone here. It's time to tell them about this matter, especially Usopp. Save yourself from making a farce of getting off the ship." After everyone arrived, Chu Feng said, "The damage to the Meili is already very serious. If it sails 2 more islands, it may sink." As soon as these words came out, the smiles on the faces of several people disappeared instantly. "What do you mean?" Sanji frowned. It may be a bit unfair to say this to Meili, but although this ship looks tattered after being repaired, it won't sink. He also checked the hull carefully, and there was no leak. "That's right." Usopp forced a smile and came up to pat Chu Feng on the shoulder. "Chu Feng, don't joke. We just escaped from death. It's not good for you to make such a joke." He didn't believe that Meili would be in trouble. "Right, Meili," Usopp said a little excitedly, "Chu Feng is really a guy. He actually told such a joke in front of you. Look, I'll teach him a lesson." Seeing everyone's reaction, Meili was still very moved. But the fact is that he can't do anything. Chu Feng is telling the truth. Meili sighed and said, "My body is already overwhelmed." "Don't say such stupid things," Usopp interrupted Mary excitedly and said, "Don't you know that a doctor can heal himself? Maybe you just don't understand it, and Chu Feng doesn't understand it either. We don't have any professional ship repairers on our ship." "It doesn't matter, Mary, you are still great now, and there won't be any problems. Here, Luffy." Usopp grabbed Luffy's shoulders and shouted excitedly, "Let's go find a shipyard and fix the Mary." "Yeah." Luffy nodded. He didn't want such a cute little guy to leave them. Chu Feng opened his mouth, and then said helplessly, "Okay, in that case, let's go to the 7-Water City to have a look. Follow the record pointer, we will arrive there soon." "But you are really impatient, and you won't let me finish my words." Chu Feng held his head and said, "Although there is a big problem with the Mary, I can separate Mary from this ship. Then he will become an independent individual and continue to sail with us." After these words, Usopp's face looked much better. But he still didn't give up the idea just now. "Chu Feng, don't say anything. Let's talk about it after we find a professional boatman. This ship has irreplaceable meaning to him." Chu Feng was silent after hearing this. He could understand Usopp's feelings. "Forget it, let's talk about it later." 3 days passed quickly, and the Golden Mary was heading towards the 7-Water capital smoothly. "Come and taste my newly made pie." Sanji came out of the cabin with a large plate in his hand, and said proudly, "This is my masterpiece. This tastes really good." Chu Feng took it and tasted it, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Even he, who doesn't particularly like sweets, thinks it's good. Sanji's cooking skills are really amazing. By the way, what is Peihu? Chopper, who was eating, looked up at Usopp and asked, "Does Usopp know?" "Of course," Usopp said proudly, "Peihu is the meat taken from the tail of the sea beast Peihu. I killed it, and it's 100 meters long." Chopper was dumbfounded when he said this, 100 meters. "You are so awesome, Usopp." "Hey, that's nothing." Usopp laughed, "It's just exercise before breakfast. You actually beat it before breakfast." "Chopper, call my name again." Chopper was stunned for a moment, then tentatively said, "Captain of the ship." "That's right. My name is Captain Usopp." "Ha ha ha ha. Captain, it really sounds very happy." Chu Feng looked at Usopp with a strange expression, 100 meters long, and it's the meat on the tail. "You are worthy of it, Usopp." Zoro glanced at the two and then looked away. Usopp just teased Chopper. "Zoro, who was about to put Peiyu into his mouth, was stunned for a moment. What was that thing on the sea not far away? When he saw what it was, the contents of his mouth sprayed out. Puff! A frog that can swim freestyle. Hey, everyone! There is a frog that can swim freestyle. A frog that can swim freestyle, Luffy said with joy. Really? Then he would take a good look. Hey, Luffy, Usopp said with disbelief, how could there be such a frog in this world? Besides, how could a frog swim freestyle? Don't you really disbelieve it? Chu Feng pointed in the direction behind him and said, yes, it's right there. Aren't frogs freshwater creatures? Why? Usopp. The first time he saw the Yokozuna, Usopp's eyes bulged out. Really? Why is the frog swimming freestyle? No, can the frog be so big? No, aren't frogs freshwater creatures? Luffy pushed Usopp aside and said, catch up, brothers. Oh. No need for sails, use oars, go forward at 2 o'clock. Oh. This is a frog swimming freely. Except for Chu Feng, they all saw it for the first time. As a man, how can you not catch up and observe carefully? Although I don't know what's going on, I always feel that I have to chase it. Zoro stretched his strength to wave the oars. He also had to observe this thing carefully. Chu Feng, come and help too. Yes, yes, yes. Chu Feng looked helpless. You guys. Soon, the Golden Mary turned around and chased after Yokozuna. Feeling the vibration, Nami was stunned for a moment, and then quickly rushed out of the cabin. What's wrong with you? Why do you change the direction of sailing at will? She felt numb. If you don't follow the record pointer in the Grand Line, isn't that a disease? Listen to me, Nami, we found a huge frog that was seriously injured. We must catch it and make a roasted whole frog. Chu Feng. Isn't it because he can freestyle you actually want to eat him? Zoro was also speechless. So you are planning to eat him? A question mark appeared on Nami's face. What is Luffy talking about? Can frogs survive in the sea? With a skeptical attitude, Nami took out the telescope and took a look. She was stunned in place. Really? Right, Luffy laughed. I must catch him and eat him today. This is the first time I have seen such a big frog. I don't know how it tastes. Nami ignored this funny guy, but looked in the direction where the frog was moving. Hey, there is a lighthouse there. Why is there a lighthouse in that place? There should be people there. What's wrong? Have you found an island? No, there is a lighthouse. Lighthouse. Chu Feng was stunned for a moment, then he realized that this was the lighthouse of Grandma Kokoro. Well, it seems that we have entered the island radiation range of the Seven Water City. No, I want the direction of the frog. Frog, Luffy said dissatisfiedly. Islands don't matter. No, Nami said unhappily. Why did she want to chase that frog? You guys are children for chasing frogs instead of taking a good route forward. The frog is heading towards the lighthouse. Nico Robin came out and said with a smile, just go straight. Hey, Robin. The captain said to go, so we can only go. Nico Robin smiled, isn't it? Nami immediately said, okay. At this time, Nami recalled a sentence Chu Feng once said, a man is a young man until death. Today, it is true. Yoshi. Brothers, full speed ahead, target the frog. Oh. So, what's up with your spirit of unity? Nami said helplessly, forget it, whatever happens. Hey, that frog jumped away. Chopper was a little dumbfounded when he saw the frog jumping into the air, it jumped so high. Quick, let's go to the front to block him. Luffy shouted, we can't let him run away. Such a powerful frog must be very delicious to eat. Bang! With a muffled sound, the Golden Mary was forced to stop, as if it had touched something. What's going on? Nami's face suddenly changed. Did it touch a reef? At this moment, a car whistle sounded in the distance, and then a huge sea train rushed over. Nami was so confused that she said, "Quick, turn around and get out of the way, otherwise, the ship will be destroyed." Wolf God armor, fusion. Chu Feng, who was wearing wolf god armor on the ship, rushed out quickly, pushed the bow hard, and pushed the Golden Mary off the track of the sea train, successfully avoiding the crisis. "Got saved. They almost died just now." Luffy angry. Nami rushed over quickly and beat Luffy up. "Are you an idiot? This is the price for not listening to the navigator. Sorry." 9 Chapter 121, Sensible Mary, Zoro's straight man-like gentleness. The Straw Hat Pirates, who survived the disaster, looked at the sea train in the distance in shock. "What is this ship? How is it possible?" Nami retorted. "How can a shape like that travel on the sea?" "But why, that's a sea train." Chu Feng, who returned to the ship, removed his armor, pushed his glasses and said, "It's a rail car running on the sea rails." Nami nodded as if she understood. "Sea train. Hey, frog, get out of the way." Luffy looked at Yokozuna in the distance and shouted, "You will die." He actually stood in front of that steel monster. Is he going to commit suicide? However, Yokozuna ignored Luffy, but still stood resolutely in front of the sea train. This damn guy took away the person he loved most, and he must stop this thing. The idea is good, but the reality is very cruel. With just a moment of contact, Yokozuna flew out directly. He was knocked away. Usopp looked at the Yokozuna flying out and was a little dumbfounded. Is he going to commit suicide? With such a terrible impact force, the frog is probably. At this moment, a little girl came out of the wooden house of the lighthouse and took a cautious look at the Golden Mary. When she saw the pirate flag flying high, she was startled and turned into the house and shouted, "Grandma, Grandma, it's a pirate!" Chu Feng looked back after hearing this. This voice. Is it the little girl named Zimoni? What, really? Zimoni? Granny Kokoro, holding a bottle of wine in her hand, staggered out, with a red face from drinking too much wine. "Hurry up and bring the den mushi. When you encounter pirates, you have to call the 7 waters." This is what Bing Shan told her. It's troublesome. It seems that someone has come out of that house. Zoro glanced at Granny Kokoro in the shadows and said, "It seems that she is going to call for reinforcements." "Are you going to do it?" Usopp asked, but he didn't see anyone. He just became a frightened bird because of the incident with the Admiral of the Navy before. "It's just an old man and a child," Chu Feng said unhappily. "Besides, even if we call for support, what's the matter? We have already passed the level of the Admiral of the Navy. Why should we be afraid?" Usopp was stunned for a moment after hearing this. "It seems so." Suddenly, he became confident, calling for reinforcements. "Whatever you want here, Grandma." Zimoni put the den mushi in front of Grandma Kokoro. "Yeah." Grandma Kokoro nodded, then picked up the den mushi and said, "Hey, that. What did I want to say? Forget it, I forgot." Looking at Grandma Kokoro, who hung up the den mushi, Usopp immediately opened his shark mouth and roared, "So you are drunk, are you scaring us?" Chu Feng wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, glanced at Sanji and said, "Sanji, do you still have that payu?" "Well, what's wrong? Give them some, so you can ask them the direction to the 7 water capital." "Okay." Looking at the food handed over by Chu Feng, Granny Kokoro took it carelessly. She heard the conversation between Chu Feng and Sanji just now, so she didn't ask, but tasted it directly. "Well, it tastes good. It's just right for drinking." "Ha ha ha ha, you are not train robbers, right?" "No." Chu Feng shook his head. He was interested in doing that kind of thing. There will be no treasure on the train, so what's the use of intercepting it? "That's good." Granny Kokoro nodded, "as long as you are not a train robber." "My name is Zimoni, this is Kitty Quinby, and she is Granny Kokoro." Zimoni introduced her people and said, "Thank you for the food, it's really delicious." "I'm Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. Really? Yeah, Luffy nodded affirmatively, he will definitely become the Pirate King. Hearing Luffy's words, Granny Kokoro looked at Luffy in surprise. Pirate King. They also met one back then. Has it been decades in the blink of an eye? Thinking of this, Granny Kokoro laughed heartily. What an interesting man, haha. Little guys, what are you doing here? Is it to go to the Seven Water Capital? Or did you come to see what the sea train looks like? We just saw a huge frog and wanted to catch it, but it was knocked away by the sea train. Luffy said with some displeasure, it's too much to knock him away. He is obviously our prey. Chu Feng. Are you sure others are more excessive than you? You are planning to eat him. He didn't know how to complain. Zemoni was stunned for a moment, then he thought of something and said, the guy you are talking about, is it the Yokozuna? Yokozuna? Usopp glanced at Chu Feng. He seemed to have mentioned this before. Chu Feng shrugged. He did say it. But everyone's focus is not on this at all. Isn't the reason for chasing him because he can freestyle? Well, Luffy is for eating. Well, it's a freestyle frog. You are talking about the Yokozuna. Zemoni waved his hand and said, that kind of collision will not kill him. He is the source of trouble for this shift station, because he likes to compete with others in strength, always thinking about when he can win the sea train. He will definitely appear again. She is used to it. Compete in strength. Luffy suddenly realized, no wonder that guy didn't dodge, he is very determined. Okay, I've decided not to eat that guy. I won't eat guys who work hard. Nami looked at Luffy unhappily and said, you should have thought so from the beginning, why eat frogs? That thing makes me feel uncomfortable just by looking at it, let alone eating it. Granny Kokoro glanced at the sea in the distance and sighed in her heart. Yokozuna is not because he wants to compete with others in strength. Forget it, just treat it as such. So, where are you going? Granny Kokoro took out a small stool and sat on the ground and said, if you take the Shanghai train from here, the capital of the Queen of Spring, St. Poplar. Food Town, Butch. Carnival Town, St. Falter. These places are all very good. Luffy's eyes lit up when he heard the word food. Then let's go to May. Before he finished speaking, Nami punched him to the ground. Did you forget that we need to find a shipyard? Really, the Mary needs to be repaired by professionals. Although she believed what Chu Feng said in her heart, but what if there is a slight possibility? She didn't want to change the ship. Shipyard. Granny Kokoro laughed when she heard it, picked up the bottle and was about to take a sip, then found that she had drunk all the wine in it, and immediately felt a little sorry. No more wine. Here, Granny, this is for you. Chu Feng smiled and took out a bottle of fine wine from his pocket and threw it to Granny Kokoro, saying, remember to drink slowly. There's not much of this stuff. Zoro was so distressed when he saw this. There weren't many of these things to begin with, and he actually gave one away. Chu Feng smiled and said, don't worry, there's enough for you to drink. This made Zoro relax. Ah ha ha ha, thank you very much. After taking the bottle and opening it to drink, Granny Kokoro's eyes lit up immediately, this tastes good. After tasting it carefully, Granny Kokoro reluctantly put down the bottle and said, go east from here, and you will arrive at the Seven Waters City, which is the shipyard that has civilized the entire world. There, whether it's repairing or building ships, you can find the best shipbuilders. Great! Usopp and Luffy jumped up and said, we can repair the Mary. Ha ha ha. They didn't believe that Mary said that the hull was no longer good. He must have said that because he didn't understand. When they find the best shipbuilder, they must let him repair it properly. Go east all the way. Nami raised her arm and looked at the record pointer, and found that the direction it pointed to was exactly east. In that case, our original direction was correct. Okay, it's decided. Luffy waved his hand, let's go there, and we must find an excellent ship repairman as a partner. Oh, with a ship repairman, the ship will not be damaged in the future. The Mary can also accompany them all the way. Kokoro smiled when she heard this. What a lively kid. Pirate King. Let me give you a letter of introduction. Wait a moment. Soon, Kokoro came over with a letter, handed it to Nami and said, this is a simple island map and a letter of introduction. Give it to a man named Iceberg and ask him to repair the ship for you. The 7 water capitals are very large, don't get lost. Lost. Chu Feng looked at Ida. Glance at Zoro revealed a trace of disgust in his eyes. Only such a guy could get lost. What do you mean by this? Look, Zoro was immediately furious. Is this look saying that he is an idiot with poor directions? Nothing. Do you think I will believe it? Zoro said unhappily. The look just now definitely meant what he thought. It seems that a certain green algae head is very self-aware, Sanji said sarcastically. You also know that you are poor at directions. What did you say? Want to fight? Afraid of you. So, the two fought again. Granny Kokoro was a little dumbfounded watching this scene. What are they doing? It's okay, this is a sign of their good relationship. Nami waved her hand nonchalantly, and then said with a smile, Grandma, thank you very much. You actually gave us a letter of introduction. This should save a lot of money. Nothing, just treat it as a return gift for the wine given to me by the little brother, ha 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 ha. Granny Kokoro smiled and then drank again. This kind of good wine is really rare. Well, I'll stop after one more sip. We will return to the 7 Waters City soon. Zemoni said with a smile, if we meet again, I'll take you to visit the 7 Waters City. Okay. Nami rubbed Zemoni's little head and said, Sister will definitely take you for a good walk then. Let's go, set off to the 7 Waters City. Oh. After watching the Golden Mary leave, a trace of reminiscence appeared in Granny Kokoro's eyes. Pirate King. Tom, I really hope you are still alive. In this way, I can get to know these interesting little guys with me. Grandma, drink less. Zemoni pinched her waist and said, drinking too much is not good for your health. Ha 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 ha, I know, I know. Well, the road of life is not long, and enjoying life in time is the right way. Just stop here. Zoro glanced around and threw the anchor down. Really, we have to go around the back. It's really troublesome. He was originally amazed at the structure here, but after such a thing, his interest was greatly reduced. It's normal. After all, it's not just pirates who come here, but also officials from the world conquest. Chu Feng shrugged. Actually, this is not bad. At least we don't need to fight all the way in. Although it's not a difficult task for them to get in. Except for the guys from CP9, the strength of the 7 Water City is really not enough. That's right. Nami nodded. If you need to fight all the way in, it will be troublesome. The most important thing is that even if you kill the repairman, he may not repair it for you. Even if they use threats, it's useless. If others use some tricks, they don't know at all. So this is the best. Okay, then we'll go first. Usopp and Luffy rushed off the ship and ran away. Ship repairman, ship repairman. Hurry up and find a good ship repairman to repair the Mary. They didn't believe that the Mary was no longer working. Hey, 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 you two stop right there, Nami said unhappily. Do you have money? You just ran over without a penny in your pocket. You might get beaten out. Money. Well. It seems that they don't have any money. The money is all with Nami. No, to be precise, it is with Chu Feng. Thinking of this, the two of them set their sights on Chu Feng. You remember me now? Chu Feng smiled faintly. I can be a rich tycoon now. Let's go, and exchange those gold, silver and jewelry for Bailey first. 1 billion is almost enough. Then take the letter of introduction given by Kokoro's grandmother to find the iceberg. Well, even if you plan to build a better mechanical ship later, 1 billion Bailey is enough. If it doesn't work, just change some more. Anyway, he has a lot of stuff in his pocket now. After watching the few people leave, Chopper said a little disappointedly, I can't go with them. He also seems to be going shopping. Let's go together later. Nico Robin smiled. Anyway, only one person will stay here, right? Really? Chopper was surprised and said, will there be a bookstore? Yes, there must be. Nico Robin smiled. She also wanted to buy some books to read. After all, almost all the books on the ship have been read. Then I will go with you later. Sanji, holding a cigarette, said with a smile, it just so happens that there are a lot of things needed on the ship. In addition to the necessary ingredients, other things also need to be purchased. After all, with Luffy, the big eater, the speed at which they can consume food is very fast. Even the seasoning is the same. In that case, I will stay on the ship with Mary. Zoro sat down and leaned against. He closed his eyes on the wall of the ship. There must be someone on the ship, right? In the past, he was the one who stayed to watch the ship. Anyway, he was used to it. Well, please. Zoro. Little Mary walked in front of Zoro and said, actually, I can do it myself. What nonsense, I'm just a little sleepy. Zoro closed his eyes and said, okay, don't think too much, go play somewhere else. Well. Mary nodded, but he didn't leave, but sat not far from Zoro, silently enjoying this quiet morning. The other three smiled. Zoro, this guy. Really gentle. Of course, Sanji would not admit his thoughts in his heart, and they turned into swear words in his mouth. On the other side, Rob Lucci had received the news that the Straw Hat Pirates had arrived at the Seven Water City, and immediately narrowed his eyes. I didn't expect it to be so soon. In this case, their plan will also be implemented. It's about to say goodbye to this shipyard where they have stayed for several years. Spray, I have been playing this role for too long, and I am a little uncomfortable to leave suddenly. He looked at Keiku, and then the two walked out together. Well, just enjoy this last identity of a ship repairer. After all, after tonight, they are no longer the ship repairers of the Seven Water City, but the killers who conquer the world. CP9. Chapter 122, 1 billion Baileys have arrived. CP9 is eager to move. It's really magical. Chu Feng looked at Agura, who was holding them forward, with a strange look in his eyes. Why is this thing so similar to a horse? It feels like a carriage on land. Should we say that humans are the most tool-using creatures? Because they live on the water, they invented this. Didn't that uncle say it? Usopp waved his hand. This thing is equivalent to a carriage. I'm going to the pawn shop soon, I'm a little excited. I can get money to repair the Mary soon. I feel happy just thinking about it. Usopp looked up and said, hey, there's a fork in the road. The directions are different, can we get through? A light flashed in Agura's eyes when he heard this. How could a fork in the road be difficult for them? Quickly changed direction and rushed to a higher place. Hey, you're going the wrong way. Nami, who was holding Chu Feng's waist, was dumbfounded. We have to go to the commercial street first. They couldn't just take the jewelry as money. That would make them a sucker. They might even be targeted by someone with ulterior motives, and Nami didn't want to cause any trouble. Don't get excited, it's nice to come to a high place to take a look at the scenery of the city, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Chu Feng laughed and said, hold tight. Really? Nami was speechless, but still obediently leaned her head on Chu Feng's back and hugged him tightly. Well, Chu Feng felt what it meant to push back with love, and felt a little comfortable. Hey, look ahead. Usopp was stunned by the sudden appearance of the big slope in front of him. Why is there a big slope here? Well, if it's a water city, isn't it reasonable to have water flowing on the roof? Chu Feng pushed his eyes, held the hull tightly with both hands and said, hold on tight, sprint. Ah! The two Agura rushed down, allowing Chu Feng and the other four to feel what speed and excitement are. Finally, they fell down from the vault and landed directly in the commercial street. Boom! A lot of water splashed. Finally stopped. Nami took a breath, then quickly rushed to the front and punched Agura on the head fiercely. Don't be too proud. If she hadn't been holding Chu Feng's waist, she felt that she would be thrown out. Agura looked at Nami with a wronged face. It just wanted to take a shortcut. Nami, you're wrong about it. Chu Feng said helplessly, look ahead, this is a commercial street. You have to be careful of the ability of an old driver. It's easy for them to take a shortcut. Well, although this process is a bit exciting. Nami was stunned for a moment after hearing 507's words, and then said awkwardly, sorry, I misunderstood you. Unexpectedly, it was kind-hearted. Buy it some food. Chu Feng smiled, then looked at Luffy in the distance and was a little dumbfounded. You've already eaten it. Shui shui meat, very delicious, do you want some? No. Chu Feng's mouth twitched, this thing doesn't look appetizing. Is that so? Luffy nodded, then come and help me pay. Chu Feng turned his head and glanced at Nami, didn't you give him pocket money? Well, anyway, we're going out together. Chu Feng covered his face with his hands, okay, I know. That's all. Anyway, other sheer, it doesn't matter whether you give money to Luffy or not. After paying the money, he also bought some for his own Agura, and then they went to the pawn shop. Call your boss. Nami said lightly, tell him there is a big business. Big business. The staff took a look at the clothes and empty hands of the few people, and immediately said disdainfully, I can exchange small amounts. Chu Feng. Is it possible that he will encounter such a thing in the other world? He took out a huge gem from his pocket and threw it in front of him. Are you sure you can make the decision on this kind of thing? The man's eyes almost popped out when he saw it. Gem. Gem. Such a big gem. I'm sorry, I neglected it, please wait a moment. I'll go find the boss now. Looking at the other person's figure crawling away, Nami said disdainfully, a guy who looks down on others. Soon a man who looked like the boss came out. He took a look at the gemstone, swallowed his saliva and felt a little distressed. Just throw it there, what if it gets ruined? Then he walked up to a few people and said, everyone, please come to the VP room with me. After sitting down, the boss took a deep breath to calm himself down. You are planning to exchange this gemstone, right? Yes. Chu Feng nodded. In addition, there are some other things. Please estimate the price together. Then he took out some gold and silver jewelry and put them on the table, which made the boss' eyes go straight. Calm down, I have to calm down. These people are young boys at first glance. As long as I think about it carefully, it is not impossible to get these things at a low price. With a light cough, the boss said, okay, I'll take a closer look. After observing for a while, the boss swallowed his saliva and said, they are all good things. Right. Usopp said proudly, these are all good things. I heard Chu Feng say before that these things are all antiques and are worth a fortune. Yet. The boss nodded, and then pretended to be calm and said, these things. I can pay 400 million Baileys. 400 million Baileys. Usopp and Luffy shouted directly, how much money is this? 400 million Baileys. That's 400 million. With this money, they can find any good ship repairman. This is great. Seeing the two people's reaction, the boss secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It is indeed worth the money, both in terms of age and purity. They are all great items. In that case, there will be a lot of money left after repairing the Mary. Usopp said excitedly, then you can buy a lot of tools to repair the ship. Yes, I want to make a bronze statue this time, Luffy said with anticipation, it must be very handsome. Since you have decided, put your fingerprints on this signature. The boss immediately took out a contract and said, as long as you put your fingerprints, I will raise the money. These things will be his soon, ha 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 ha. With this move, he will make at least 600 million. No problem. Luffy nodded. Just when he was about to press the handprint, Chu Feng pushed the guy's hand aside, raised his head and looked at the boss indifferently and said, do you think we are being taken advantage of? Boss. Nami said with a fake smile, the value of these treasures is far more than that. No, it's really just that. The boss wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, I'm just a small business. Oh, is that so? Nami sneered, grabbed Luffy, and said, first of all, I want to make it clear that this guy is a wanted criminal with a bounty of 100 million Baileys. And him? Nami pulled Chu Feng's arm and said, this is a wanted criminal with a bounty of 88 million Baileys. Are you sure you want to do this? The boss shuddered and looked at Chu Feng and Luffy in shock. Are these two people such terrifying pirates? Thinking of this, the boss swallowed his saliva and was speechless for a while. You should think about it before you speak. Nami narrowed her eyes and said, if I am not satisfied, I will take your head. Yes. I'm sorry. The boss immediately knelt on the ground and said, I will prepare the money for you right away, and I will never cheat you. Then he ran out and quickly brought the prepared 1 billion Baileys in front of several people. This is 1 billion Baileys, please take a look. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and scanned it. After finding that there was no counterfeit money, he put it in his pocket, which made the boss dumbfounded. Evil. Devil fruit ability user. No wonder he can reach the level of 88 million Baileys. Damn, he actually planned to cheat us. Luffy looked at the boss with some dissatisfaction, and wanted to punch him. Forget it, Luffy, he gave us the money anyway. Usopp grabbed Luffy, and then said with expectation, 1 billion Baileys, if there is so much money, we can definitely repair the Mary. So much money, let alone getting it before, they can't even think about it. I dare not think about it. How much is Luffy worth? 100 million Baileys. Now they actually have 1 billion. Let's go find the shipyard. Oh. After watching the few people leave, the boss wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, it's terrible, I almost died. I didn't expect these guys to be such terrible bounty criminals. Fortunately, I corrected myself in time. Otherwise, if they robbed directly, I would have no way to do anything. After all, pirates themselves are lawless. This is the shipyard. Chu Feng glanced at the huge factory not far away and said, let's go, let's find the man called Iceberg. But we don't know where he is. Chu Feng thought about it and pointed to the factory not far away and said, they should know. Hey, Luffy. Usopp looked at Luffy, who had climbed up the railing, and was a little dumbfounded. Why are you in such a hurry? What if others don't allow us to go in like this and don't repair the ship for us? At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Luffy, stopped his action and said, wait, you are a foreigner, right? If you have something to say, tell the outsiders now. Outsiders are not allowed to enter the factory. After all, there are a lot of commercial secrets in it. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes when he heard it, shaving. At that speed just now, isn't this Keiku afraid that others will see it? What are you doing here? Keiku jumped out and asked, do you want to build a ship? Ah, it's Usopp. Luffy looked at Keiku's nose, which is exactly the same as Usopp's. Hey, I'm still here. Usopp patted Luffy's face in annoyance and said, how do you remember me? Is my body a nose in your eyes? Nami ignored these two live treasures and looked at Keiku and said, we want to find Mr. Iceberg. Keiku was a little surprised when he heard this. Are you looking for Mr. Iceberg? A guest. Well, Granny Kokoro gave us a letter of introduction. Nami took out the letter of introduction and handed it to Keiku and said, she asked us to come here to find a person named Iceberg. Keiku took it and took a look, then smiled, Granny Kokoro's letter of introduction. So, where should we go to find Mr. Iceberg? Now. Keiku thought for a while and shook his head. To be honest, I don't know. That person is elusive, and he has a lot of things to do every day. Usopp was a little surprised when he heard this. Is he still a busy man? Of course, he is the mayor of our seven-water city, the boss of our Carrera, and also manages the sea train. Do you think he is busy? Keiku shrugged. As the mayor of the seven-water city, he has a lot of things to do every day. At the same time, I felt a little strange. I didn't expect that the Straw Hat Pirates would actually be encountered by me. What should we do then? Nami was a little embarrassed. Our ship. Haha, you just want to repair the ship. Keiku put the tools on the ground, stretched his body and said, where is the ship parked? Where there are many rocks. Okay, then I'll go and see the situation of the ship first. Keiku stood up and twisted his neck and said, it will be more convenient to explain to Mr. Iceberg. We can also discuss the repair fee. Usopp. You mean run over? Usopp said a little sluggishly. Is it the kind of run I understand? Almost. Keiku looked ahead and said, if I take the Agora, you will be impatient to wait. So wait for me here, I will be back soon. Then he jumped up and rushed out like a big bird, which made Usopp dumbfounded. Ah, Usopp flew out, Luffy said as Keiku left. Hey, I'm still here, bastard. Usopp punched Luffy on the head. Remember what I look like? Really, Usopp even doubted whether Luffy, the bastard, would not recognize him if his nose was broken one day. Well, the probability is a bit high. Surprised, right? Iceberg said not far away, that guy can run freely in the city, and people call him Shan Feng. He is Keiku, the foreman of the ship repair workers at the number 1 dock of Carrera Company. This is his proud general. If I guess correctly, you are Iceberg. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, right. Yes, it's me. Great. Nami immediately took out the letter of introduction from Granny Kokoro and said, this is for you. Granny Kokoro asked us to find you. But Granny Koro Bingshan was a little surprised when he heard this. He took it and took a look. A trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. It's really her handwriting. Really, she didn't want to live in the city. Forget it, she should come back to take refuge today. In that case, you come in with me first. Bingshan waved his hand and said, let's go in. Oh. Khalifa took a deep look at Chu Feng, and then followed Bingshan in without changing her expression. Interesting. Chu Feng's mouth corners rose. Role-playing. Interesting. At the same time, Nico Robin and Chopper on the other side had arrived at the city center of the seven-water city. After arriving here, Sanji separated from them. After all, Sanji had to buy a lot of ingredients and seasonings, so he couldn't waste time. There will be a bookstore here. Chopper said expectantly. Then, Robin, what books do you want to buy? Of course, some books about historical development. Nico Robin smiled, or some interesting stories. Well, dark stories are better. She likes stories like that the most. The little girl who sold bombs that Chu Feng gave to General Meili before was good. In the end, everyone met her grandmother. It was a perfect story. Chopper saw the bookstore in front and said, there is a bookstore, I'll go and see. Then, without waiting for Nico Robin to answer, the whole person rushed over quickly. Nico Robin smiled helplessly. He is really a little guy with a fuss, but this makes him more cute, isn't it? Nico Robin likes this little guy Chopper very much. At this time, a man passed by her and said lightly, I am P9. If you don't want to be killed by the Demon Slayer order like your partner, follow me. Nico Robin's pupils shrank when she heard the words, and the whole person was stagnant in place. CP9. Has world conquest finally set its sights on them? And he actually threatened her with the Demon Slayer order. Turning her head to look at the man's back, Nico Robin bit her lip and finally chose to follow him. No matter what, she couldn't let her companions get hurt, even if she died. Chapter 123, Optimistic Ship Spirit, Strong Looks Make People. After a conversation, Iceberg understood the purpose of the Straw Hat Pirates. I see, does your ship need repairs? Iceberg nodded, looking at the time. Keiko should be back soon. It usually takes no more than 15 minutes for the man to run back and forth. We have enough money this time, Usopp said proudly. We must repair our Mary. Barry, who was passing by, came over and hugged Usopp and said, "Are you rich? In that case, can I give me more if I help you repair the ship?" He owed a lot of money. Hey, Barry. Bing Shan was a little speechless. What's wrong with you? Excuse me. Rob Lucci, who came over at some point, reached out and grabbed Barry's collar and pulled him away from Usopp. Don't do this to guests, Barry. The pigeon spoke. Luffy and Usopp were stunned by the pigeon that spoke on Rob Lucci's shoulder. Why can this pigeon speak? Ventriloquism. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and looked at Rob Lucci meaningfully and said, "Right, sir." Hoo! The pigeon made a strange sound and said, "You can also understand it this way." What a weirdo. Luffy and Usopp tilted their heads and looked at Rob Lucci. This guy can speak for himself, but he has to use pigeons instead. Sure enough, Uncle Iceberg was right. The people under him are all weird. Well, there is also the guy who just hugged him. Usopp glanced at Barry. This guy really wants to take kickbacks. Hey, what do you mean by that? Look, Barry was immediately unhappy, and then noticed that Khalifa on the side was stunned for a moment, and his face suddenly flushed. Hey, Khalifa. You shameless guy, how many times do I have to tell you not to wear such short pants to the shipyard? The 510 here are all men. Put on long pants, long pants. Aren't you making things difficult for us? Khalifa looked at Barry with disdain. What's it to you to control what I wear? Then she ignored this guy, walked to Iceberg and said, Keiko should be back soon. Luffy was silent for a moment, looked at Iceberg, walked over and patted him on the shoulder and said, "Well, uncle, you should be very good at repairing ships. Do you want to go out to sea with me as a pirate?" Barry and Khalifa. What are you doing, you unreasonable guy? Asshole, put your hands down. Looking at the two people who were about to fight, Iceberg smiled and stopped their actions. Be a pirate. Forgive me. Iceberg waved his hand. I don't have the idea of being a pirate. Really, what a pity. Luffy said with a look of pity, Uncle, you are so interesting. A trace of helplessness flashed in Iceberg's eyes when he heard this. This guy, don't you have a ship repairman on your ship? Yes. Luffy nodded. In addition to repairing the ship, we came to this island to find a partner. This way, they don't have to keep looking for a shipyard, and they can repair the ship very well by themselves. I have a lot of excellent ship repairmen here, but I don't know if there are any willing to board a pirate ship. Iceberg touched his nose. He felt that the probability was very small. After all, pirates are living a precarious life. But if someone is willing to go with you, I won't stop it. Haha, uncle, you are a really good person. Well, it's okay. Iceberg smiled, and then said meaningfully, by the way, is there a woman named Nico Robin on your ship? Yes. Luffy nodded and smiled. She is very smart. Is that so? Iceberg nodded. Very smart. She was wanted at the age of 8 and is still alive today. She is indeed a smart woman. Khalifa's eyes flickered when she heard the words, and after looking at Rob Lucci, she looked away as if nothing had happened. I guess Bruno has met Nico Robin now. Spray, I hope you won't be too surprised when you are betrayed by that woman later. At this time, Keiko flew in from a distance, turned 360 degrees, and landed steadily on the ground. Oh, you're back. Iceberg looked at Keiko and smiled. how was the ship inspection? I've finished it. Keiku nodded and said, by the way, why is Mr. Iceberg here? Just came to take a look. Keiku smiled. That's right. This is his territory. It's normal for him to come and take a look. I've seen the situation of the ship. Frankly speaking, it's not good. What do you mean? Luffy frowned. If it's a matter of money, we have a lot of it. That's right. We are not short of money. Just tell us how much money it will take to repair it, Usopp said excitedly. He was afraid that he would hear the same conclusion as Chu Feng from the other party. In that case, Keiku did not answer this question. Instead, he found a clean piece of wood and sat down. He sighed and said, you have experienced a magnificent journey. Of course Luffy was spirited when he heard this. Flew to an altitude of 10,000 meters, and then fell down again. Also climbed a huge mountain and almost became a skewer. A lot of things happened. So I want you to repair it properly. Please. That's right. Keiku looked up at Luffy and said, the traces of the battle are too deep. Coupled with the amateur repairs, the damage has reached the extreme. Do you think it will take a lot of time to repair it? No. Keiku shook his head. Let me be frank, your ship can't be repaired even with our craftsmanship. As soon as these words came out, the air was instantly quiet. Repair, can't be repaired, Usopp shouted excitedly. What do you mean by can't be repaired? Are you unwilling to repair it for us? No. Keiku opened his mouth. Even if you are so excited, it's useless. Is the keel broken? Barry, who was sitting next to him, opened his eyes and asked. Yes, the damage is very serious, almost broken. Keiku said helplessly, I don't even know how they sailed here. With this level of damage, it should have sunk before reaching the Seven Water Capital. Chu Feng was stunned for a moment, then understood immediately. He now understood what melee meant. The keel was not only damaged, but was even about to break. If it weren't for the power of the ship spirits maintaining the state of the melee, perhaps they would have. In other words, when sailing on an island, even the power of the ship spirits could not guarantee the sailing of the ship. The keel is broken. Usopp's body trembled a little, and he raised his head and shouted, you must be lying to me, right? So far, the melee has been sailing normally, and he has also produced ship spirits. How could it be impossible to repair it? You must want money, right, Chu Feng? Come on, take out the money. We have as much as you want. Looking at the excited Usopp, the people in the shipyard were a little moved. This person who loves his ship. Wait, he just said ship spirits. Are you saying that there are ship spirits on your pirate ship? Barry stood up immediately, his eyes full of shock. That's right. Usopp's mood stabilized a little. So I don't believe he can't repair it. Please think of a way, please. It's unbelievable. Keiku's eyes were full of shock. Now I know why you can sail here. Ship spirits. That's something that only exists in legends. Only when the crew takes great care of their ships, there is a chance that ship spirits will appear. I didn't expect to encounter this incident on his last day as a shipbuilder. It can be said that it was not wasted so much time. Although it's cruel to say this, even if there are ship spirits, your ship cannot be repaired. Iceberg sighed. For example, even if you insist on repairing it, the chance that it can survive to the next island is very low. Almost zero. It's a pity that it's rare to encounter a ship that produces ship spirits, but it's already damaged. After this, everyone was silent. Almost zero. Usopp clenched his fists. Mary, can't he really survive? Let me explain the process of shipbuilding to you. Barry blew out a smoke ring and said, shipbuilding starts with the keel, which is the most important part of the ship. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is the life of the ship. After the keel is made, it is the bow wood, stern wood, and rib wood. Then there are ribs, elbow wood, and deck beams. All the wood is tightly installed together with the keel as the center, which makes up the ship. In other words, if the keel is seriously damaged, it cannot be replaced. To repair it, it is like rebuilding a ship. So in this case, no one can repair it. And Barry hesitated for a moment, then looked at Usopp and said, "If you really do that, I can't guarantee that your ship spirit can still exist. After all, there is no difference between doing that and replacing a new ship. No one knows whether the ship spirit that appeared because of the previous ship can be inherited by the next ship. So Barry is not willing to take this risk. The best way now is to let him stay here." Iceberg thought for a while and said, "I can buy it at a high price. Don't worry, I will take good care of it. After all, this is a pirate ship that produced a ship spirit. We are not short of money at all." Usopp clenched his fists and turned away. Sell the Mary. He couldn't accept this at all in this case, then accept the method Chu Feng said. It's enough that Mary is still alive. As for the Mary, just put it in Chu Feng's pocket, at least it will accompany everyone. Luffy. Chu Feng looked at Luffy and said, "Let's go." Since there is no way here, it proves that the Mary really cannot be repaired. He should go back and separate Mary from the ship. Nico Robin should have been taken away by CP9 at this time. Originally, Chu Feng planned to intervene, but after thinking carefully, if Nico Robin's nightmare was not shattered, she would always live in fear. The fear of conquering the world. So, he planned to use his Red Wolf to defeat the Demon Slayer order. Bing Shan was stunned for a moment when he saw the few people leaving, and then said, "Are you really not considering selling it?" "No." "Okay." Bing Shan nodded, "But if you want to buy a ship, you can come to me. I can give you the biggest discount at that time." Whether it is because of the recommendation letter from Kokoro's grandmother or because of the enthusiasm of these little guys to cherish the ship, he has to take good care of these people. "If you need it, we will." "Thank you, uncle." After all, they shouldn't be angry here, after all. Others are just telling the truth. "Hey, Keiku, have you seen that ship spirit?" Barry looked at Keiku curiously and said, "What does it look like?" "I didn't see it." Keiku shook his head, "Otherwise, I wouldn't be so excited." When he went to the ship, he didn't see a second moving thing at all. Only the pirate hunter was sleeping. Well, he even mistook himself for his partner. Usopp. Do they really look alike? Hasanji, who came back with Chopper with the things, was stunned for a moment when he saw the traces of the bomb on the ground, and then shouted to the ship, "Hey, Green Algae Head, what's going on?" The two quickly rushed to the ship. Could it be that there was an enemy coming? After returning to the ship, they found that Zoro was sitting on the railing with a gloomy face, not saying a word. And Mary comforted him on the side, "It's okay, I'm fine. Didn't Chu Feng say that he could get me out of the boat independently? Then don't you feel any pain now?" After this, Mei Li fell silent. Isn't he in pain? This is his body, the keel is broken, how can it not hurt? This is equivalent to a person's spine being in. It's already very good to be able to keep moving in a broken state. How can you be as optimistic as Mary? What's going on? Sanji felt that something was wrong. Did something happen that I don't know about? Just now, a group of people came to destroy our Mary, and I beat them away. I said it's not this. Enemies, who cares about him? Since they have been beaten away, there is no need to care. It's none of their business whether they die or not. Just now a ship repairman came and said that the keel of the Mary has been broken and can't be repaired. Really? Sanji glanced at Mary, clenched his fists and said, "Could it be that guy who can't do it?" "Not sure." Zoro shook his head, "But that guy did say so." This ship. Even if there is money, it can't be repaired. Chopper looked at Mary distressed, with tears flashing in his eyes. "I'm sorry, Meili, I don't know how to treat you. He is a doctor, but he can't cure his partner." Yeah, Meili shook her head, "It's okay, although it hurts, I don't care. The happiness of being with you will make me forget the pain temporarily. Isn't this good? There are more and more people on our ship, and it will be more beneficial to change to a bigger ship. Meili is very clear about the situation of the Straw Hat Pirates. As a couple, Chu Feng and Nami, they don't have their own rooms. After all, there are only 2 places to sleep on this ship. After the men and women are separated, there are no extra rooms. So if they can change to another ship, Meili can accept it. Looking at the strong Meili, Chopper was a little speechless. His spine was in pain all the time, and he couldn't imagine how painful it was. But Meili. Sanji opened his mouth. If this sentence was said by someone else, he might kick him. But this sentence came from Meili's own mouth. A feeling of sadness suddenly emerged in his heart. So powerless. Hearing this, Zoro took a deep breath, forced down the discomfort in his heart and said, "Anyway, we have to wait until Luffy and the others come back." The 4 of them went to the shipyard. There should be some answers. At that time, they will know whether the man is not good enough or the ship is really hopeless. If it is really hopeless. Zoro glanced at little Meili who was comforting Chopper and sighed in his heart. He can only rely on Chu Feng's method to separate Meili from this ship. Of course, it would be better if Chu Feng could make a physical body for Meili. Although this possibility is not very high. Chapter 124, Spirit Transfer Device. Merry Defense War. Ah, I didn't expect the situation to be so serious. Sanji sighed, it was really bad news. In addition, Miss Robin is still missing. How come all these things happened at the same time? What an uneasy afternoon. I really want to kick something, if there is an enemy. We are back. Nami, who was standing next to the Mary, said, and it seemed that her face was not good. Sanji understood immediately that what they brought back would definitely not be good news. So, what that man said was true. Zoro glanced at the few people who climbed onto the ship and asked. Well. Chu Feng sighed, the Mary can no longer be repaired. It doesn't matter. Mary waved her little hand on the railing of the boat. Didn't Chu Feng say that he could make me independent, and then I would sail with you? Right, Chu Feng. Well. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, not only that, I will also find a way to let Mary have her own body, so that she can eat and play with us. Although he is just a ship elf, just a spirit. But there are devil fruits in this world. Once you find something like the human fruit, you can grab it and then make Mary eat it through special means. Mary can have a human body. Usopp. It's okay. Usopp shook his head. I've figured it out. This is thanks to Chu Feng telling them about this problem in advance. From that day on, Usopp has been thinking about this problem every day. Is the Mary really unable to sail? What if it is really the case? What should he do? Now he has figured it out, no matter what, he has to move forward. Besides, Mary is not dead, she just chung-ed. It was just a way to accompany them. I was so excited at the shipyard before, just because I didn't want to admit it. Then, Chu Feng. Usopp wiped his tears and said, we must change a good boarding boat for Meili. Of course Chu Feng gave a thumbs up. I already have a design in my mind, and I can start building it later. This time he wants to build a huge pirate ship with a length of more than 100 meters. And it must have the ability to fly and dive. The best ship in the world. As soon as these words came out, the haze on everyone's faces was dispelled a lot. Since Usopp has figured it out, they should also face the reality. At this moment, there was a commotion in the distance. It's these bastards. Kill them. Really, they dared to resist our Frankie house. Just a pirate, what are you so proud of? Brothers, go and kill them. Tear down their pirate ship. Kaka. Hearing the last sentence, the string in the hearts of all the Straw Hat Pirates broke directly. Straw Hat Pirates. They are in a very bad mood now. Are there really people who are not afraid of death? It just so happens that I am in a bad mood. Zoro stood up and walked out. They actually delivered it to the door. We are the same. These guys came at the right time. They are free sandbags. It's a waste if they don't beat them. So, an inhumane one-sided beating began. Let you want to tear down the Mary. Let you dare to come and provoke us. Let you dare to be so arrogant. Dare to say these words in front of their straw hat pirates. Do you think they won't kill people? They are pirates. In just a few minutes, all the members of Frankie's house fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Obviously, this time, the Straw Hat Pirates did not hold back. Looking at these guys with disdain, Zoro said disdainfully, after beating them once, "You dare to come and provoke us again? Really don't know how to live or die? Well, if they don't come, where can we vent our anger?" Chu Feng said with a comfortable face. "I never knew that beating people was so cool. In the past, he would just blast them with a cannon, or a bomb. Or he would fight with armor. He could never experience this kind of fist-to-flesh feeling. Well, it's a good feeling to experience it occasionally." "Hey!" Usopp let out a long sigh and put down the slingshot in his hand. "Chu Feng, how long will it take you to complete what you said?" "It will probably take one night." Chu Feng took out an instrument. "This is the spirit body transfer device. With this, you can separate Mary's body. And this is a delicate job, you can't be careless. If there is a little mistake, Mary will end up dead. That's not what Chu Feng wants to see. Then let's go to the shipyard tomorrow." Luffy nodded, then looked around and said, "Where's Robin? Why don't I see her? Wasn't she still on the ship when she left? Why is she gone?" "Oh right," Chopper suddenly remembered and said, "Today when I went out with Robin, I passed by a bookstore. I went in and bought some books, but when I came out, Robin was gone." Speaking of this, Chopper was still a little depressed. He thought he had done something wrong to let Robin leave. Sanji reached out and rubbed Chopper's little head and said, "It has nothing to do with you, don't blame yourself." Then he looked up at the sky, thought for a while and said, "Since Chu Feng needs a day, let's wait. Maybe Robin will come back after finishing her business. As for those people lying on the ground not far away, if they can wake up, they will leave by themselves, and they will not beat them up. If they can't wake up, they will die." Chu Feng returned to the Mary, put an instrument on the deck and said, "Once this thing is turned on, it cannot be interrupted. Otherwise, it may have a bad effect on Mary's body. So I'll work hard today and stay here. If you hear any sound, remember to come out and take a look." Zoro frowned slightly. "In that case, I'll come with you. How can one person be enough for such an important thing then we?" Luffy was interrupted by Chu Feng before he finished speaking. "If Robin doesn't come back today, we have to go find Robin tomorrow. So you guys must sleep today. Only when you are well rested can you better deal with emergencies. After all, after tonight, everyone will have no time to sleep. Anyway, he has no problem sleeping for a few days. As for Zoro, this guy can sleep for a while almost whenever he has time, so there is no need to worry about heart. In that case, I'll go make you a sumptuous dinner." Although Sanji doesn't know what will happen tomorrow, his intuition as a man tells him that something bad might happen. So take advantage of today to replenish your energy. Please. Yet. Chu Feng and Zoro looked at each other, then sat back to back on the deck and closed their eyes to rest. For some reason, Chu Feng felt that something might happen tonight. Is this the Straw Hat Boys' ship? Carl, hiding in the dark, narrowed his eyes at the Golden Mary in the distance. If so, Chu Feng should be on it too. The target of this mission. What about agreeing to the agreement and not being allowed to attack the Straw Hat Pirates? I'm not a member of CP9. Although he is currently holding the title of CP9, once he completes this mission, he will have the opportunity to enter CP0 and become a superior person. Thinking of this, Carl was a little excited. Rob Lucci is really a guy. He actually thought that the Straw Hat Pirates were dangerous and advised me not to come alone. What a joke, he is Carl. He has hunted down a pirate with a bounty of 200 million. A mere Straw Hat Pirates. Just garbage. What are those two doing? Carl squinted his eyes and looked at the Golden Mary. The mission target and the pirate hunter were sitting in front of a strange thing. Could it be something they need to protect? Thinking of this, Carl grinned. He took out an iron ball from his arms and threw it hard at the spirit body transfer device. Feeling the sound of breaking air, Zoro and Chu Feng opened their eyes at the same time and stood up quickly. Clang! After splitting the sphere with a knife, Zoro looked coldly in the distance. Who is it? He actually took advantage of their rest to sneak attack. What a disgusting guy! Chu Feng pushed his glasses. Under the thermal sensing device, the opponent could not hide his body at all. Ha! Interesting, come here to attack at this time. Chu Feng's eyes showed a hint of interest. Could it be that world conquest has already set its sights on him? You know, there is no such scene in the original trajectory. Thinking of this, Chu Feng's mouth corners rose. Interesting. Zoro, I will go to that guy. You stay here to watch the elf transfer device. Judging from the size, it is not Rob Lucci and Keiku. Could it be CPO? Zoro frowned. Is it okay for you to go alone? What if there is an ambush or something? Don't worry, he is alone. Chu Feng waved his hand. I'll leave it to you here. Wolf God Armor Fusion. Armor Fusion. I'm going. Oh, be safe. After watching Chu Feng leave, Zoro sat down again, but this time he did not close his eyes, but listened carefully to the sounds around him. If this is the enemy's trick, he can react in time here. What's wrong? Sanji opened the door and rushed out. What happened? Nothing, just a mouse. Zoro waved his hand. Go back and rest. How can I sleep after something like this happened? Sanji sighed. Miss Robin hasn't come back yet. He was really worried. Did she encounter some irresistible force, so she couldn't come back? Will she be caught? Will she be kidnapped? Will she be imprisoned? Thinking of this, Sanji felt bad. Looking at Sanji biting his clothes, Zoro showed a trace of disgust in his eyes. If there is a problem, solve it. What's the meaning of putting on such an attitude? You actually came out, then stay here. Zoro glanced at the distance and said, maybe there are still hidden enemies in the dark. As for the others, it's not time to act together yet, there is no need for everyone to get up. Yet. Sanji nodded, lit a cigarette and started smoking. He glanced at Zoro, thought for a moment, walked to his side and sat back to back with him. Zoro snorted, he didn't refuse. Is Chu Feng okay? Of course, after all, he is a scientist of our Straw Hat Pirates. That's true, haha. At the same time, Chu Feng on the other side was chasing the uninvited guest. As soon as Carl found Chu Feng chasing him, he ran in another direction. He is not an idiot. The bounty for the Straw Hat Boy is 100 million Baileys, plus that pirate hunter. Although they are all a bunch of rubbish, it will be very troublesome if they are added together. His mission was only for Chu Feng, and the others didn't matter at all. Don't stop! Chu Feng frowned as he looked at Carl's back. In that case, let me help you. A small gun barrel suddenly rose from his left shoulder, aiming at Carl in the distance and firing. Bang! Feeling the sound of breaking air behind him, Carl's pupil shrank, and he quickly turned his body and shouted, "Iron block!" Boom! The bomb exploded directly on Carl's body, shattering his shirt and revealing his sturdy body full of scars. "A mere bomb can't hurt me at all," Carl said with a grin. "I didn't expect you to dare to come here alone. At such a long distance, even if your partners want to come to support, it's too late." He was confident that he could catch this 510 scientist before the Straw Hat Boys arrived here. Although it was unclear what the mecha was, no matter how strong it could be stronger than him. The fact that he used the iron block to resist the bomb was evidence. This should be Chu Feng's strongest attack. Chu Feng looked at Carl in confusion. This guy must be out of his mind. Why does he look so confident? The reason why I dare to come here alone is because I don't need help from others to take you down. Chu Feng was speechless. Are you very strong? How dare you say such a thing? Are you stronger than Aokiji? You know, even the old ice cube was injured by him. You are so arrogant. Carl looked at Chu Feng with disdain. I am a man who returned from hell. I am not on the same level as a young man like you. After so many painful trainings and so many fatal tests. Didn't he survive? He is the one who is blessed by God. Ah, right, right. Chu Feng said indifferently, Hellboy, right. Boy, what do you mean? What do you mean? Chu Feng snorted, I look down on you, what do you mean? You came back from hell, I'm dying of laughter. Why don't you say you are Satan? He shook his hand, ignored the other party's gloomy face and said, forget it, it doesn't matter. No matter whether you have been to hell or not, I have to send you down today. Because of you. Chu Feng's face darkened, you actually want to interrupt the operation of the spirit extractor. If that thing has problems, Meili may have problems. So he will never let this bastard go. Carl. What is the spirit extractor? Forget it, it's what you want. Shaking his head, Carl covered his fist with armament haki and took a fighting stance. My fighting style is different from that group of guys. I like to be straightforward. Really? Chu Feng raised his mouth, me too. Then he covered his fists with armament haki and rushed towards Carl quickly. Bakuan. Finger gun fist cannon. Clang. The collision between fists made a metallic collision sound and sparks flew. The two looked at each other and then started a fierce fight. Why are your fists so weak? Chu Feng mocked, you can't even break my defense. Hehe, aren't you the same? Carl said unwillingly, your weak fists can't break my iron block either. Besides, if it weren't for this set of armor, you would have been lying down long ago. Tisk. Chu Feng pouted, I'm a scientist. Isn't it reasonable for scientists to use armor? Let him take off his armor and fight the other party. He is not the kind of hot-blooded idiot who will be fooled by a few words of provocation. Almost all of his strength is in various inventions. Tisk, you didn't fall for it. Carl spat and quickly jumped into the air. Moon step. Storm kick. Moonlight slash. Chapter 125, Dancing laser gun like iron block defense like tofu dregs. Has that guy gone? Khalifa pushed her glasses and asked, that Carl? Yeah. Keiku nodded, he has gone. Although I don't like that idiot, he is really strong. At least he is not his opponent. But no matter what, it's too arrogant to challenge the Straw Hat Pirates alone. Khalifa frowned. In addition to Nico Robin, the total bounty on their ship is more than 200 million. If you are a little careless, you may also lose there. That's what he asked for. Keiku snorted coldly, who told him not to obey orders. Obviously there is a better chance to take Chu Feng away tomorrow, but that guy didn't listen and insisted on arresting him today. And he also refused their assistance. Even if he was beaten to death, he deserved it. Rob Lucci thought for a while, glanced at Bruno and said, Bruno, go to the beach and take a look. If that bastard is about to be beaten to death, remember to bring him back. Come. Keiku, who cares what he does? He is sent down anyway. It would be bad if he died. Rob Lucci said calmly, the order from above is to assist Carl in capturing Chu Feng. Keiku snorted and sat aside without saying anything. I see. Bruno nodded, I'll go now. Then he stretched out his hand in the air, pulled out an air door, walked in and disappeared. The power of the devil fruit. Keiku's eyes were full of emotion, it was really magical. If only he could get one. By then, his strength will be even stronger. Let's go. Rob Lucci looked at the residents of the iceberg in the distance and said calmly, it's time to do it. Khalifa, take Nico Robin in the other room. Now is not the time to completely tear each other apart, so the role of this woman is reflected. Tisk, Straw Hat Pirates, blame your own bad luck. If you die in this incident, don't blame him for not keeping his promise. Ha 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 ha. On the beach, Chu Feng and Carl's battle is still going on. The two have made the coastline bumpy. But most of them were blown up by Chu Feng's bombs. Touching the blood on his body, Carl's face was not afraid, but he said with excitement, it's this feeling of being hurt, kid, come on, continue. Chu Feng. Does this guy have any special hobbies? Avoiding the opponent's split, Chu Feng pulled away. What's wrong? Carl looked at Chu Feng in confusion. Continue. Then he jumped into the air and swung his long legs fiercely. Lan Jiao Lone Wolf. A blue wolf-shaped attack flew towards Chu Feng. Chu Feng attached the armament haki to his arm and shattered it with a casual slap. I say, don't continue such boring attacks. Storm kicks and the like are not even as good as Zoro's flying slash. Even if he stood still and let the opponent cut him, he probably couldn't cut through the defense of the wolf god armor. Boring. Carl was silent for a moment, then he blushed and roared, you actually said that the moves I practiced so hard are boring. He was about to explode with anger. He practiced so hard and mastered the 6 styles of the Navy to the point of perfection. He surpassed Rob Lucci by relying on hard power, but this man actually said that his moves were boring. Chu Feng was stunned for a moment. Is there anything wrong with what he said? Lan Ji is originally a boring move. There is no need to use this method to dance and slash with a sword. Isn't this redundant? After a moment of silence, Chu Feng really couldn't understand the other party's brain circuit. I will let you know soon whether the 6 styles of the Navy I practiced are boring or not. Carl said coldly, I will break your bones one by one. Of course, I won't kill you. After all, the higher UPS specifically asked to capture you alive. But he didn't say what kind of state he was alive in, right? He was broken all over, and it wasn't like he couldn't be cured. As long as he could ensure that he could develop something, it would be fine. It also happened to ensure that he couldn't escape. Chu Feng's face darkened when he heard this. It was indeed the idea of those guys. You were not satisfied with catching a Vegapunk before, and now you are targeting him again. Hehe, first of all, you have to have the strength to catch me. Chu Feng sneered, pulled out a laser gun from his waist and said, let me show you the charm of technology. After saying this, a scene unconsciously emerged in Chu Feng's mind. Will this man use a block of iron to resist? Carl narrowed his eyes. What was the glowing thing in his hand? Why did it give him a sense of danger? Just as he was thinking, Chu Feng disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already on his side. Feel the power of the laser gun. Chu Feng fiercely swept the laser gun in his hand towards Carl, without mercy. Damn, I can't dodge it. Carl's pupil shrank, and his intuition told him that he couldn't dodge it even with paper. In that case, iron block, steel and wood. Carl used all his strength to release the strongest iron block, trying to block Chu Feng's attack. But unfortunately, the strongest defense in his opinion was like a piece of thin paper in front of Chu Feng's machine gun. Puff! In the blink of an eye, the laser gun passed through Carl's arm. His iron block didn't even have the slightest blocking effect. What? Carl's pupil shrank. Why didn't his defense work? Why was this attack so sharp? It's over, it's going to be cut off. Carl's heart was full of fear, and he knew he would use the armed color domineering. Sure enough, the iron block is a thing for powerful people. It has no effect. At this critical moment, a door appeared beside Carl, pulled him into the door, and disappeared. Swoosh! Boom! Chu Feng waved the laser gun and smashed the coastline not far away, and fell into the sea. What's going on? Chu Feng frowned. Door. Oh, it's that Bruno. Is he a user of the door fruit? Even the air can open the door, a space-related ability. It is the first choice for escape and assassination. Thinking of this, Chu Feng looked around vigilantly. After a long time, he did not find that the other party had any intention of attacking, so he turned and left. It seems that the two people have escaped. On the other side, Bruno, who was carrying Carl on his back, said stiffly, "Are you okay?" "Yeah." Carl said palely, although this arm was cut off, the scorching heat on the opponent's weapon instantly burned my wound. The bleeding has stopped. What a terrifying weapon, even iron blocks can't defend against it, no wonder the higher UPS specifically asked to catch this guy. But in his current state, the mission may be. The higher UPS have sent news that Spondam has brought 3 devil fruits to Judicial Island. Bruno said lightly, "One of them is your devil fruit." Carl's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he even forgot the pain brought by the wound. "There's one for me too." It seems that the higher UPS have considered the difficulty of the mission to be very high, so they rewarded a devil fruit. This rekindled the fire of hope in his heart. If it is a powerful devil fruit, his strength will become even stronger. It doesn't matter if he loses an arm, he can still fight. Next time. The next time he fights Chu Feng, he will never be so arrogant as to use iron blocks to defend against the opponent's attack. It is obviously a better choice to use armament haki. Why did he choose to use iron blocks so stupidly? As for the devil fruit, it is best to be a natural devil fruit, or a devil fruit that can create things. In this way, he can make a fake arm. It will not delay the battle. Where are Rob Lucci and the others? They have already started the action. Bruno said lightly, "After the action tonight is over, we will leave here tomorrow. Before that, you stay at our gathering place. It's just right to heal there. After all, this guy is useless now, and he has almost no combat power. At least it was like this before he ate the devil fruit." Thinking of this, Bruno was a little confused. Is Chu Feng so important that he is willing to give this waste a devil fruit? He doesn't believe that Carl's strength is stronger than Rob Lucci. Rob Lucci is the most powerful CP9 in the past 800 years. But what about Chu Feng? Carl said anxiously, "My mission is him." According to the information given above, the Straw Hat Pirates attach great importance to their partners, so if we take Nico Robin away, they will most likely catch up. Bruno said lightly, "So, the Straw Hat Pirates are likely to chase to Judicial Island. At that time, we don't need to abide by the agreement and can go all out." This is the evaluation given by Admiral Aokiji. There should be no problem. Of course, there is another possibility that the Straw Hat Pirates are scared and choose to retreat. But what does this have to do with him? This is not their CP9's main mission. Their main mission is just to bring Nico Robin back to Judicial Island, which is the most important thing. So before arriving at Judicial Island, they will not take action against the Straw Hat Pirates. This is to prevent Nico Robin from escaping. Carl was stunned for a moment. Is this possible? The Straw Hat Pirates dare to go to that kind of place? Isn't that courting death? But if Rob Lucci and the others don't help him now, he has no other choice. He sighed and said, "Okay, this is the only way." Hazoro and Sanji stood up immediately after hearing the noise and took a fighting stance. "It's me." Chu Feng jumped up. "Chu Feng." The two did not relax after hearing the words, but took a look at Chu Feng's arm before relaxing. There was no other way, because he was a little sensitive to that guy Mr.2 before, and it was night now. "Did you kill the enemy?" "No." Chu Feng shook his head. "I just cut off an arm, and someone else rescued him." What a pity. If Bruno was 0.1 seconds slower, the man would have been cut into two by his laser gun. Speaking of which, is it a common problem for the world conquerors to like to use iron blocks to defend against attacks? If he remembered correctly, this enemy would have armed color domineering. Forget it, just run away. Sanji said indifferently, just don't come to disturb Meili. However, after what happened just now, Sanji is not going to sleep. I won't sleep tonight. He must see Mary get out of the Mary with his own eyes. Find out what that guy is running for. Zoro and Sanji thought differently. He wanted to know the man's purpose more. Is he a bounty hunter? No. Chu Feng shook his head. It's someone from World Conquest. World Conquest? Yeah. Chu Feng nodded. You know my identity, a scientist. World Conquest is very interested in my invention, so they sent someone to capture me. The purpose is to take me back to invent for them. Just like Vegapunk, he will not have any freedom at that time. Of course, as long as he does not leave and works hard on inventions, World Conquest will meet any of his requirements. Zoro and Sanji's faces darkened when they heard this. Is this the purpose? Wait, if you say so. Sanji's face suddenly changed. Then Robin-chan is also in danger. Chu Feng said that Nico Robin is the only person in this world who can read the historical text on the surface, and World Conquest is also very interested. Chu Feng glanced at Sanji and sighed in his heart that he is worthy of being Sanji, and his IQ is high. Don't worry, she should be in no danger for the time being. Chu Feng comforted, you forgot that in addition to Robin, they have another target, me. Robin will not be in danger before they catch me. Besides, they didn't catch Robin to kill her, it is very likely just to let her interpret the historical text. Of course, this process may be worse than death. Sanji relaxed a little after hearing this, and looked at the spirit-body transfer device not far away and said, in this case, let's go to the city tomorrow. Although Robin is important, Meili is equally important. It doesn't matter, Robin will be fine. Just like Chu Feng said, the enemy only captured one person, and the other is still here. They still have a chance. Zoro looked up at the two people talking and didn't interrupt. He always kept a little wary of Nico Robin. She is different from the other companions on the ship. Just like the Admiral said, this woman has lived in the dark world since she was 8 years old, and she must be very cunning. Although everyone has been together for a while, but do you think she took the initiative to leave? As soon as this was said, the air was quiet in an instant. Sanji looked at Zoro with a ferocious face and said, Green Algae Head, what do you mean? Have you forgotten what the Admiral said? So, you would rather trust your enemies than your own people? That's not what I meant. Zoro frowned, I just think Nico Robin is a very cunning person. You just don't trust her. Zoro's forehead was bulging with veins. You bastard, can you think about the problem rationally? Are there only women in your mind? Do you have any opinions? Looking at the two guys who were about to fight again, Chu Feng said unhappily, you two shut up and don't disturb others' sleep. Also, if you want to fight, get down and fight. Whoever dares to knock down the elf body transfer device, I will let you feel what a manned rocket is really. You don't even know when to make a fuss. Humph! Zoro and Sanji looked at each other, snorted, and walked to the sides. Chu Feng ignored the two jokers, walked to the front of the spirit body transfer device, and silently looked at the young body floating in it. After tomorrow, Mary can leave the Mary and move freely. It would be even better if we could get another human fruit. It doesn't matter what form it is, as long as it is a human fruit. In this way, Mary can have a human body. Chu Feng was very happy when he thought of the scene when Mary got a physical body. But things like the human fruit are hard to come by. You can't let him kill Chopper and Luffy, this won't work. Well, that Sengoku can be considered. Chu Feng stood up and looked at the two people who were seriously alert to the surroundings, and smiled. Well, although these two guys always quarreled and even fought from time to time, but treacherous. At the critical moment, they are still very reliable. Humph, a mere green algae head dares to say such things. Next time if you show off to me, I will hide your knife. Humph, a mere lecherous kappa dares to be so arrogant. Next time I must shave his head while he is asleep. Chu Feng. Okay, I take back what I said just now.